Section 60 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory, Adams Allen, and S.C. Ferguson. Section 60. Affability. Affability is a real ornament, the most beautiful dress that man or woman can wear, and worth far more as a means of winning favor than the finest clothes and jewels ever were. The exercise of affability creates an instantaneous impression in your behalf, while the opposite quality excites as quick a prejudice against you. So true is this, that were we asked to name any one quality which, aside from mere mental powers, contributed largely to success, we would mention affability. Apart from its worth as an agreeable trait of character, affability is a valuable commodity. Everyone who has business to transact should add this to his stock and trade. It costs nothing, while it vastly facilitates trade and profit. There are business men and women who make fortunes simply by their affable and polite manners. Their wares or their services are no better, perhaps, than the stock and trade of their crusty neighbors, but having undertaken a business or adopted a profession, they are wise enough to know that whatever is to be done successfully must be done in a pleasing manner and with a good will. Their acts appear to be based on the conviction that everybody may be made a friend, which is every way preferable to acting as if everybody were an intruder. They do not treat people as though they were in a hurry to be done with them, but as though they might be cultivated into an acquaintance and grow into a friend. To neglect the small courtesies of life is to ensure neglect for yourself. And the reason that some persons are successful where others fail is that they invite strangers to become friends by civility, while the others repel even friends by the want of courtesy. The world at best is extremely selfish. We are too much taken up with our own personal aims to notice how others are thriving. We little think how others may be wishing for some friendly recognition, how far with them the friendly shake of the hand may go. The world is full of suffering and sorrow, and it is at these seasons that kindly words come with far more than their usual force. The human heart was formed for sympathy as naturally as the flower for sunshine. Hence it is no wonder that the man of affable and kind manners should be the one who would make friends wherever he goes. It is good to meet in friendly intercourse, and pour out that social cheer which so vivifies the weary and desponding heart. Give to all the hearty grasp and sunny smile. They send sunshine to the soul, and make the heart leap as with new life and joy. Thus may we become brothers in every good word and deed, and peace and goodwill spread in the world. We long for friendly intercourse, and when deprived of the society of others we pine and grow sick at heart. We become misanthropic and gloomy. The summer of the heart changes to dreary winter, and our lives seem overcast and gloomy. We are not well enough acquainted, each with each, and all with all. We are not social enough. We are not found often enough at one another's houses. We are especially delinquent in the duty of calling upon such as come among us and connect themselves with us. We do not welcome them, and seek to make their stay as pleasant as possible. We do not take the kindly notice we should of such as come to our places of public and social gatherings. This is wrong. It is incumbent on us as members of society to cultivate a spirit of affability, to strive to make all within our influence happy by our kind solicitude for their welfare. Says Daniel Webster, we should make it a principle to extend the hand of fellowship to every man who discharges faithfully his duties and maintains good order, who manifests a deep interest in the general welfare of society, whose deportment is upright, and whose mind is intelligent, without stopping to ascertain whether he swings a hammer or draws a thread. As there is nothing to be lost and so much to be gained by the exercise of affability, it is deeply to be regretted that so few use it. To be affable does not imply an indiscriminate taking into confidence, and imparting to third persons the secrets of your business, at the same time expecting to be informed of his. To do thus is merely simplicity, and is an utter disregard of all cautious rules. But the friendly conversation, the hearty grasp of the hand, the feeling of kindness and goodwill which finds expression in the tones, the willingness to do a favor cheerfully, these constitute true affability, which is not only of value to the possessor, but may almost claim a place among the Christian graces. How many there are who are not in want of assistance of material things, but who are yearning for social recognition, who feel themselves shut out from intercourse with their fellow beings by the spirit of selfishness which shows itself in a refusal of social privileges. It is so easy to become thoughtless in this matter that each one should strive against the feeling, and should constantly strive to make all around him feel that he recognizes in them the man or woman, an equal being with himself, and to meet them with kindness by no means devoid of dignity, but to let them see that he is moved by a spirit of goodwill towards all, and desires, as far as possible, to do away with the distinction of rank or wealth, and to meet with them on the plane of equality. In urging affability, we do not ignore the fact that there are many to be found in every walk of life, with whom the less one has to do, the better. That you would as soon think of taking a serpent into the bosom of your family as some people who infest society. But this lamentable fact does not lessen the claims of affability, since, because you are fond of fruit, you are not required to eat indiscriminately all kinds of fruits, the good and also the bad, the nutritious as well as the poisonous. But you are to exercise a judicious elimination. So you are not required to be frank, open-hearted, and sociable with villains and blacklegs, the depraved and licentious. To do this is to sink yourself to their level. But a man may be a gentle man, and as such entitled to recognition, though his coat be not of broadcloth or of the most fashionable make. And a real lady, though clad in calico, is as worthy of frank and courteous treatment as though robed in silk and satins. End of section 60.
Section 61 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. The Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S. C. Ferguson. Section 61. The Toilet. Quote, "Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man." Shakespeare. End quote. As the index tells us the contents of books and directs to the particular chapter, even so does the outward habit and superficial order of garment denote the spirit, and demonstratively point out, like to a marginal note, the internal qualities of the soul. We believe it to be the duty of all, young and old, to make their persons, as far as possible, agreeable to those with whom they are associated. If possible, dress yourself fine where others are fine, and plain where the apparel of others is plain. A man who finds himself badly dressed amongst well-dressed people feels awkward and ill at ease. He stammers and is confused in speech. He makes all manner of ridiculous blunders, and it is well nigh impossible for him to assume that air of simple dignity which should characterize the bearing of a gentleman. But it should be remembered that this feeling should have nothing to do with dress proper. It is only when there is a manifest impropriety in the mode of dress. The dress should suit the time and the occasion. The man in his workshop or field, or the lady busied with the household duties, should have no occasion to feel ill at ease, because not so finely dressed as the casual caller. Such a feeling should be instantly checked, since it is born of pride, not of an innate desire to please others. The love of beauty and refinement belongs to every true woman. She ought to desire in moderation pretty dresses, and delight in beautiful colors and graceful fabrics. She ought to take a certain, not too expensive, pride in herself, and be solicitous to have all belongings to her well chosen and in good style. Many fail to understand the true object and importance of this sentiment. Let no woman suppose that any man, much less her husband, is indifferent to her appearance, but women should constantly beware lest what was meant as a means of influence becomes a ruling passion. And let it be ever remembered that beauty of dress does not reside in the material. That time, place, and circumstance are all to be considered, that they may look far more bewitching in the eyes of those whom they are desirous to please when clad in neat calico than if robed in silks and satins. And depend upon it that the husband, wearied with his day's work, had far rather find the wife neatly clad, doing or superintending household duties, than, when dressed in the height of fashion, she greets him to a home that sadly needs an efficient, willing housekeeper. Through dress the mind may be read, as through the delicate tissue the lettered page. Women are more like flowers than we think. In their dress and adornments they express their natures, as the flowers in their petals and colors. Some women are like the modest daisies and violets. They never look or feel better than when dressed in a morning wrapper. When women are free to dress as they like, uncontrolled by others and not limited by their circumstances, they do not fail to express their true characters. A modest woman will dress modestly. A really refined and intelligent woman will bear the marks of careful selection and faultless taste. It is to be feared that many, both ladies and gentlemen, fail to recognize the beauty which always accompanies simplicity. The stern simplicity of the classic taste is seen in the statues and pictures of the old masters. In Athens the ladies were not gaudily but simply arrayed, and we doubt whether any ladies have ever excited more admiration. Female loveliness never appears so good advantage as when set off by simplicity of dress. Tinselries may serve to give effect on the stage or upon the ballroom floor, but in daily life there is no substitute for the charm of simplicity. A vulgar taste is not to be disguised by gold and diamonds. The absence of a true taste and refinement of delicacy cannot be compensated by the possession of the most princely trousseau. Mind measures gold, but gold cannot measure mind. Those who think that in order to dress well it is necessary to dress extravagantly or gaudily make a great mistake. Elegance of dress does not depend upon expense. A lady might wear the costliest silks that Italy could produce, adorn herself with laces from Brussels which years of patient toil are required to fabricate. She might carry the jewels of an Eastern princess around her neck and upon her wrists and fingers, yet still in appearance be essentially vulgar. These are nothing without grace, without adaptation, without an harmonious development of colors, without the exercise of discrimination and good taste. God has implanted in the minds of all, but especially in the female breast, the love of beauty. And one way that this feeling finds expression is in the matter of dress and personal adornment. We think that it is the duty of all to clothe themselves in that style of dress which most becomes them, provided that it does not conflict with hygienic rules and is warranted by their circumstances. It is their duty, since when in choice personal adornment they have a dignity and sense of personal elevation which they do not experience when in uncouth attire. Pride, of course, often enters into fine dressing, and many women are fond of flaunting their fine feathers in people's eyes. But a great majority love handsome dressing in obedience to an instinct of refinement, in consequence of that sense of personal purity which accompanies the wearing of choice apparel. To advise a young lady to dress herself with any serious departure from the prevailing fashion of her day and class is to advise her to incur a penalty which may very probably be the wreck of her whole life's happiness. But it is only the fault of public opinion that any penalties at all follow innovations in themselves sensible and modest. To train this public opinion by degrees to bear with more variations of costume, and especially to insist upon the principle of fitness as the first requisite of beauty should be the aim of all sensible women. Nothing can be in worse taste than for sensible women to wear clothes by which their natural movements are impeded, and their purposes, of whatever sort, thwarted by their habiliments. The styles of dress are so many and varied that it would be a vain as well as useless attempt to classify them. There is one principle running through all which every woman should carefully consider. Are your modes of dress in accordance with the rules of hygiene? This question you ought carefully to consider, ever remembering that nature will allow none of her laws to be violated in the name of fashion with impunity, and that every style of dress that does not conform to the plainest of nature's teaching should be frowned down upon by all sensible people. Dress, to be in perfect taste, need not be costly. It is to be regretted that in this age too much attention is paid to dress by those who have neither the excuse of ample means nor of social culture. The wife of a poorly paid clerk, or of a young man just starting in business, aims at dressing as stylishly as does the wealthiest among her acquaintances. Consistency in regard to station and fortune is the first matter to be considered. A woman of good sense will not wish to expend in unnecessary extravagance money wrung from an anxious husband, or if her husband be a man of fortune, she will not even encroach upon her allowance. In the early years of married life, when the income is moderate, it should be the pride of a woman to see how little she can spend upon her dress, and yet present that tasteful and creditable appearance which is desirable. The dress of a gentleman never appears more credible than when characterized by simplicity. A gentleman's taste in dress is shown in the avoidance of all extravagance. A man of wit may sometimes be a coxcomb, but a man of judgment and sense never can be. A beau dressed out is like a cinnamon tree. The bark is worth more than the body. A dandy is said to be the mercer's friend, the tailor's fool, and his own foe. There are 1,000 fops made by art for one fool made by nature. To judge from the actions of many of our young men, one would suppose that dress was their highest aim in life. Elegance of attire is, indeed, well, and when suitable to the surroundings, bespeaks the gentleman. But men of sterling worth and character are apt to have a feeling of contempt for the one who, by his faultless attire and spruce manner, conclusively shows that he is actuated by a dandy's view of life. A coat that has the mark of use upon it is a recommendation to people of sense, and a hat with too much nap or too high a lustre a derogatory circumstance. The best coats in our streets are worn on the backs of penniless fops, broken-down merchants, clerks with pitiful salaries, and men that do not pay up. Dandies and fops are like a body without a soul, powder without ball, lightning without thunderbolt, paint on sand. There is much of this in the world. We see it exemplified in everything considered valuable. The counterfeiter gives the show of gold to his base coin, and the show of value to his lying banknote. The thief hangs out the appearance of honesty in his face, and the liar is thunderstruck if anybody suspects him of equivocation. The bankrupt carries about with him the appearance of wealth. The fop puts on the masquerade of dignity and importance. The poor belle, whose mother washes to buy her plumes, outshines the peeress of the court. Many a table steams with costly viands for which the last cent was paid, and many a coat, sleek and black, is worn on the street on which the tailor has a moral mortgage. In the matter of dress, then, when we sum it all up, we find that the love of dress is inherent in all true men and women, and that it would be as unwise as it would be useless to strive against it. That while no man or woman should allow themselves to become a slave to dress and fashion, still it is no less a duty than it is a privilege to cultivate this love of adornment, ever keeping it within due bounds, remembering that outward adornment should be but secondary to the adornment of the soul with all noble and great qualities. End of section 61. The toilet. Section 62 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. The Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S. C. Ferguson. Section 62. Gentleness. We may admire proofs of hardiness and assurance, but we involuntarily attach ourselves to simplicity and gentleness. Gentleness is like the silent influence of light which gives color to all nature. It is far more powerful than loudness or force, and far more beautiful. It pushes its way silently and persistently like the tiniest daffodil in spring, which raises the clod and thrusts it aside by the simple persistence of growing. It tends to be feared that in this stirring age, when we enumerate the elements of success, that we do not lay stress enough on the milder virtues of simplicity and gentleness, while fond of applauding the hardier virtues of energy, self-reliance, perseverance, and others of a similar nature. We are in danger of losing sight of the fact that oft-times an exhibition of gentleness and courtesy is not only extremely pleasing in itself, but is not infrequently one of the most expeditious and efficacious modes of advancing present interests. It is singular what power gentleness and courtesy bestows on him who practices them. The most boisterous winds only cause the traveller to wrap his cloak the closer to him, while the gentle rays of the sun speedily induce him to discard it. And thus it is with many of the pursuits of life, where sheer force of intellect or intensity of application would ofttimes end only in a failure of plans and purposes. Gentleness, by its silent but powerful influence, will not only excite a feeling of goodwill in the minds of others, but as oil removes friction from a machine and causes it to move smoothly, so will gentleness remove apparently insurmountable objects from the pathway of our success. Gentleness belongs to virtue, and is to be carefully distinguished from the spirit of cowardice or the fawning assents of sycophants. It removes no just right from fear. It gives no important truth to flattery. It is indeed not only consistent with a firm mind, but it necessarily requires a manly spirit and a fixed principle in order to give it any real value. An able man shows his spirit by gentle words but resolute actions. How often experience convinces us that a bold and brazen loudness of tones and roughness of manner cover only a vacillating spirit and irresolute actions. On the other hand, do not history and observation show that quietness and gentleness ofttimes mark the most determined of actions? The rarest bravery of all the world is found actively engaged, accompanied by an exhibition of gentleness. And ought we not so to expect it? The person moved by a spirit of gentleness throws all the energy of his nature into action. It is not allowed to waste in boisterousness, but is guided and directed in the most appropriate channels by an understanding calm and collected. In the captain of a canal boat we generally expect gruffness of manner, loudness of tones, and a general lack of refinement, dignity, and gentleness. But in the commander of an ocean steamer we shall always find the quietness, gentleness, and dignity that we all recognize as such a proper accompaniment of power. So true it is that gentleness of manner is the most appropriate and general expression of true greatness and worth, that we use the expression a gentle man to express the highest type of worth in man. In the mechanical world, do we not always find that the greater the exhibition of power, the steadier and quieter the movement becomes? It is the rickety engine of but few horse-powers that goes with a fizz and a clatter, while the massive engine that supplies the motive power for acres of machinery goes almost noiselessly, and the sublimest exhibition of power in the universe, the movement of the heavenly bodies, proceeds in absolute quiet. We observe the same effect in the moral world. The masterminds who have moved kingdoms and swayed the thoughts of millions are uniformly gentle and dignified in their bearings. The loud-tongued and clatter-brained fanatics merely cause a movement in their immediate vicinity. There is a magic power in gentle words, the potency of which but few natures are so icy as to wholly resist. Would you have your home a cheerful, hallowed spot, within which may be found that happiness and peace which the world denies to its votaries? Let not loud, harsh words be uttered within its walls. Let only gentle, quiet actions there be found. Speak gently to the wearied husband, who, with anxious brow, returns from the perplexities of his daily avocations, and let him, in his turn, speak gently to the careworn woman and wife, who, amid her never-ending round of little duties, finds rest and encouragement in the sympathy of him she loves. Speak gently to the wayward child. A pleasant smile and a word of kindness will often restore good humor and playfulness. Human nature is the same with it. It has its joys and sorrows as well as those of mature growth, and its little heart will quickly yield to the power of gentle, loving kindness. Hearts of children are, after all, much like flowers. They remain open to the softly falling dew, but shut up in the violent downfalls of rain. Therefore, when you have occasions to rebuke children, be careful to do it with manifest kindness and gentleness. The effect will be incalculably better. Speak gently to the dependent who lightens your daily toil. Kind words ensure respect and affection, while the angry rebuke provokes impertinence and dislike. Speak gently to the aged ones. Many are the trials through which they have passed, and now, in a little while, they will be missed from their accustomed places. The spirit will have passed to its rest. The remembrance of an unkind word will then bring with it a bitter sting. Speak gently to the erring one. Are we not all weak and liable to err? Temptation of which we cannot judge may have surrounded him. Harshness will drive him on the sinful way. Gentleness may win him back to virtue. True gentleness is founded on a sense of what we owe to Him who made us, and to the common nature of which we all share. It arises from reflection on our own failings and wants, and from just views of the condition and duty of man. It is native feelings, heightened and improved by principle. It is not deficient in a sense of true worth and dignity, but it recognizes in all men the possessors of infinite possibilities, even the possibilities of eternal life, and it treats them as brethren. It summons to its highest and best form of expression all that is noble in manhood, inspiring in purpose, grand in aim, and walks proudly therein, humbly, yet with an air of conscious dignity, quietly, yet with the insignia of power. Since, then, true gentleness is thus significant of power, thus potential for good, and is the high and distinctive test of a gentleman, ought not all the young earnestly strive to learn that spirit of self-control, and accustom themselves to speak and act gently at all times, and by so doing to act as becomes a man and responsible being? End of section 62. Gentleness. Section 63 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. The Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S. C. Ferguson. Section 63. Modesty. It has been remarked that the modest deportment of really wise men, when contrasted to the assuming air of the vain and ignorant, may be compared to the difference of wheat, which, while its ear is empty, holds up its head proudly, but as soon as it is filled with grain, bends modestly down and withdraws from observation. Thus, with true worth and merit, it is uniformly modest in deportment. It is only the shallow-pated who strive to attract attention by pretentious claims. The ocean depths are mute. It is only along shallow shores that the roar of the breakers is heard. It is not difficult to draw the line between self-reliance and modesty on the one hand, and self-esteem and arrogant pretensions on the other. True self-reliance does not call on all men to witness its exploits. It displays itself in action. It may be reserved in deportment, but quietly and modestly proceeds in the path that wisdom points out, with a steady reliance on its own powers. Not so self-esteem. Its boast is that it is sufficient for all things, which, to be sure, were not so bad were it not for the fact that when put to the test by necessity, it so quickly abandons its pretentious claims, and forgetting to use its own powers, is anxious only for the aid of others. Modesty is a beautiful setting to the diamond of talents and genius. The mark of the truly successful man is absence of pretensions. He talks only in ordinary business style, avoids all brag, dresses plainly, promises not at all, performs much, speaks monosyllables, hugs his fact. He calls his employment by its lowest name, and so takes from evil tongues their sharpest weapon. Who made more wide and sweeping discoveries, of more far-reaching consequences than Newton? Yet listen to his modest confession. I know not what the world may think of my labors, but to myself it seems as though I had been but a child playing on the seashore, now finding some pebble rather more polished, and now some shell rather more agreeably variegated than another, while the immense ocean of truth extended itself unexplored before me. Thus it is always found that modesty accompanies great merit, and it has even been said that merit without modesty is generally insolent in expression. The greatest events in the world's history dawn with no more noise than the morning star makes in rising. All great developments complete themselves in the world, and modestly wait in silence, praising themselves never, and announcing themselves not at all. If honesty be the best policy, we cannot deny that modesty, as a matter of policy even, hath a rare virtue. What so quickly commands our good wishes as modesty struggling under discouragement? What our sympathy more than modesty struck down by affliction? Or what our respect and love more than modesty ministering to the distresses of others? There is no surer passport to the favors of others than modesty of deportment. It will succeed where all else has failed to waken in the minds of others an interest in our affairs. It is to merit as shades to figures in a picture, giving it strength and beauty. Modesty is not bashfulness, though the two are often confounded. The bashfulness of timidity is constitutional. The bashfulness of credulity is pitiable. The bashfulness of ignorance is disreputable. But the bashfulness allied to modesty is a charm. There are two distinct sorts of bashfulness. The one is awkwardness joined to pride, which, on a further acquaintance with the world, will be converted into the pertness of a coxcomb. The other is closely allied to modesty. It is a painful consciousness of self, which is produced by our most delicate feelings, and which the most extensive knowledge cannot always remove. In undermining and removing bashfulness, due regard is to be had to the adjacent modesty, good nature, and humanity, as those who pull down private houses adjoining imposing buildings are careful to prop up such parts as are endangered by the removal. Bashfulness in itself cannot be admired. It completely distrusts its own powers, whereas we have seen that a proper reliance on self is at all times highly commendable. Bashfulness in man is never to be allowed as a good quality, but a weakness, inasmuch as it suppresses his virtues, and hides them from the world, when, had he a mind to exert himself, he might accomplish much good. We doubt not but there are many fine intellects passing for naught by reason of their bashfulness. Modesty is far different from reserve. Reserve partakes more of the nature of sullen pride. It is haughty in demeanour, and hath not the sweet, retiring disposition of modesty. A reserved man is in continual conflict with the social part of his nature, and even grudges himself the laugh into which he is sometimes betrayed. The modest man does not refuse to perform his part socially. His only dread is that others may think he is trying to centre attention on himself. The really modest man may be the most social of men. The reserved man thinks it is beneath him to mingle with the mass of the people. Modesty never counsels real merit to conceal itself. It never bids one refuse to act when action is necessary, and the person is conscious that his powers are adequate for the performance of the task. Nor, when a good deed is to be done, should the modest man hesitate to come forward to do it, providing he is capable of so doing. Modesty counsels none to be backwards where duty points the way, but modesty strictly forbids that when a good or meritorious action is done, that the performer should spread abroad the story of his doings. Leave that for others to do. Modesty is the crowning ornament of womanly beauty, and the honour of manly powers. It alike becomes every age, giving new grace to youthful figures, and imparting a pleasing virtue to years. It softens the asperities of poverty, and is a beautiful setting for wealth and fortune. It gives additional charms to the possessors of genius and talents, or cunningly conceals the want of the same. It is the key that unlocks alike the gate to success, or the door of love and respect. It makes life pleasant to one who exercises the virtue, and charities bestowed by its hand are worth far more to the recipient than their mere pecuniary value. End of section 63. Modesty. Section 64 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. The Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S.C. Ferguson. Section 64. Love. Life without love. Oh, it would be a world without a sun, cold as the snow-capped mountain, dark as myriad nights in one. A barren scene, without one spot amidst the waste, without one blossom of delight, of feeling, or of taste. Love in one form or another is the ruling element in life. It is the primary source from whence springs all that possesses any real value to man. It may be the love of dominion or power which, though utterly selfish in its aims and methods, has been most marvellously overruled for good in the world's history. It may be the love of knowledge, in the pursuit of which lives have been lost and fortunes spent, but grand secrets have been wrung from nature, secrets which have contributed much for the advancement of human interests. But the love grander than any other, before which all the other elements of civilization pale and dwarf to utter insignificance, which is as powerful today as in the morning of time, which will continue to rule until time is ended, is that indefinable, indescribable, ever-fresh and beautiful love betwixt man and woman, that love which has the power to tame the savage's heart, which finds man rough, uncultivated, and selfish, which leaves him a refined and courteous gentleman, which transforms the timid, bashful girl to the woman of matchless power for good. Love is an actual need, an urgent requirement of the heart. Every properly constituted human being who entertains an appreciation of loneliness and wretchedness, and looks forward to happiness and content, feels a necessity of loving. Without it, life is unfinished, and hope is without aim. Nature is defective, and man miserable, nor does he come to comprehend the end and glory of existence until he has experienced the fullness of a love that actualizes all indefinite cravings and expectations. Love is the great instrument of nature, the bond and cement of society, the spirit and spring of the universe. It is such an affection as can not so properly be said to be in the soul as the soul to be in that. It is the whole nature wrapped up in one desire. Love is the sun of life, most beautiful in the morning and evening, but warmest and steadiest at noon. Love blends young hearts in blissful unity, and for the time so ignores past ties and affections as to make a willing separation of the son from his father's house, and the daughter from all the sweet endearments of her childhood's home, to go out together and rear for themselves an altar, around which shall cluster all the cares and delights, the anxieties and sympathies of the family relationship. This love, if pure, unselfish, and discreet, constitutes the chief usefulness and happiness of human life. Without it there would be no organized households, and consequently none of that earnest endeavor for competence and respectability which is the mainspring to human efforts, none of those sweet, softening, restraining, and elevating influences of domestic life which can alone fill the earth with the happy influences of refinement. Love, it has been said, in the common acceptance of the term, is folly. But love in its purity, its loftiness, its unselfishness, is not only a consequence, but a proof of our moral excellence. The sensibility to moral beauty, the forgetfulness of self in the admiration engendered by it, all prove its claim to a high moral influence. It is the triumph of the unselfish over the selfish part of our nature. No man and no woman can be regarded as complete in their experience of life until they have been subdued into union with the world through their affections. As woman is not woman until she has known love, neither is man a complete man. Both are requisite to each other's completeness. Love is the weapon which omnipotence reserved to conquer rebel man when all the rest had failed. Reason he parries, fear he answers blow to blow, future interests he meets with present pleasure. But love, that sun against whose melting beams winter cannot stand, that soft, subduing slumber which brings down the giant, there is not one human soul in 1,000,000, not 1,000 men in all earth's domain whose earthly hearts are hardened against love. There needs no other proof that happiness is the most wholesome moral atmosphere, and that in which the morality of man is destined ultimately to thrive, than the elevation of soul, the religious aspirations which attend the first assurance, the first sober certainty of true love. Love is the perpetual melody of humanity. It sheds its effulgence upon youth, and throws a halo around age. It glorifies the present by the light it casts backward, and it lightens the future by the gleams sent forward. The love which is the outcome of esteem has the most elevating and purifying effect on the character. It tends to emancipate one from the slavery of self. It is altogether unsordid. Itself is the only price. It inspires gentleness, sympathy, mutual faith, and confidence. True love also, in a manner, elevates the intellect. All love renders wise in a degree, says the poet Browning, and the most gifted minds have been the truest lovers. Great souls make all affections great. They elevate and consecrate all true delights. Love even brings to light qualities before lying dormant and unsuspected. It elevates the aspirations, expands the soul, and stimulates the mental powers. It were fitting that the nature of this affection, which has such power for good or ill, be thoroughly understood, and endeavors made to guide it in right channels. For love, as it is of the first enjoyment, so it is frequently of the deepest distress. If it is placed upon an unworthy object, and the discovery is made too late, the heart can never know peace. Every hour increases the torments of reflection, and hope, that soothes the severest ills, is here turned into deep despair. But strange to say, though it is one of universal and engrossing interest to humanity, the moralist avoids it, the educator shuns it, and parents taboo it. It is considered almost indelicate to refer to love as between the sexes, and young persons are left to gather their only notions of it from the impossible love stories that fill the shelves of circulating libraries. This strong and absorbing feeling, which nature has for wise purposes made so strong in woman that it colors her whole life and history, though it may form but an episode in the life of man, is usually left to follow its own inclination, to grow up for the most part unchecked, without any guidance or direction whatever. Although nature spurns all formal rules and directions in affairs of love, though love triumphs over reason, resists all persuasion, and scorns every dictate of philosophy, and though, like a fabled tree or plant, it may be cut down at night, but ere morning it will be found to have sprouted up again in renewed freshness and beauty, with its leaves and branches re-expanded to the air and laden with blossoms and fruits. Still, at all events, it were best to instill in young minds such views of character as should enable them to discriminate between the true and the false, and to accustom them to hold in esteem those qualities of moral purity and integrity without which life is but a scene of folly and misery. It may not be possible to teach young people to love wisely, but they may at least be guarded by parental advice against the frivolous and despicable passions which so often usurp its name. Genuine love is founded on esteem and respect. You cannot long love one for whom you have not these feelings. The most beautiful may be the most admired and caressed, but they are not always the most esteemed and loved. We discover great beauty in those who are not beautiful, if they possess genuine truthfulness, simplicity, and sincerity. No deformity is present where vanity and affectation is absent, and we are unconscious of the want of charms in those who have the power of fascinating us by something more real and permanent than external attractions and transitory shows. Remember that love is dependent upon forms. Courtesy of etiquette must guard and protect courtesy of heart. How many hearts have been lost irrecoverably, and how many averted eyes and cold looks have been gained from what seemed, perhaps, but a trifling negligence of forms. Love is a tender plant, and cannot bear cold neglect. It requires kind acts and thoughtful attentions, one to the other, and thrives at its best only when surrounded by an atmosphere of disinterested courtesy. The love of woman is a stronger power and sweeter thing than that of men. Men and women cannot be judged by the same rules. There are many radical differences in their affectional natures. Man is the creature of interest and ambition. His nature leads him forth into the struggle and bustle of the great world. Love is but the embellishment of his early life, or a song piped in the interval of the acts. He seeks for fame, for fortune, for space in the world's thoughts, and dominion over his fellow man. But a woman's whole life is a history of the affections. The heart is her world. It is there her ambition strives for empire. It is there her nature seeks for love and kindness. She sends forth her sympathies on adventure. She embarks her whole soul in the traffic of affection, and if shipwrecked, her case is hopeless, for it is the bankruptcy of a heart. Woman's love is stronger than man's because she sacrifices more. For every woman is with the food of the heart, as with the food of her body. It is possible to exist on a very small quantity, but this small quantity is an absolute necessity. The love of a pure, true woman has brightened some of the darkest scenes in world's history. It inspires them with courage and incites them to actions utterly foreign to their shrinking dispositions. Who can estimate the value of a woman's affections? Gold cannot purchase a gem so precious. In our most cheerless moments, when disappointments and care crowd round the heart, and even the gaunt form of poverty menaces with his skeleton fingers, it gleams round the soul like sunlight in dark places. It follows the prisoner into the gloomy cell, and in the silence of midnight it plays around his heart, and in his dreams he folds to his bosom the form of her who loves him still, though the world has turned coldly from him. Love purifies the heart from self. It strengthens and ennobles the character, gives higher motives and a nobler aim to every action of life, and makes both man and woman strong, noble, and courageous. And the power to love truly and devotedly is the noblest gift with which a human being can be endowed. But it is a sacred fire, and not to be burned before idols. Disinterested love is beautiful and noble. How high will it not rise? How many injuries will it not forgive? What obstacles will it not overcome, and what sacrifices will it not make, rather than give up the being upon which it has been once wholly and truthfully fixed? It is difficult to know at what moment love begins. It is less difficult to know it has begun. 1,000 messengers betray it to the eye: tone, act, attitude, and look, the signals upon the countenance, the electric telegraph of touch, all betray the yielding citadel. And there is nothing holier in this life of ours than the first consciousness of love, the first fluttering of its silken wings, the first rising sound of that wind which is so soon to sweep through the soul, to purify or to destroy. Love is thus a power potent for good, but debased and corrupt is as potent for evil. If it brings joy, it may also conduce to exquisite anguish. A disappointment in love is more hard to get over than any other. The passion itself so softens and subdues the heart that it disables it from struggling or bearing up against the woes and distresses which befall it. The mind meets with other misfortune in her whole strength. She stands collected within herself, and sustains the shock with all the force which is natural to her. But a heart crossed in love has its foundation snapped, and immediately sinks under the weight of accidents that are disagreeable to its favorite passion. When time brings us to the resting places of life, and we all expect them, and in some measure attain them, when we pause to consider its ways and to study its import, we then look back over the waste ground which we have left behind us. Is it a bright spot to be seen there? Is it where the star of love has shed its beams? Is there a plant, a flower, or any beautiful thing visible? Is it where the smiles and tears of affection have been spent, where some fond eye met our own, some endearing heart was clasped to ours? Take these away, and what joy has memory in retrospection, or what delight has hope in future prospects? The bosom which does not feel love is cold. The mind which does not conceive it is dull. The philosophy which does not accept it is false. And the only true religion in the world has pure, reciprocal, and undying love for its basis. The love that makes memory happy and home beautiful are those which form the sunlight of our earlier years. They beam gratefully along the pathway of our mature years, and their radiance lingers till the shadows of death darken them altogether. End of section 64. Love. Section 65 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. The Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S. C. Ferguson. Section 65. Courtship. There is an unfortunate tendency in human nature to treat with levity many questions most vitally affecting man's real happiness. Thus, in the question of love, courtship, and marriage, questions than which none could be more important, it is to be deeply regretted that men and women do not more carefully consider the wisdom of their course, do not reflect whether they are guided by the light of calm, sober sense, or are leaving things to impulse. It has been wisely, but sadly said that years are necessary to cement a friendship, but months, and sometimes weeks, and even days, are sufficient to prepare for that holier state of matrimony. From false regard to public opinion, or as a matter of convenience, or for the mere purpose of securing a home and being settled in life, thousands enter into the most sacred of human relationships with no such feelings as will enable them to bear the burdens which it brings. Love and courtship should be to wedded love what a blossom is to the perfected fruit. The power of this love must be measured not by its intensity, but by its effects, by its beneficence in bringing into play a higher range of motives, by the facilities it unfolds, by its skill in harmonizing different natures. Not once in 100 times do two natures brought side by side harmonize in every part. Of nothing are people more ignorant than of human nature. Very rich and fruitful natures are often side by side with very barren ones, noble ones, with those that are sordid, exquisitely sensitive, with those coarse and rude. This is a consequence to be foreseen from the want of thought evinced by people when about to marry. Many counsel the young not to expect too much from love. This is an evil philosophy, however, which advises to moderation by undervaluing the possibilities of a true and glorious love. Happiness in this life depends more upon the capacity of loving than on any other single quality. If men lose all the treasures of love, it does not prove that the treasure is not to be found, but that they have not sought aright. In love there are many apartments, but not to selfishness, sensuality, or arrogance will love yield its richest treasures. True love is social regeneration. It is a revolution ending with a new king and a reconstruction of the soul. The way of selfishness is self-seeking, that of love self-sacrifice. It is this self-sacrificing spirit of love that can alone perpetuate its influence and establish its worth and blessedness. True wisdom, then, will say to the young, love, but love not blindly. Justice is represented as blind, in order that under no circumstances can she swerve one hair's breadth from the right, from personal favor or prejudice. But love, on the contrary, should use his eyes to the fullest extent, in order that, in days of courtship, no stumbling block may be left to become a torment after marriage. A moment's consideration will show how utterly repugnant it is to all manly feelings to jest in this matter. It is one of the most serious concerns of life. Your weal or woe, and the weal or woe of those who shall come after you, and the influence you shall exert upon the world, depend in a great measure upon the wisdom and virtue with which you conduct your preparation for marriage. All true minds see the manifest impropriety of jesting about the most delicate, serious, and sacred relation and feeling of human experience. The whole tendency of such lightness is to cause the marriage relation to be lightly esteemed, and the true aim of courtship to be lost sight of. Until it is viewed in its true light, with that sober earnestness which the subject demands, courtship will be nothing else than a grand game of hypocrisy, resulting in misery the most deplorable. Courtships are sweet and dreamy thresholds of unseen temples, where half the world has paused in couples, talked in whispers under the moonlight, passed on but never returned. It should be to all but the entrance to scenes of happiness and content, but alas! In the history of many we know that such is not the case. We have been but poor observers if we fail to recognize that marriage is not necessarily a blessing. It may be the bitterest curse. It may sting like an adder and bite like a serpent. Its bower is as often made of thorns as of roses. It blasts as many sunny expectations as it realizes. And an ill-mated human pair is the most woeful picture of wretchedness that is presented in the book of life, and yet such pictures are plenty. It becomes all young men and women who are standing where the radiant beams of love are just beginning to gild the pathway before them, to endeavor to ascertain, with the aid of others' experience, with calm and careful consideration, with an appeal for guidance from on high, whether the person he or she proposes to unite their destiny to is the one with whom, of all the world, they are best adapted to make the journey. If, as the result of such reflection, they are convinced that the choice is wise, they may with confidence proceed to take upon themselves the duties and privileges of the marriage relation. But if such observation shows that they have heretofore erred, As they value their future happiness and the happiness of others, let them stop before the vow is said that indissolubly unites their fate with another's. Marriage should be made a study. Every youth, both male and female, should so consider it. It is the grand social institution of humanity. Its laws and relations are of momentous importance to the race. Should it be entered blindly, in total ignorance of what it is, what its conditions of happiness are? The object of courtship is not to woo, it is not to charm, gratify, or please, simply for the present pleasure. It is simply for the selection of a life companion, one who must bear, suffer, and enjoy life with us in all of its forms, in its frowns as well as smiles, joys, and sorrows, one who will walk pleasantly, willingly, and confidently by our side through all the intricate and changing vicissitudes incident to mortal life. What is to be sought is a companion, a congenial spirit, one possessed of an interior constitution of soul similar to your own, of similar age, opinions, tastes, habits, modes of thought and feeling. A congenial spirit is one who, under any given combination of circumstances, would be affected, feel, and act as we ourselves would. It is one who would approve what we approve and condemn what we condemn, not for the purpose of agreeing with us, but of his or her own free will. This is a companion who is already united to us by the ties of spiritual harmony, which union it is the object of courtship to discover. Courtship, then, is a voyage of discovery, or a court of inquiry, established by mutual consent of the parties, to see wherein and to what extent there is a harmony existing. If in all these they honestly and harmoniously agree, and find a deep and thrilling pleasure in their agreement, find their union of sentiment to give a charm to their social intercourse, if now they feel that their hearts are bound, as well as their sentiments, in a holy unity, and that for each other they would live and labor and make every personal sacrifice with gladness, and that without each other they know not how to live, it is their privilege, yes, their duty, to form a matrimonial alliance. The true companion has to be sought for. She does not parade herself as store goods. She is not fashionable. Generally, she is not rich. But oh, what a heart she has when you find her, so large and pure and womanly. When you see it, you wonder if those showy things outside were really women. Courtship is the brilliant scene of the maiden life of a woman. It is to her a garden where no weeds mingle with the flowers, but all is lovely and beautiful to the sense. It is a dish of nightingale served up by moonlight to the mingled music of many tendernesses and gentle whisperings and eagerness that does not outstep the bounds of delicacy. Courtship is the first turning point in the life of a woman, crowded with perils and temptation. The rose tints of affection dazzle and bewilder the imagination, and while always bearing in mind that life without love is a wilderness, it should not be overlooked that true affection requires solid support. Discretion tempers passion, and it is precisely this quality which oftener than any other is found to be absent in courtship. Young persons require wise counsel. They should not trust too much to the impulse of the heart, or be too easily captivated by a winning exterior. In the selection of a wife, a pure, loving heart and good common sense are many times more valuable than personal beauty or wealth. Once installed in affections of such a lady, you have a life claim on her good offices. No sacrifice she can make is too great, no adversity so stern that it can shake her firmness or hopefulness. Such a woman is a helpmeet, as the Creator designed a wife to be. It is an error which has proved fatal to many young lives, to marry one whom you consider your inferior in mind or body. A wife has the power to make or destroy the home, and a weak heart and shallow brain can never have the former effect. There can be no such thing as interchange of sentiment where she does not appreciate your highest thoughts. Can you reveal to her the sacred treasures of mind, which lie hidden from the careless gaze of others, and be assured of her sympathy? Can she walk hand in hand with you as her equal, honored above all women? Is she fit to sit in your household as a shining light, respected for her gentle dignity and the wisdom of her management and conversation? The quiet, reserved girl does not always possess these qualifications. Neither does the bright, gay creature whose presence throws a halo over her surroundings. The poor are no more likely to have the proper gifts and trainings than those who never knew a wish ungratified. But any woman of noble principles, a warm heart, and good common sense to guide her can easily reach the standard. There is equal danger before the young lady in her choice of a husband. Young men incline to intemperate habits, even but slightly so, as they have not sufficient moral stamina to enable them to resist temptation even in its incipient stages, and are consequently deficient in self-respect, cannot possess that pure, uncontaminated feeling which alone capacitates a man for rightly appreciating the tender and loving nature of a true woman. It is equally fatal for a woman to marry a man who is her inferior. She of necessity descends to his level. Being his superior in every good sense of the word, she cannot have for him that high feeling of regard which every wife should have for her husband. Lacking that, love too soon fades away, and only the duties of married life remain. Its pleasures are all gone. What is wanted in both is a true companion, not one who possesses wealth, not necessarily the possessor of a scholastic education, but one who has a pure, warm heart and good common sense. A true courtship is withal a beautiful sight. Only the coarse and illiterate can there see aught for ridicule or unseemly jest. It is the flowing together of two separate lives that have heretofore been divided, now mysteriously brought together to flow on through all time, and only God in his infinite wisdom knows how far in the shadowy hereafter. End of section 65. Courtship.
Section 66 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 66. Marriage. The marriage ceremony is one of the most interesting and solemn spectacles that social life presents. To see two rational creatures in the glow of youth and hope which invests life in a halo of happiness appear together and acknowledge their preference for each other, voluntarily enter into a league of perpetual friendship and amity, and call on all to witness the sanctity of their vows, awakens deep feeling in the hearts of all beholders. A holy influence is felt to pervade the place. The spirit of the hour is sacramental. Though mirth may abound before and after the irrevocable formula is spoken, yet at that particular point of time there is a shadow on the most laughing lip, a moisture in the firmest eye, and it may well be so. To think of the endearing relations and the important consequences which are to flow from it as the couple walk side by side through life, participating in the same joys and sharing the same sorrows, two weak, frail human natures, thus taking upon themselves, in the sight of God and man, the weighty duties of a new and untried state of existence, exerts a solemn influence on all. All pictures of human happiness represent sorrow in the background. Thus the wedding ceremony. True, it is considered an occasion of great joy, but there remains the thought, the smile, that kindles to ecstasy at their union, will at last be quenched in the tears of the survivor. Man may unite, but death only separates. If from this proceed some of the deepest joys of life, from hence also come not unfrequently the deepest sorrows. There is no one thing more lovely in this life, more full of the divinest courage, than when a young maiden, from her past life, from her happy childhood, when she rambled over every field and moor around her home, when a mother anticipated her wants and soothed her little cares, when brothers and sisters grew from merry playmates to loving, trustful friends, from the Christmas gatherings and romps, the festival in bower or garden, from the rooms sanctified by the death of relatives, from the holy and secure background of her early life, looks out into a dark and unknown future, away from all that, and yet, unterrified, undaunted, undertakes the journey with a trusting confidence in the one beside her. Buoyed up with the confidence of requited love, she bids a fond and grateful adieu to the life that is past. She turns with excited hopes and joyful anticipations of happiness to what is to come. Then woe to the man who can blast such hopes, who can break the illusions that have won her, and destroy the confidence which his love inspired. Marriage offers the most effective opportunity for spoiling the life of another. Nobody can debase, harass, and ruin a woman as her own husband, and nobody can do a tithe as much to chill a man's aspiration for good, to paralyze his energies, as his wife. And a man is never irretrievably ruined in his prospects till he marries a bad woman. Perhaps there is no hour in the life of a man or woman more potential for weal or woe than the marriage hour. That is the hour from whence most men can date their success or failure. For while nothing is a greater incentive to a man to put forth all his exertions than for the sake of his wife, and while her society is the place where he forgets the cares of the world, and in its quiet rest finds new courage to take up life's load, yet has a wife equal power for ill. Be a man ever so ambitious, energetic, or industrious, yet with a careless or spendthrift wife his best efforts for success are vain, and nothing will sooner discourage a man than a wife too ignorant or too careless to understand, appreciate, and sympathize with his efforts. And for the woman, too, it is at once the happiest and saddest hour of her life. It is the promise of future bliss, raised on the death of all present enjoyment. She quits her home, her parents, her companions, her occupation, her amusements, her everything upon which she has hitherto depended for comfort, for affection, for kindness, and for pleasure. With the marriage ceremony she enters a new world, but it is with her a world from whence she cannot return. If the man of her choice be an upright, pure man, with manly traits of character, industrious and honest, in the majority of cases she is to blame if it be not to her a world of happiness. But if she has erred, and she finds herself bound for life with one inferior to her, or who is enslaved to habit or temper, or destitute of manly attributes, God help her. Her future is full of misery. A man's moral character is necessarily powerfully influenced by his wife. A lower nature will drag him down, as a higher one will lift him up. The former will deaden his sympathies, dissipate his energies, and distort his life, while the latter, by satisfying his affections, will strengthen his moral nature, and by giving him repose, tend to energize his intellect. Not only so, but a woman of high principle will insensibly elevate the aim and purpose of her husband, as one of low principles will unconsciously degrade them. In the course of life we may see even a weak man display real public virtue, because he had by his side a woman of noble character who sustained him in his career, and exercised a fortifying influence on his views of public duty. While, on the contrary, all have often witnessed men of grand and generous instincts transformed into vulgar self-seekers by contact with women of narrow natures, devoted to an imbecile love of pleasure, and from whose minds the grand motive of duty was altogether absent. As wives may exercise a great moral influence upon their husbands, so, on the other hand, there are few men strong enough to resist the influence of a lower character in a wife. If she does not sustain and elevate what is highest in his nature, she will speedily reduce him to her own level, and thus a wife may be the making or unmaking of the best of men. It is by the regimen of the domestic affections that the heart of man is best composed and regulated. The home is the woman's kingdom, her state, her world, where she governs by affection, by kindness, by the power of gentleness. There is nothing which so settles the turbulence of a man's nature as his union in life with a high-minded woman. There he finds rest, contentment, and happiness, rest of brain, and peace of spirit. He will also find in her the best counselor, for her instinctive tact will usually lead him right, where his own unaided reason might be apt to go wrong. The true wife is a staff to lean upon in times of trial and difficulty, and she is never wanting in sympathy and solace when distress occurs or fortune frowns. In the time of youth she is a comfort and an ornament of man's life, and she remains a faithful helpmate in maturer years, when life has ceased to be in anticipation and we live in its realities. Of all the institutions that affect human weal or woe on earth, none is more important than marriage. It is the foundation of the great social fabric, and conceals within its mystic relations the coiled secrets of the largest proportion of happiness and misery connected with the lot of man. Marriage, to be a blessing, must be properly entered. It has its fundamental laws which must be obeyed. It is not a mysterious, wonder-working institution of the Almighty, which cannot be studied by the common mind, but a simple necessity laid in man's social nature, which may be read and understood of all men who will investigate that nature. The reasons for every enjoyment of the matrimonial life may be understood before entering upon its relations. The conditions upon which its joys and advantages are realized may be learned beforehand. It should not be entered in blindness, but rather in the daylight of a perfect knowledge of its rules and regulations, its promises and conditions, its laws and privileges, so that no uncertainty shall attend its realization, no unhappy revealments shall follow a knowledge of its reality. Marriage, then, should be made a study. Every youth, both male and female, should so consider it. It is the grand social institution of humanity. Its laws and relations are of momentous importance to the race. Shall it be entered blindly, in total ignorance of what it is, what its conditions of happiness are? Its relations involve some of the most stern duties and acts of self-denial that men are called upon to perform. Shall youth enter upon its relations without a knowledge of these duties? For all the professions, trades, and callings in life, men and women prepare themselves by previous attention to their principles and duties. They study them, devote time and money to them. Every imaginable case of difficulty or trial is considered and duly disposed of according to the general principles of the trade or profession. But marriage, incomparably the most important and holy relation of life, involving the most sacred responsibilities and influences, social, civil, and religious, that bear upon men, is entered upon in hot haste or blind stupidity by a great majority of youth. No young man has any right to ask a young woman to enter the matrimonial bonds with him till he is thoroughly acquainted with the female constitution and character. Woman loves the strong, the resolute, and the vigorous in man. To these qualities she looks for protection. Under the shadow of their wings she feels secure, but she wants them blended with the tender, the sensitive, and the lofty in sentiment. Her companionship, her joy, she finds in these sentiments. Where she finds these, she pours the full tides of her loving soul, and willingly enters the bower of conjugal felicity. He who knows not her nature knows not how to gratify and satisfy that nature. So woman should know the nature of man. The rough world often makes him appear what he is not. He has a vein of tenderness below that sternness of his worldly manners, which woman should know how to penetrate and bring for her own, as well as for his, proper enjoyment. It is in this strata of tenderness that she will find her true companionship with him, and he with her. If she is ignorant of his nature, she knows not how to supply his wants, or answer the calls of that nature. Thus we see most clearly the necessity of a thorough study of this whole subject by every youth. It is ignorance in these matters that causes a great amount of matrimonial infelicity. Some are disappointed in marriage because they expect too much from it, but many more because they do not bring into the copartnership their fair share of cheerfulness, kindness, forbearance, and common sense. Their imagination has pictured a condition of things never experienced on this side of heaven, and when real life comes with its troubles and cares, there is a sudden wakening up as from a dream, or they look for something approaching perfection in their chosen companion, and discover by experience that the fairest of characters have their weaknesses. And yet it is often the very imperfection of human nature, rather than its perfections, that makes the strongest claims on the forbearance and sympathy of others, and in affectionate and sensible natures tends to produce the closest unions. Marriage is the source from whence originates, as from a radiant point, the most beautiful glories of life, and also the deepest cares. Talk as we will of marriage, it is a real affair. It abounds in homely details. The joys of the wedding morn are quickly followed by the anxious cares of daily life. But if entered understandingly, and lived as becomes thoughtful, considerate human beings, each of whom tries to bear with the other's infirmities, and to consider the other's happiness as paramount with their own, it then becomes a delightful scene of domestic happiness, to which all true men and women look forward as the condition of life most consonant to their true happiness. End of section 66.
Section 67 of The Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams, Allen, and S.C. Ferguson. Section 67. Single Life. In the minds of nearly all properly constituted individuals, there exists the hope and expectation of marriage. This is in accordance with the law of God as written in our physical being, and the young man who marries not, save in a few exceptional cases, arising out of ill health, deformity, or eccentricity of character, fails in one of the most palpable duties of life. He deprives himself of life's most refined and exalted pleasures, of some of its strongest incentives to virtue and activity, sets an example unworthy of imitation, and fails to do much good that he might do in society. Moreover, he leaves one who might have made him a happy and useful companion to pine in maidenhood of heart through all the weary days of life. A single life is not without its advantages, while a married one that fails of accomplishing its true end is the acme of earthly wretchedness. It is eminently proper to prepare for marriage, since this is designed by the Almighty Author to promote the health, happiness, purity, and real greatness of our species. But it is an error to fancy that you cannot be truly happy in a single state, or hastily to assume the responsibilities of married life without due consideration. There is many a wife who, having married hastily and with a lack of due caution, has buried her hopes even of happiness deep in a grave of despair. And many a man who married without due thought and consideration can date from that hour the death of his ambitious purposes, and in the disappointments of married life lose sight of the glorious hopes which inspired him while single. If the greatest happiness, and perhaps the only real and genuine kind, is to be found in the blessings of chaste and devoted love, yet matrimony, it must be acknowledged, is chargeable with numberless solicitudes and responsibilities, and if it often causes the heart to exult in joy, it as frequently makes it throb with pain. If it does not fall to your lot to participate in the delights and pleasures of a happy and reciprocal union of hearts, if destiny has restricted your sympathies and thwarted your desires, and consigned you, perhaps unwillingly, to solitude and celibacy, if you are only a neutral spectator of those scenes wherein great artifice and deception, unfairness and insecurity are too often practiced, and often hearts are won, but happiness is lost, you may console yourself that there are many positive advantages in being alone. The command of time and freedom from many cares should open the way to new and beneficial sources of pastime and usefulness sufficient to reconcile you to your condition, and to make it as enviable as that of those who have more encumbrances but less ease, and who sometimes act as if the world was made for matrimony and nothing else. From the actions and conversations of some people, you would suppose that marriage was the chief end of life, which view is altogether degrading and debasing in its tendency. For while admitting that it is, indeed, that state of life most becoming the dignity and happiness of man, yet it is not true that single life does not present fields of usefulness and honor, and that, above all things, it is true wisdom to remain single to the end of your days, unless you are satisfied that it is advisable to unite your destiny with that of another. Marriage has a great refining and moralizing tendency. When a man marries early and uses prudence in choosing a suitable companion, he is likely to lead a virtuous, happy life. But in an unmarried state, all alluring vices have a tendency to draw him away. Marriage renders a man more virtuous and more wise. An unmarried man is but half of a perfect being, and it requires the other half to make things right. And it cannot be expected that in this imperfect state he can keep straight in the path of rectitude, any more than a boat with one oar can keep a straight course. Marriage changes the current of a man's feelings, and gives him a center for his thoughts, his affections, and his acts. There are exceptions to every rule, but the chances are that the young man who marries will make a stronger and better fight all through life than he who remains single. The reason for this is not difficult to find. A man will not put forth all his energies who has not something outside of himself to draw on and to incite him to put forth his best exertions. He also feels the lack of a home, which tends to round out life. He may indeed have a place to eat, a place to sleep, and, for that matter, all the luxury that money can buy. But we have long since learned that money will not buy everything. It is utterly beyond its power to purchase a home and the treasures of love. This the unmarried man cannot obtain. He may be courted for his money, he may eat, drink, and revel, and he may sicken and die in a hotel or a garret with plenty of attendants around him. But alas, what are attendants, waiting like so many cormorants for their prey, as compared with those whose hearts are knit to him by the strong ties of family relationship? If marriage increases the cares, it also heightens the pleasures of life. If it, in some instances, dampens the enthusiasm and seems a hindrance to success, in countless instances, it has proved to be the incentive which has called forth the best part of man's nature, roused him from selfish apathy, and inspired in him those generous principles and high resolves which have caused all his after life to be replete with kindly acts and himself to develop into a character known, loved, and honored by all within the sphere of his influence. Jeremy Taylor, in contrasting single life with married life, says in his quaint style, "Marriage is a school, an exercise of virtue, and though marriage hath cares, yet single life hath desires which are more troublesome and more dangerous, and often end in sin, while the cares are but exercises of piety, and therefore if single life hath more privacy of devotion, yet marriage hath more variety of it, and is an exercise of more grace. Marriage is the proper scene of piety and patience, and the duty of parents, and the charity of relations. Here kindness is spread abroad, and love is united and made firm as a center. Marriage is the nursery of heaven. The Virgin sends prayers to God, but she carries but one soul to him. But the state of marriage fills up the number of the elect, and hath in it the labor of love and the delicacies of friendship, the blessings of society, and the union of hearts and hands. It hath in it more safety than single life hath. It hath more care. It hath more merry and more sad. It is fuller of joys and sorrows. It lies under more burdens, but it is supported by all the strength of love and charity, which makes those burdens delightful. Marriage is the mother of the world, and preserves kingdoms, and fills cities and churches, and heaven itself, and is that state of good things to which God hath designed the present constitution of the world." Though a great deal can be urged against marriage at too early an age, or against hasty and injudicious marriages, still there arrives a time in the life of every individual when it would be a great deal wiser for him to marry than to remain single. And we suppose that the number of bachelors who remain single all their life is exceedingly small. Comparatively few of them die unmarried. When least expected, they contract matrimonial alliances, thereby oftentimes disappointing numerous protégés who have been confidently expecting that they would come in for the property. And the chances are against such marriages being happy, for it is more of convenience, both on his part and that of his wife. She probably takes him because he is wealthy and can provide her with a first-rate establishment. He probably marries her because he is insufferably lonely and wishes to have a home of his own, where, if he cannot do everything as he likes, he is certain of a real welcome. Though many of the most pathetic sorrows of life are caused by the endearing relations existing, by marriage, between the suffering one and another, yet deep in the heart of many who walk through life alone, unattended by the sympathy of a loving companion, lies deeply buried from the human eyes some of the deepest and most soul-pervading griefs that humanity knows of. Perhaps that old man, now so cross and fretful, whom we call Old Bachelor, even now has a mistiness come in his eye and a pathetic tremor in his tongue, as he looks at a faded picture, to him too sacred for the curious gaze of others, a picture whose limning has faded as the real one faded long ago under the coffin lid. And there are, no doubt, many whom we call selfish, proud, cold-hearted men, who were once as warm-hearted and generous as any could wish, who once poured out all the wealth of their affections on one unworthy of them, the discovery of which changed their whole nature. There are women whom the world calls single, who are as truly wedded to a tear-stained package as if it really were the being it represents to them, who live in the old sweet time those missives once belonged to, and who keep their hearts apart from the dull reality that makes up the present world. Years may have passed, and nothing remains the same except the dear dream that never knew reality, yet, held in their love life by their fragile paper bonds, they still dwell in that fair, unsubstantial springtime, while autumn fades and winter, cold and dreary, reigns in all the outer world. End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Langston. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 68, Married Life. The marriage institution is the bond of social order, and if treated with due respect, care, and consideration, greatly enhances individual happiness and consequently general good. The Spartan law punished those who did not marry, those who married too late, and those who married improperly. Though positive law has long since ceased to exercise any discretion as to whether a person marries or remains single, yet as the foundation of marriage is fixed in the law of God, written in our physical being, it follows that it is none the less true now than in the morning of time that it is not good for man to be alone. For ages, history has shown that the permanent union of one man with one woman establishes a relation of affection and interest which can in no other way be made to exist between two human beings. Hence marriage, both from a theoretical and a practical point of view, becomes to him an aid in the stern conflicts of life. Many a man has risen from obscurity to fame, who in the days of his triumphant victory has freely and gracefully acknowledged that to the sympathy and encouragement of his wife during the long and weary years of toil he owed very much of his achieved success. The good wife! How much of this world's happiness and prosperity is contained in the compass of these two short words. Her influence is immense. The power of a wife for good or for evil is altogether irresistible. Home must be the seat of happiness, or it must be forever unknown. A good wife is to a man wisdom and courage, strength and endurance. A bad one is confusion and weakness, discomfiture and despair. No condition in life is hopeless when the wife possesses firmness, decision, energy, and economy. There is no outward prosperity which can counteract indolence, folly, and extravagance at home. No spirit can long resist bad domestic influences. Man is strong, but his strength is not adamant. He delights in enterprise and action, but to sustain him he needs a tranquil mind and a whole heart. He expends his moral force in the conflicts of the world. In the true wife, the husband finds not affection only, but companionship, a companionship with which no other can compare. The family relationship gives retirement with solitude, and society without the rough intrusion of the world. It plants in the husband's dwelling a friend who can bear his silence without weariness, who can listen to the details that affect his interests or sympathy, who can appreciate his repetition of events only important as they are embalmed in the heart. Common friends are linked to us by a slender thread. We must reclaim them by ministering to their interests or their enjoyments. What a luxury it is for a man to feel that in his home there is a true and devoted being, in whose presence he may throw off restraint without danger to his dignity, he may confide without fear of treachery, and be poor or unfortunate without fear of being abandoned. If in the outer world he grows weary of human selfishness, his heart can safely trust in one whose indulgence overlooks his defects. The treasure of a wife's affection, like the grace of God, is given, not bought. Gold is power. It can sweep down forests, raise cities, build roads, and deck houses, but wealth cannot purchase love and the affections of a wife. If any husband has failed to estimate the affections of a true wife, he will be likely to mark their value in his loss when the heart that loved him is stilled by death. Is man the child of sorrow, and do afflictions and distresses pour their bitternesses into his cup? How are his trials alleviated, his sighs suppressed, his corroding thoughts dissipated, his anxieties and fears relieved, his gloom and depression chased away by her cheerfulness and love? Is he overwhelmed by disappointments and mortified by reproaches? There is one who can hide his faults from her eyes and can love without upbraiding. A judicious wife is constantly exerting an influence for good over her husband. She is, so to speak, the wielder of the moral pruning knife, and is constantly snipping off from her husband's moral nature little twigs that are growing in the wrong direction. Intellectual beings of different sexes were surely intended by their Creator to go through the world thus together, united not only in hand and heart, but in principles, in intellect, in views, and in dispositions, each pursuing one common and noble end, their own improvement and the happiness of those around them by the different means appropriate to their situation, mutually correcting, sustaining, and strengthening each other, undegraded by all practices of tyranny on the one hand and deceit on the other, each finding a candid but severe judge in the understanding and a warm and partial advocate in the heart of their companion. A great deal has been said in a cynical way about the immense number of unhappy marriages. There is so much said on this subject that it is easy to forget that for every instance of complaint there are thousands of beneficent and prosperous unions of which the world never hears. It is natural that the evil attracts the most attention. Men and women whose married life is full of good and helpfulness do not often feel an impulse to defend the system under which they live. Sometimes we hear both sexes repine at their change, relate the happiness of their earlier years, blame the folly and rashness of their own choice, and warn others against the infatuation. But it is to be remembered that the days which they so much wish to call back are the days not only of celibacy, but of youth, the days of novelty and of improvement, of ardor and of hope, of health and vigor of body, of gaiety and lightness of heart. It is not easy to surround life with any circumstances in which youth will not be delightful, and we are afraid that whether married or single, we shall find the vesture of terrestrial existence more heavy and cumbersome the longer it is worn. It is human to see only the good side of anything that is past and gone. Life is so full of disappointments that whenever in mature years we recall past days, our present state, being present reality, always suffers by comparison with the past. It would be well to calmly reflect on what happiness in married life depends. There is a great deal of mischief wrought in the world by the common understanding of the phrase mismated. Many apparently act as if all the ills of married life could be explained by a convenient use of that word. It is arrogant folly to suppose that so much misery and wrong, so much selfishness and cruelty, so much that is low, animal, and unlovely in the lives of men and women results from their being mismated. They have, in the majority of cases, mistaken the cause of their trouble. These men and women are undeveloped, exacting, selfish, proud. They have undisciplined tempers, and they are accustomed to think of happiness for themselves as the chief end of marriage. No magic of mating would make the lives of such people very high or perfect. Nowhere does it prove so powerfully true as in married life that your happiness is found in consulting the happiness of another. We are too prone to trust to specific treatment for particular evils. The real problem of happiness in married life is not difficult of solution if only sought with a spirit of willingness to learn the truths. There are no short roads to happiness. The men and women who marry must somehow acquire thoughtfulness, self-control, consideration for others, patience, and the other qualities without which life is unendurable in any relations we know of. All candid persons will so readily admit this, that marriage speedily becomes a school for the exercise of virtue and is the source and nurse of many of the best qualities in the life of man or woman. It is indeed wonderful that marriage does so much for them and has such power to lift up their lives to light and beauty. The man who remains single to the end of his days cannot well help growing cynical, cold, and selfish. By nature he may be as warm-hearted, as full of generous impulses as any, but he has only himself to care for. He has never felt the necessity of striving to make happy the life of another. He has never known what it is to have a woman's heart, full of womanly tenderness and strength, affection, sympathy, and encouragement, looking to him for love and happiness, for protection and comfort, has never learned the lesson of patience as it is learned in bearing with the faults of a loved one. He has never known what it is to have a little child turn to him as the source of consolation for its childish troubles and sorrows. It cannot but follow that lacking all the bittersweet experience of married life, he shall in that degree fail of being a complete man. True, there are natures that, whether married or single, would only develop into the cold, hard-hearted disposition, but that does not at all detract from the fact that marriage does thus tend to make life more replete with kindness and manly attributes than celibacy. Every man feels the need of a home, and there is no more sorrowful sight than to see a man bent with the weight of years, who is homeless and has no friends united to him by family ties. There cannot be a home without the institution of marriage. Think for a moment how much of the joy and sorrow of life is connected with the word home. What visions of hopes, what days of joy, what seasons of sorrow does it not recall? All the lights and shades of life originate from thence. How, then, can a man or woman lacking the experience of home and married life possess the strength of character, the full and complete development, expected from those who have taken upon themselves the joys and sorrows, the cross and crown of matrimony. End of section 68. Recording by Laura Langston.
Section 69 of The Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 69. Duties of Married Life. Happiness in life is of such momentous importance that it becomes all to study well the conditions of happiness, and to none does this truth apply itself with greater force than to those who have taken upon themselves the duties of matrimony. It is vain and useless now to ponder the wisdom and propriety of the choice. The step has been taken, and it only remains now to take up the duties thus voluntarily assumed, and, in the due performance of the same, to do what is in their power to gather the happiness with which God, in His goodness, has vested the marriage relation. Husbands and wives should learn to live happily together, for the lesson can be learned. By living happily together, we do not understand a calm, passive existence, unbroken by a single dissenting word or look, because persons are incapacitated for happiness who can adapt themselves to such an impotent existence. Occasional differences of opinion indicate mutual vitality, and, when backed by common sense and self-control, are no drawbacks to a peaceful life. But in all vital points of mutual interest, husband and wife should agree perfectly, understanding that their interests are mutual, and that in every sense of the word they are one. Life is real, and our everyday wants and desires remain the same after as before marriage. All the infirmities of our nature must still be fought against. The marriage ceremony does not do away with the necessity of self-control. The passions still have to be subdued, and a careful watch maintained against hasty words and actions. Many, in failing to recognize these truths, are laying the foundation for future unhappiness. It is so easy to imagine that the loved one is all perfection, and when the soul is filled with the sweet influence of love, it is so easy to think that this is sufficient for all the ills of life, that now these two harps of 1,000 strings will henceforth always be attuned to each other, and thus, ignoring the fact that human nature is extremely frail, forget to strengthen it by the exercise of reflection and judgment, fail to summon to their aid consideration and a disposition to bear and forbear, suddenly awaken to the fact that life has ever its trials, and that, for the busiest day, some duty waits. They then learn that happiness comes only as the result of persistent following in the paths of duty, that no ceremony or rite can change their nature, that the plain rules of courtesy and kindness, consideration and respect are as necessary now as in the springtime of love. Love on both sides, and all things equal in outward circumstances, are not all the requisites of domestic felicity. Young people seldom court in their everyday dress, but they must put it on after marriage. As in other bargains, but few expose defects. They are apt to marry faultless. Love is blind, but faults are there and will come out. The fastidious attentions of wooing are like spring flowers. They make pretty nosegays, but poor greens. The beautiful romance with which so many have invested the morning time of wedded life is apt to wear off under the burden and heat of its noon. That this should not be so, all will admit. That wedded love, like the river running to the ocean, should grow in magnitude as it rolls through life should, no doubt, be the result of all well-lived matrimonial lives. But, from the constitution and nature of man, such, unfortunately, is not always the case. The honeymoon at times gets an unexpected dash of vinegar, and at last it disappears altogether in the prosaic duties of home life. This is the trying hour of married life. Between the parties there can be no more illusions. The deceptions of courtship are no longer of avail. Right here is the chance to make or mar the happiness of life. Why not look the matter plainly in the face? Why not recognize the fact that life is not romance? It is a real thing, and altogether too precious to be thrown away in secret regrets or open indifference. It is your duty now to begin the duty or adaptation. If you have neglected to study the conditions of happiness heretofore, begin at once to do so. If you have been derelict in duty, resolve to do your share now. If you find you do not love each other as you thought you did, double your attentions to each other, and be zealous of anything which tends in the slightest way to separate you. Acknowledge your faults to one another, and determine that henceforth you will be all in all to each other. There is no other way for you to do it. It is not too late for you to look for happiness. You are yet young. It is folly to expect naught but disappointment the rest of your life. The fault is in human nature, and, like most faults, has a remedy. It is well to study for the remedy, for the man or woman who has settled down on the conviction that he or she is attached for life to an uncongenial mate, and that there is no way of escape, has lost life, and there is no effort too costly to make which can restore the missing pearl to its setting upon the bosom. No doubt much of the happiness of married life would be saved if only the sober views of life and duty were more carefully considered before marriage. If only every couple would consider that over against every joy stands a duty, and that tears and smiles alternate with each other through life, they would save themselves much disappointments. It is not too late, however, to begin, and so, if this truth be not recognized before marriage, do not delay an instant when once stern facts have withdrawn the pleasing illusions with which an untaught fancy invests matrimony, and life, with its duties as well as its pleasures, appears to your view. It has always seemed to us that much of the danger of home life springs from its familiarity, that in the intimate relations of husband and wife the parties are too apt to forget the claims of courtesy which are constantly pressing upon them. While there should be no strictness of formal etiquette between the parties, it is none the less true that, since life is made up of forms and ceremonies, and much of the pleasure of life depend on the due observance of the same, that a spirit of courtesy should constantly exist between husband and wife. Before marriage, each would be cautious of a breach of manners, and would strive to demean themselves as become ladies and gentlemen. Are not the claims of courtesy just as pressing now as ever? Has the marriage ceremony given you any right to be less than polite? And, in a still higher sense, when you reflect that true courtesy is ever accompanied by the spirit of kindness and dignity of carriage, the more pressing are its claims. It is difficult to conceive of any station in life where the exercise of patience is not imperatively demanded. All life is effectually teaching and emphasizing this lesson of patience, but marriage affords a field where too great an importance cannot be attached to it. Its claims are fresh every morning and new every evening, and it were difficult to conceive of anything which had more to do with home happiness than bearing patiently the innumerable vexations which are constantly thrown in your path. Every couple paired flatter themselves that their experience will be better and more excellent than that of many who have gone before them. They look with amazement at the coldness, complainings, and dissatisfaction which spoil the comfort of so many homes, as at things which cannot by any possibility fall to their happier lot. But like causes produce like effects, and to avoid the misfortune of others we must avoid their mistakes. The acquaintance of courtship is a very one-sided affair, both parties seeing through the peculiar atmosphere which magnifies virtue, changes defects into beauties, and makes the discovery of faults impossible. The discovery will certainly come, and those who had thought each other next to perfection will soon discover that some few imperfections and the common weaknesses of humanity remain. Disappointment is felt where there is no just reason for it. They had thought they were perfectly adapted to each other, and that mutual concessions would involve no self-denial, and that whatever either desired the other would instantly yield. But experience teaches that the work of mutual adaptation is precisely what they have to learn, to understand each other's peculiarities and tastes, weaknesses and excellencies, and by self-discipline and kindness of construction on both sides to receive and impart a modifying influence, bringing them near to each other all the time, until, through this interchangeable moral and spiritual culture, the hopes of happiness are fully realized. But this happy result, which is unquestionably the highest earth affords, depends in a great degree upon the manner in which the first few years of married life are spent, and the success with which its first unavoidable trials are met and overcome. Some allow themselves to lose sight of the great truth that happiness is surest found in consulting the happiness of others. The husband should have as his great object and rule of conduct the happiness of his wife. Of that happiness the confidence in his affection is the chief element, and the proofs of this affection on his part, therefore, constitute his chief duty. An affection that shows itself not in caresses alone, as if those were the only demonstration of love, but of that respect which distinguishes love as a principle, from that brief passion which assumes, and only assumes, the name, a respect which consults the judgment as well as the wishes of the object beloved, which considers her who is worthy of being taken to heart as worthy of being admitted to all the counsels of the head. Do not forget that your happiness both here and hereafter depends upon each other's influence. An unkind word or look, or an unintentional neglect sometimes lead to thoughts which ripen into the ruin of body and soul. A spirit of forbearance, patience, and kindness, and a determination to keep the chain of love bright, are likely to develop corresponding qualities and to make the rough places of life smooth and pleasant. Have you seriously reflected that it is in the power of either of you to make the utterly miserable? And when the storms and trials of life come, for come they will, how much either of you can do to calm, to elevate, to purify the troubled soul of the other, and change clouds for sunshine? It is emphatically the duty of all who have entered into marriage to strive to forget self, and in furthering the happiness of the other to advance their own, ever remembering that, even though attended with the fairest of outward prospects, infirmity is inseparably bound up with your very nature, and that in bearing one another's burdens you are fulfilling one of the highest duties of the union. Love in marriage cannot subsist unless it be mutual. And where love cannot be, there can be left of wedlock nothing but the empty husk of an outside matrimony, as undelightful and as unpleasing to God as any other kind of hypocrisy. End of section 69. Section 70 of The Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 70. Trials of Married Life. We celebrate the wedding and make merry over the honeymoon. The poet paints the beauties and blushes of the blooming bride, and the bark of matrimony, with its freight of untested love, is launched on the sea of experiment, amid kind wishes and rejoicing. But on that precious sea are many storms, and even the calm has its perils, and only when the bark has weathered these, and landed its cargo in the haven of domestic peace, can we pronounce the voyage prosperous, and congratulate on their merited and enviable reward. As long as human nature is what it is, we must expect that life of any kind will abound in trials. To conceive of a life utterly devoid of these is to conceive of a vegetative kind of existence. Trials, then, are to be expected, and they must be overcome. This is none the less true of married life. Marriages may be celebrated in bowers as fair as those of Eden, but they must be proved and put to the test in the workshops of the world. And as each state of existence has its peculiar trials and cares, we need not be disappointed when experience teaches that, though marriage hath indeed great joys, it also has its trials and vexations. In prosaic, everyday life, romantic minds are speedily sobered down, and the gloss of pretension is soon worn off. Hands that have heretofore seen no harder work than to entice strains of music from ivory keys, perhaps find themselves engaged in the less poetical, but equally as praiseworthy, occupation of mixing bread, or in the performance of other plain household duties which require to be dispatched, not by angels, but by women. And the possessor of faultless clothes and silken mustache finds himself weighed down with altogether different burdens than those of holding fans and carrying parasols, and he is called upon to solve other questions than those relating to social etiquette. Courtship is to many a dreamy resting place betwixt the joys of youth and the cares of maturity. Under the light of hope, married life is nearly always a land of rainbows to the youth. But as to produce the rainbow it requires the falling of rain as well as the shining sun. So, when the nature of these prospective joys is carefully investigated, it will not surprise one to find that trials and duties are interposed between their present standpoint and the pure happiness of domestic life. To many a young couple, when life's realities come also the discovery of traits of character in each other which perfectly astonish them. Every day reveals something new and something unpleasant. The courtship character slowly fades away, and, with sorrow be it said, too often the courtship love as well. Now comes the disappointment, sorrow, regret. They find that their characters are entirely dissimilar. They also awake to the fact that married life is full of cares, vexations, and disappointments. This indeed should have been expected, but it is human to see naught but joys in the future, especially from the standpoint of youth. This discovery often shipwrecks the happiness of the unfortunate couple. We have all seen the trees die in summertime, but the tree, with its whispering leaves and swaying limbs, its greenness, its umbrage, where the shadows lie hidden all the day, does not die all at once. First a dimness creeps over its brightness. Next a leaf sickens here and there and fades. Next a whole bough feels the palsying touch of coming death. And finally the feeble signs of sickly life, visible here and there, all disappear, and the dead trunk holds out its stripped, stark limbs, a melancholy ruin. Just so does the wedded love sometimes die. Wedded love, blessed with the prayers of friends, hallowed by the sanction of God, rosy with present joys, and radiant with future hopes. It dies not all at once. A hasty word casts a shadow upon it, and the shadow deepens with the sharp reply. A little thoughtlessness misconstrued, a little unintentional negligence deemed real, a little word misinterpreted. Through such small channels do dissension and sorrow enter the family circle. Love becomes reticent, confidence is chilled, and noiselessly but surely the work of separation goes on, until the two are left as isolated as the pyramids, nothing remaining of the union but the legal form, the dead trunk of the tree, whose branches once waved in the sunlight. Is it not a melancholy reflection on human nature that petty trials and difficulties, from which no life is free, should have wrought such a startling effect? The great secret is to learn to bear with each other's failings, not to be blind to them. That were either an impossibility or a folly. We must see and feel them. If we do neither, they are not evils to us, and there is obviously no need of forbearance. We are to throw the mantle of charity around them, concealing them from the curious gaze of others, to determine not to let them chill the affections. Surely it is not the perfections, but the imperfections of human character that make the strongest claims on our love. All the world must approve, and even enemies must admire, the good and estimable in human nature. If a husband and wife estimate only that in each other all must be constrained to value, what do they more than others? It is the infirmities of character, imperfections of nature, that call for pitying sympathy, the tender compassion that makes each the comforter, the monitor of the other. Forbearance helps each to attain command over themselves. This forbearance is not a weak and wicked indulgence of each other's faults, but such a calm, tender observation of them as excludes all harshness and anger, and takes the best and fullest method of pointing them out in the full confidence of affection. It should be remembered that trials and sufferings are the real test of merit in all life, as they bring out the real character. In married life, husband and wife are often adapted to each other through trials, and the closest union is often wrought by suffering, even as iron is welded by heat. As much of happiness of real life is artificial, so many things in wedded life that to third persons must seem as trials are, after all, only the sweetness of domestic life. How many couples, now in mature life and surrounded by luxury and all the comforts of wealth, look back to the days of early privation as amongst the happiest days of their life. Succeeding years have brought them wealth, but it took with them their domestic happiness. Marriage is too frequently the end instead of the beginning of love. The dreams of courtship vanish too often into thin air soon after the wedding ring is put on. The realization of that perfect and unalloyed happiness that each partner anticipated is seldom found in the holy bonds of matrimony. Cool and distant, with a feeling that the sweet courtesies of wooing time are now out of place, they treat each other with the indifference that ends in mutual aversion and contempt. This is altogether wrong. As reasoning men and women, they have entered the relation. It is vain to suppose it is one of unmixed delights. It has its trials. You must expect to meet them. The conditions of happiness there are much the same as elsewhere. Therefore, the only sure way of finding it is to forget self in the furtherance of the happiness of others. The trials of wedded life are seen to be but the approaches to its joys once the spirit of kindly forbearance is spread abroad in the heart. It must seem, to all who seriously meditate on this subject, that many of the trials of married life arise from mistaken notions of economy and the right use of money. Every wife knows her husband's income, or ought to know it. That knowledge should be the guide of her conduct. A clear understanding respecting the domestic expenses is necessary to the peace of every dwelling. If it be little, better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. If it be ample, let it be enjoyed with all thankfulness. Partners in privation are more to each other than partners in wealth. Those who have suffered together love more than those who have rejoiced together. Where a wife, seeing her duty, has made up her mind to this, she will brighten her little home with smiles that will make it a region of perpetual sunshine. We account these two things essential to the happiness of married life: to have a home of your own, and to live distinctly and honestly within your means. A great proportion of the failures in wedlock may be traced directly to the neglect of the latter rule. No man can feel happy or enjoy the sweets of domestic life who is spending more than he earns. No sensible person will account it a hardship to begin on a moderate scale, and those who do thus begin, and afterwards attain to the possession of wealth, always look back to the days of small things with peculiar satisfaction, as the golden days of their hearts, if not of their purses. True affection delights in the opportunities of self-denial, and in the little acts of personal service, for which there is scarcely any place in the house of the rich. At the shrine of domestic ambition, much of the comfort and happiness of home life is immolated, and, for the sake of appearance, happiness and content are exchanged for wearying cares. To regulate our expenses by other people's income is the height of folly, and to contract debts for a style of living which is of our neighbor's choosing rather than our own is nearly akin to insanity. There is no happiness, social, domestic, or individual, without independence, and no dependence is so bitter as that of debt. And when you reflect how needless this is, you can readily see that in this instance, as in many others, the trials are of our own choosing, and might be avoided by consideration and care. End of section 70.
Section number 71 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 71. Husband and Wife. The true marriage is the result of years of mutual endeavor to please, and comes of patient efforts to learn each other's disposition and taste. This can be done by all who cherish right views of the duties and pleasures of the marriage relation. You have but one life to live, and no amount of money or influence or fame can pay you for a life of unhappiness. You cannot afford to quarrel with one another. You cannot afford to cherish a single thought, to harbor a single desire, to gratify a single passion, nor indulge a single selfish feeling that will tend to make this union anything but a source of happiness to you. So it becomes you at starting to have a perfect understanding with one another. It becomes you to resolve that you will be happy together at any rate, or that if you suffer, it shall be from the same cause and in perfect sympathy. You are not to let any human being step between you under any circumstances. Human character, by a wise provision of Providence, is infinitely varied, and there are not two individuals in existence so entirely alike in their tastes, habits of thought, and natural aptitude that they can keep step with one another over all the rough places in the journey of life. There must be a leaning to one another. The compromise cannot be all on one side. You can be happy together if you will, but the agreement to be happy must be mutual. Draw your souls together and closer together from year to year. Get all obstacles out of the way. Just as soon as one arises, attend to it, and get rid of it. At last they will all disappear. You will have become wonted to one another's habits and frames of mind and peculiarities of disposition, and love, respect, and charity will take care of the rest. If you observe faults in your companion, keep them to yourself. What right have you, who should be the very one to kindly conceal faults, to inform others of their presence? Neither father nor mother, neither brother nor sister, have any right to be informed of the secrets of your domestic life. A husband and wife have no business to tell one another's faults to anybody but themselves. They cannot do it without shame. Their grievances are to be settled in private between themselves, and in all public places and among friends they are to preserve towards one another that nice consideration and entire respectfulness which their relations enjoin. With a true wife, the husband's faults should be secret. A wife forgets when she condescends to that refuge of weakness, a female confidant. A wife's bosom should be the tomb of her husband's failings, and his character far more valuable in her estimation than life. Happiness between husband and wife can only be secured by that constant tenderness and care of the parties for each other which are based upon warm and demonstrative love. The heart demands that the man shall not sit silent, reticent, and self-absorbed in the midst of his family. The wife who forgets to provide for her husband's tastes and wishes renders her home undesirable for him. In a word, every present and every demonstrative gentleness must reign, or else the heart starves. There is propriety in all things, and though public displays of affection, familiarity of touch, and half-concealed caresses are always distasteful to men and women of sense, yet love is of such a nature that you must give it expression or it languishes. There are husbands so cold and formal that they have no kiss or caress for the wives whom they really love. There are wives to whom a single demonstration that shall tell to their hearts how inexpressibly pleasant their faces and their society are, and how fondly they are loved, would be better than untold gold. The affection that should link together man and wife is a far holier and more endearing passion than the enthusiasm of young love. It may want its gorgeousness or its imaginative character, but it is far richer in its attributes. It should not call for such daily proofs of existence as is demanded of the lover, but it is human to wish for the freshness of morning to continue far into the day and evening. True, it is vain to expect this, but humanity continually wishes for what cannot be, and, though the glow and sparkle of the morning of love will fade away, yet it should be as fades the bewitching charm of morning into the quiet splendor of the summer day. And though recognizing that exhibitions of tenderness so appropriate for the morning of life are out of place in its noon, yet as long as it is human to love, so long are exhibitions of it, quiet though they may be, gratifying to the one beloved. We exhort you who are a husband to love your wife, even as you love yourself. Continue through life the same manly tenderness that in youth gained her affections. Reflect that though your bodily charms may not now be so great as then, Yet that habit and 1,000 acts of kindness have strengthened your mutual friendship. Devote yourself to her, and after the hours of business, let the pleasures which you most highly prize be found in her society. The true wife wishes to feel sure that she is precious to her husband, not useful, not valuable, not convenient simply, but that she is dear to him. Let her be the recipient of his polite and hearty attentions. Let her notice that her cares and loves are noticed, appreciated, and returned, her opinions asked, her approval sought, and her judgment respected. In short, let her only be loved, honored, and cherished in fulfillment of the marriage vow, and she will be to her husband a wellspring of pleasure. We exhort you who are wife to be gentle and considerate to your husband. Let the influence which you possess over him arise from the mildness of your manner and the discretion of your conduct. Whilst you are careful to adorn your person with new and clean apparel, for no woman can long preserve affections if she is negligent on this point, be still more attentive in ornamenting your mind with meekness and peace, with cheerfulness and good humor. Lighten the cares and chase away the vexations to which he is inevitably exposed in his commerce with the world by rendering, as far as in your power, his home pleasant. Keep at home. Let your employment and pleasures be domestic. What a man desires in a wife is her companionship, sympathy, and love. The way of life has many dreary places in it. A man needs a companion to go with him. A man is sometimes overtaken by misfortune. He meets with failure and defeat. Trials and temptation beset him, and he needs one to stand by and sympathize. All through life, through storms and through sunshine, conflicts and victory, man needs a woman's love. Let him think upon his duty in return for this love. You who have taken a wife from a happy home of kindred hearts and kind companionship, have you done what you could to make amends for the loss of those friends and companions? Remember what your wife was when you took her, not from compulsion, but from your own choice, a choice based on what you then considered her superiority to all others. She was young, perhaps the idol of her happy home. She was as gay and blithe as a lark, and the brothers and sisters at her father's cherished her as an object of endearment. Yet she left all to join her destiny with yours, to make your home happy, and to do all that woman's ingenuity could do to meet your wishes, and to lighten the burdens which might press upon you. Consult the tastes and disposition of your husband, and endeavor to give him high and noble thoughts, lofty aims, and temporal comforts. Let the husband see that you really have a strong desire to make him happy, and to retain the warmest place in his respect, his admiration, and his affection. Enter into all his plans with interest. Sweeten all his troubles with your sympathy. Make him feel that there is one ear always open to the revelation of his experiences, that there is one heart that never misconstrues him, that there is one refuge for him in all circumstances, and that in all weariness of body and soul there is one warm pillow for his head, beneath which a heart is beating with the same unvarying truth and affection, though all gladness and sadness, as the faithful chronometer suffers no perturbation of its rhythm, whether in storm or shine. End of section 71. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 72 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 72. Jealousy. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strongs, as proofs of holy writ. Shakespeare. There is no passion more base, nor one which seeks to hide itself more than jealousy. It is ashamed of itself when it appears. It carries its stain and disgrace on its forehead. We do not wish to acknowledge it ourselves. It is so ignominious, but hidden in the character we would be confused and disconcerted if it appeared, by which we are convinced of our bad minds and debased courage. It is difficult sometimes to distinguish between jealousy and envy, for they often run into one another, and are blended together. The most valid distinction seems to be that jealousy is always personal. The envious man desires some good which another possesses. The jealous man suspects another of seeking to deprive him of some good that he already possesses. Jealousy is, in many respects, preferable to envy, since it aims at the preservation of some good which we think belongs to us, whereas envy is a frenzy that cannot endure, even in idea, the good of others. Jealousy is such a headstrong passion that herein doth consist its danger. All the other passions condescend at times to accept the inexorable logic of facts, but jealousy looks facts straight in the face, ignores them utterly, and says she knows a great deal better than they can tell her. Jealousy violates contracts, dissolves society, breaks wedlock, betrays friends and neighbors, thinks nobody is good, and that every one is either doing or designing them an injury. Its rise is in guilt or ill nature, as he that is overrun with the jaundice takes others to be yellow. If jealousy were not a hardened offender, he must have disappeared, ere this by the abuse which poets and moralists have alike delighted to heap upon him. Yet he still lives and flourishes, exerts his influence and displays his power, as though he were a favored friend or welcome guest. Did jealousy always make its appearance in its ordinary form of detraction, it would be, comparatively speaking, harmless, but it is surprisingly how many different masks it can assume, and how it lurks and tries to conceal itself under some less mean and unlovable quality. Sometimes it appears in the character of injustice. Sometimes it takes the form of rudeness and want of courtesy, occasionally a bitter or sarcastic way of speaking. At other times it borrows the garb of a virtue, and shows itself under what might be mistaken for humility or sincerity, lying coiled up like a serpent under some flower, and darting forth its venomous sting, where and when you least expect to find it. No stronger proof is needed to show how contemptible a fault jealousy is than that no one is willing to acknowledge that they are jealous. It is jealousy that is the root and foundation of many offenses, but they are charged to other causes. Jealousy is singular in this. Every trifling circumstance is regarded as confirming and strengthening the previously aroused suspicions. It is a sore curse, more than certain and fatal blight to the heart on which it seizes, than it can be to those against whom its spite is hurled. Jealousy is as cruel as the grave, not the grave that opens its deep bosom to receive and shelter from further storms the worn and forlorn pilgrim, who rejoices exceedingly and is glad when he can find its repose, but cruel as the grave is when it yawns and swallows down from the lap of luxury, from the summit of fame, from the bosom of love, the desire of many eyes and hearts. Among the deadly things upon the earth, or the sea, or flying through malarial regions, few are more noxious than jealousy, and of all mad passions there is not one that has a vision more distorted, or a more unreasonable fury. To the jealous eye white looks black, yellow looks green, and the very sunshine turns deadly lurid. There is no innocence, no justice, no generosity that is not touched with suspicion save just the jealous person's own. Once lodged within the heart, for life it rules ascendant and alone. It sports in solitude, it pants for blood, and rivers will not sate its thirst. Minds strongest in worth and valor stoop to meanness and disgrace before it. The meanest soul, the weakest, it can give courage to beyond the daring of despair. No balm can assuage its sting. Death alone can heal its wound. When it has once possessed a man, he has no ear but for the tale that falls like molten lead upon his heart. In nothing is jealousy more commonly shown than when under the fear that some one will supplant us in the affections of another. Here it assumes its most malignant form. Here its greatest distress is wrought. The gamester, whose last piece is lost, the merchant, whose whole risk the sea has swallowed up, the child, whose air bubble has burst, may each create a bauble like the former. But he whose treasure was in woman's love, who trusted as man once trusts and was deceived, that hope once gone, there is no finding it again, no restoring it. Let not any too rigorously judge the conduct of a jealous woman or a jealous man. Remember that the maniac suffers. To be sure, the suffering is from selfishness. Often it is without the shadow of a cause. But still it is suffering, and it is intense. Pity it, bear with it. You may yourself fall into temptation. It is said that jealousy is love. This is not true, for through jealousy may be procured by love, as ashes set by fire, yet jealousy extinguishes love, as ashes smother the flame. Jealousy may exist without love, and this is common, for jealousy can feed on that which is bitter, no less than on that which is sweet, and is sustained by pride as often as by affection. The unfortunate habit of mind which makes one prone to jealousy cannot be too strenuously fought against. It were well to constantly Remember that jealousy injures and pains no one so much as the person feeling it. It is a self-consuming fire, a self-inflicted torment, an arrow that falls back and wounds only the archer. It becomes one to cultivate a spirit of magnanimity toward all, and to strive to allay, by every means in his power, a too suspicious nature. It has been well said that there are occasions on which a man would have to be ashamed of himself not to have been deceived. A man, to be genuine to himself, must believe and be believed, must trust and be trusted. Suspicion is no less an enemy to virtue than to happiness. He that is already corrupt is naturally suspicious, and he that becomes suspicious will quickly become corrupt. Suspicion is the child of guilt, the virtue of a coward. It is a vain and foolish pride, which would teach that everyone is conspiring against your happiness or has designs on your reputation and business. The fact is, probably no one is thinking of you, yet your jealous disposition magnifies every little circumstance, and thus you are continually making yourself unhappy, when no real cause exists. You are to strive against such an unfortunate disposition at all times, and it can be eradicated. It is not the liberally educated, those who have read much and thought more, who are thus suspicious and jealous in disposition, but it is the narrow-minded, the illiterate, and the vulgar. End of section 72. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 73 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 73. Regret. For of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, "It might have been." Whittier. There is not a word in the English tongue which signifies more than the word regret. It expresses every degree of pain in the gamut of sorrow, from the childish regret for a lost plaything, to the remorse which, when the sands of life are almost run, contemplates a wasted life. There are none who have not felt its potency, nor age escapes it, and such will ever be the case as long as it is human to err. But as pain and sickness are the sentinels which guard the life and health of the body, so it is regret which keeps conscience alive in man and sustains the moral faculties in the discharge of duty. Life is full of sorrowful scenes, so much that could not have been avoided. But how much added force there is to sorrow when we reflect that we are to blame, that we knew at the time that we were doing wrong, that we disregarded the warning voice of conscience, contemptuously rejected the proffered advice of others, and have nothing to extenuate the keen regret gathered with the harvest of sorrow sown by our own negligence. The profoundest sorrow is not brought upon us by the world, by its bitterness, its malice, its injustice, or its persecution. These indeed affect us, and make us wiser, more weak, or more brave. We can, if we choose, repel the world's wrongs. We can laugh at the injuries inflicted upon us, and hurl defiance upon them, or, if we cannot command this spirit, we may patiently endure what we do not resent. But the sorrows we bring upon ourselves by our own lack of discretion or heedless obstinacy, when regret adds its sting, then it is that we experience what real sorrow is. We can not then repel its attacks with indifference. Regret is the heart's sorrow for past offenses, the soul's prompting to better actions. Have you ever stood by the grave of one dear to you, and being compelled to remember how much happier you might have made that life which is now passed beyond your reach? Has the hasty or unkind word ever come back to you and repeated itself over and over, until you would gladly have given a year of your own life to have recalled it, and made it as if it never had been? Let us remember that those who are now living may soon be dead, and beware of adding to the things done that ought not to have been done, the things undone that ought to have been done. Many a heart has languished for the tenderness withheld in life, but poured out too late in remorse and unavailing regret. Let us be tender to our friends while they are with us, not wait till they are gone to find out their good qualities. Let us be kind and gentle now, and not wait for regret to tell us of duty undone. The way of life is so full of occasions that call forth real regret, that it would seem that there was little danger of manifesting regret where it was uncalled for and useless. Yet such spectacles are of daily occurrence. When one has done the best he can, he should let that fact console him, and not give way to causeless regret and a wish that he had done differently. Under the guiding light of the present, it is easy enough to discover the mistakes of the past, and it would be easy to make advantageous changes were we allowed to go back and commence anew in the journey of life. But alas, this is vain. What we should do is to learn by reason of regret from the lessons of the past, that we become fully fitted for the duties of the present. Regret, if deep and hopeless, becomes remorse, which settles down over the heart with a crushing weight, driving from thence all hope, unless, indeed, the angel of forgiveness brings consolation to the soul. There are many walking the earth whose lives are shadowed by some great sorrow, to which is added the pain of regret caused by their own heedless and inconsiderate actions. With one, it is the sorrow of reputation gone. Some act of folly swept away the fair name founded on years of honest living. With another, it is the shadow of a grave dark and deep, which covers the form of one whose death claimed, before he had redressed, something wrong done, careless perhaps, with no intention of lasting injury. Hasty and inconsiderate marriages cause much vain repining and regret. The happiness of life is gone. The hope of a home, endearing companionship, are fled, because hasty and inconsiderate action was taken where care and study was required. Of all regrets, the remorse that must accompany the closing moments of a misspent life must possess the sharpest sting. Life and its possibilities allowed to go to waste from a lack of consideration on our part. Oh, that the young would give heed to the warning voice of experience and thus escape the vain regrets of later years. To escape regret, it is necessary to form the habit of doing your whole duty and avoiding impulsive actions. Pause before you say a hasty or a cruel thing. Human life is so uncertain. Are you sure that you will have a chance to make it right before death will have claimed the object of your momentary anger? Tears and expressions of regret are of no avail when addressed to cold clay. Pause before doing a hasty or inconsiderate action. It may be of such a nature that you cannot undo its effects. It may embitter your whole after life. Reflection is your good angel. Give heed to her warning voice. How are you spending your life? Are you living as becomes a man and immortal being? Are you striving to make the most of life and its possibilities? If not, be warned in time, and turn from your ways. When life is nearly ended, you will think of the past, wonder at your actions, and sigh for the days of youth. They will not come to you again. Therefore, make the most of them now. Thus will you spare yourself many vain regrets, and your closing days will be days of peace. End of section 73. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 74 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Robinson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 74. Memory. Lulled in the countless chambers of the brain, our thoughts are linked by many a hidden chain. Awake but one, and lo, what myriads arise! Each stamps its image as the other flies. Pope. Someone has said that of all the gifts with which a beneficent providence has endowed man, the gift of memory is the noblest. Without it, life would be a blank, a dreary void, an inextricable chaos, an unlettered page cast upon the vast ocean of uncertainty. Memory is the cabinet of the imagination, the treasury of reason, the registry of conscience, and the council chamber of thought. It is the only paradise we are sure of always possessing. Even our first parents could not be driven out of it. The memory of good actions is the starlight of the soul. Memory tempers prosperity by recalling past distresses, mitigates adversity by bringing up the thoughts of past joys. It controls youth and delights old age. Memory is the golden cord binding all the natural gifts and excellences together. And though it is not wisdom in itself, still it is the primary and fundamental power without which there could be no other intellectual operations. Memory is often accused of treachery and inconsistency when, if inquired into, the fault will be found with the rest of ourselves. Although nature has wisely proportioned the strength and liberality of this gift to various intellects, yet all have it in their power to improve it by classing, by analyzing, and arranging the different subjects which successively occupy their minds. By these means, habits of thought and reflection are required, which will materially conduce to the invigorating of the understanding, the improvement of the mind, and the strengthening and correction of the mental powers. A quick and retentive memory both of words and things is an invaluable treasure, and may be had by anyone who will take the necessary pains. Educators sometimes, in their anxiety to secure a wide range of studies, fail to sufficiently impress on their scholars' minds the value of memory. This memory is one of the most valuable gifts God has bestowed on us, and one of the most mysterious. The more it is called upon to exercise its proper function, the more it is able to do, and there seems to be no limit to its power. It is not what one has learned, but what he remembers and applies that makes him wise. Still, memory should be used as the storehouse, not as a lumber room. The mind must be trained to think as well as remember, and to remember principles and outlines rather than words and sentences. It is an old saying that we forget nothing, as people in fever begin suddenly to talk the language of their infancy. We are stricken by memory sometimes, and old reflections rush back to us as vivid as in the time when they were our daily talk. We think of faces, and they return to us as plainly as when their presence gladdened our eyes and their accents thrilled in our ears. Many an affectation that apparently came to an end and dropped out of life one way or another was only lying dormant. A scent, a note of music, a voice long unheard, the stirring of the summer breeze may startle us with the sudden revival of long-forgotten feelings and thoughts. Memory can glean, but can never renew. It brings us joys faint as the perfume of the flowers, faded and dried of the summer that is gone. Who is there whose heart is dead to the memories of his childhood days? Old times steal upon us, quietly making us young again, even amid the din of business and the whirl of household cares. The careworn face relaxes its tension, and the saddened brow clears for a time as some well-remembered scene rushes through the mind, bringing back the childhood home and the loved faces which met around the daily board. We love to think of days that are past if they were days of happiness, and even experience a sad pleasure in recalling days of sadness. The man or woman who loves to look back upon the direction and counsel of a wise father and a faithful mother will seldom do an unworthy or unjust act. And we find the most degraded at times marveling as to what led them into sin, because the remembrance of a happy home is theirs, a home of purity, of a father's and mother's loving counsel and upright example. When sorrow and trial, care and temptation surround us, how often do we gain courage and renewed strength by thinking of the past? The bankrupt loves to think that he started on a fair basis from the cradle, and the worldly woman, who seems plunged in the vortex of fashionable pleasure, stops to think that it was not always thus, that a devoted mother taught her nobler things, and an earnest father bade her live for some real object in life. Just that moment's reflection may sow the seed in which will develop into a life of charity and good works among her fellow mortals. And that condemned criminal, who knows what memory recalls to his view? Perhaps it was a home from whence the incense of daily prayer ascended to God, where kind words enforced a cheerful obedience to wise counsels. Disturb him not, the influence is holy. 'Tis memory's voice urging him to final repentance. We love to think of the unbroken circle, the curly heads of the children, in the various dispositions that marked them, the childish employments and aspirations, the mischievous pranks and merited punishment, and the quiet hour when the mother, gathering the little ones about her, told them of the better life to come, and sought earnestly to teach them that here below we live as schoolchildren, gaining an education that shall fit us for the brighter home hereafter. But these thoughts are not altogether of joyous scenes. Change and death appeared on the scene, and strangers came to dwell in the home of our childhood. It is strange what slight things suffice to recall the scenes of childhood. A fallen tree, a house in ruins, a pebbly bank, or the flowers by the wayside arrest our steps and carry the thoughts back to other days. In fancy we again visit the mossy bank by the wayside, where we so often sat for hours drinking in the beauty of the primrose with our eyes, the sheltered glen, darkly green, filled with the perfume of violets that shone in their intense blue like another sky spread upon the earth. The laughter of merry voices, all are brought back to memory by the simplest causes. The reminiscences of youth are a trite theme, but it possesses an interest which the world cannot dislodge from our breasts. If all then was not uninterrupted sunshine, yet the clouds flew rapidly by and left no permanent shade behind them, as do those of mature years. From the covenants of friendship then we thought in after days to enjoy the benefits and treasures of love. But the forces of life have driven us asunder, and swept away all but the memory of the past. How different the contrast in thoughts and feelings then and now. Then it was the trusting confidence of childhood. Now it is the doubting mind that hath tasted of the world's insincerity. We had faith then, but we have doubts now. The heart must, nay, it has, grown old and is full of cares. It will relate at length the history of its sorrows, but it has few joys to communicate. Memory seldom fails when its office is to show us the tomb of our buried hopes. Joy's recollection is no longer joy, but sorrow's memory is a sorrow still. The memory of past favors is like a rainbow, bright, beautiful, and vivid, but it soon fades away. The memory of injuries is engraved on the heart and remains forever. The course of none has been along so beaten a road that they remember not fondly some resting places in their journey, some turns in their path in which lovely prospects broke in upon them, some plats of green refreshing to their weary feet. Someone has said, "Memory is ever active, ever true. Alas, if it were only as easy to forget." Memory is a faithful steward, and holds to view many scenes over which we would fain drop the curtain of oblivion and let the dust of forgetfulness cover them from view. What a relief could we but forget that angry word, the uncalled-for harshness and the passionate outbreak that went unrecalled so long that death intervened. Oh, could we but erase their remembrance! But no, with a retaliative justice, memory summons us to review them. Words which can never be recalled, deeds whose effect on others can never be effaced. How they come, one by one, showing us how useless our lives have been, how vain. Still, these memories are friends in disguise, for they are faithful monitors and our experiences ready prompters. How much is spoken which deserves no remembrance, and which does not serve as a single link in one's existence, not calling forth one result for others' weal, or thrilling one chord with nobler impulses. How beautiful to distinguish the pearls in the rush of events, this torrent of scenes, both sad and pleasing. The gift of memory is diversified to different people, some having a taste for history, some for literature, others delight in politics, and so on, through all the different phases of existence, with its diversity of thought and feeling. Memory has been compared to a vast storehouse. How important, then, that we inure the mind to healthful actions, instead of feeding it on poisons until it would produce naught but poisonous thoughts. Look at the world of literature and science. Why not delve in its mines of glittering, genuine treasures? Inasmuch as the mind derives much of its pleasures from thoughts of the past, it becomes all to provide, as far as possible, for happy reminiscences. This is the reward of right living. An aged person, whose thoughts revert to a life of self-denial and exertion in virtue's ways, has a source of happiness, pure and unalloyed, which is denied to him whose guiding rule of life has been selfishness. Memory has a strange power for crowding years into moments. This is observed ofttimes when death is about to close the scene. As the sunlight breaks from the clouds and across the hills at the close of a stormy day, lighting up the distant horizon, even so does memory, when the light of life is fast disappearing into the darkness of death, break forth and illume the most distant scenes and incidents of past years. And the very clouds of sorrow which have drifted between are lighted up with a glorious light. As the soft, clear chimes of the silvery bells at the vesper hour float down on the shadowy wings of evening, even so are the thoughts of old age. They recall scenes past, their memory being all that is left now. It may be the face of a mother, the smile of a sister, a father's kind voice, all stilled by death. Many of these thoughts are too sacred to expose to the gaze of the curious. They are their only treasures. Beware of drawing back the curtain which conceals them from your view. End of section 74. Recording by Robert Robinson.
Section 75 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 75. Hope. Auspicious hope, in thy sweet gardens grow wreaths for each toil, a charm for every woe. All that happens in the world is directly or indirectly brought about by hope. Not a stroke of work would be done were it not in hopes of some glorious reward. It matters not that it generally paves the way to disappointment. Phoenix-like, it rises from its ashes and bids us forget the disappointment of the present in the contemplation of future delights. Hope, then, is the principal antidote which keeps our hearts from bursting under the pressure of evils. Some call hope the manna from heaven that comforts us in all extremities. Others the pleasant flatterer that caresses the unhappy with expectations of happiness in the bosom of futurity. But if hope be a flatterer, she is the most upright of all the flattering parasites, since she frequents the poor man's hut as well as the palace of his superiors. It is common to all men. Those who possess nothing more are still cheered by hope. When all else fails us, hope still abides with us. Used with a due prudence, hope acts as a healthful tonic, intemperately indulged as an enervating opiate. The vision of future triumph, which at first animates exertion, if dwelt upon too strongly, will usurp the place of the reality, and noble objects will be contemplated, not for their own inherent worth, or with a design of compassing their execution, but for the daydreams they engender. Hope sheds a sweet radiance on the stream of life, and never exerts her magic except to our advantage. We seldom attain what she beckons us to pursue, but her deceptions resemble those which the dying husbandman in the fable practiced upon his sons, who, by telling them of a hidden mass of wealth which he had buried in his vineyard, led them so carefully to delve the ground that they found indeed a treasure, though not in gold, in wine. Reasonable hope is endowed with a vigorous principle. It sets the head and heart to work, and animates one to do his utmost, and thus, by perpetually pushing and assuring, it puts a difficulty out of countenance, and makes a seeming impossibility give way. Human life hath not a surer friend, nor, many times, a greater enemy than hope. It is the miserable man's God, which, in the hardest grip of calamity, never fails to yield him beams of comfort. It is the presumptuous man's devil, which leads him a while in a smooth way, and then lets him break his neck on the sudden. How many would die, did not hope sustain them? How many have died by hoping too much? This wonder may we find in hope, that she is both a flatterer and a true friend. True hope is based on energy of character. A strong mind always hopes, and has always cause to hope, because it knows the mutability of human affairs, and how slight a circumstance may change the whole course of events. Such a spirit, too, rests upon itself. It is not confined to partial views, or to one particular object, and if at last all should be lost, it has saved itself its own integrity and worth. It is best to hope only for things possible and probable. He that hopes too much shall deceive himself at last, especially if his industry does not go along with his hopes, for hope without action is a barren undoer. Hope awakens courage, but despondency is the last of all evils. It is the abandonment of good, the giving up of the battle of life with dead nothingness. When the other emotions are controlled by events, hope remains buoyant and undismayed, unchanged, amidst the most adverse circumstances. Causes that effect, with depression, every other emotion appear to give fresh elasticity to hope. No oppression can crush its buoyancy. From under every weight it rebounds.
Amid the most depressing circumstances, it preserves its cheering influence. No disappointment can annihilate its power. No experience can deter us from listening to its sweet illusions. It seems a counterpoise for misfortune, an equivalent for every disappointment. It springs early into existence. It abides through all the changes of life, and reaches into the futurity of time. In the midst of disappointments, it whispers consolation, and in all the arduous trials of life, it is a strong staff and support. If, in the warmth of anticipation, it prepares the way for the very disappointments to which it afterwards administers relief, it must be confessed that, in the severer inflictions of adversity, which come upon us unlooked for, and where previously the voice of sorrow was never heard, it then appears like an angel of mercy, and frequently assuages the anguish of suffering, and wipes the dropping tears from the eyes. Hope lives in the future, but dies in the present. Its estate is one of expectancy. It draws large drafts on a small credit, which are seldom honored when presented at the bank of experience, but have the rare faculty of passing readily everywhere. Hope calculates its schemes for a long and durable life, presses forward to imaginary points of bliss, and grasps at impossibilities, and, consequently, very often ensnares men into beggary, ruin, and dishonor. Hope is a great calculator, but a poor mathematician. Its problems are seldom based on true data, and their demonstration is more often fictitious than otherwise. There is a morality in every true hope which is a source of consolation to all who rightly seek it. It is a good angel within that whispers of triumph over evil, of the success of good, of the victory of truth, of the achievement of right. It hopeth all things. It is a strong ingredient of courage. Under its guiding light, what great events have been wrought to a successful completion. It is a friend of virtue. Its religion is full of glorious anticipations. It encourages all things good, great, and noble. It is not surprising when we reflect on the nature of hope that we find it to be such a mainspring to human action. It is the parent of all effort and endeavor, and every gift of noble origin is breathed upon by hope's perpetual breath. It may be said to be the moral engine that moves the world and keeps it in action. Every true hope which has its object for some great and noble design is an unexpressed prayer, which flies on angels' wings to the throne of God, and returns to the struggling one a precious benison of inspiration to go forth on his errand of good. A true hope we can touch somehow through all the lights and shadows of life. It is a prophecy fulfilled in part, God's earnest money paid into our hands, that He will be ready with the whole when we are ready for it. It is the sunlight on the hilltop when the valley is dark as death, the Spirit touching us all through our pilgrimage, and then soaring away with us into the blessed life, where we may expect either that the fruition will be entirely equal to the hope, or that the old glamour will come over us again, and beckon us on forever as the choicest gift heaven has to give. Hope deferred, saith the proverb, maketh the heart sick. But we are prone to be too dictatorial as to how we enjoy life, too positive. We must not determine that their fulfillment must come in just the way we wish, or else we will be miserable in the grief of disappointment. It is not for man wholly to determine his steps. Sometimes what he thinks for his good turns out ill, and what he thinks a great evil develops a great blessing in disguise. It is folly, almost madness, to be miserable because things are not as we would have them, or because we are disappointed in our plans. Many of our plans must be defeated for our own good. A multitude of little hopes must every day be crushed, and now and then a great one. But while we may all be wrong in our thoughts of the special form in which our blessing will come, we need not fail of the blessing. It may be like the mirage, shifting from horizon to horizon as we plod wearily along. But in the fullness of God's own time we shall reap if we faint not. There is always a sadness in the dying of a great hope. It is like the setting of the sun. The brightness of our life is gone. Shadows of the evening fall behind us, and the world seems but a dim reflection of itself, a broader shadow. We look forward into the lonely night. The soul withdraws itself. Then stars arise, and the night is holy. Hopes and fears checker human life. The one serves to keep us from presumption, the other from despair. Hope is the last thing that dieth in man. Though it may be deceptive, yet it is of this good use to us, that while we are traveling through this life, it conducts us in an easier and more pleasant way to our journey's end. There is no one so fallen but that he may have hopes, nor is any so exalted as to be beyond the reach of fears. When faith, temperance, and other celestial powers left the earth, says one of the ancient writers, hope was the only goddess that stayed behind. The man who carries a lantern in a dark night can have friends walking safely by the light of its rays, and not be defrauded himself. So he who is of cheerful disposition, and has the light of hope in his breast, can help on many others in this world's darkness, not to his own loss, but to their gain. Hope is an anchor to the soul, both sure and steadfast, that will restrain our frail bark and enable us to outride the storms of time. There are so many humiliations in this world. The secret is to rise above them, to throw off dissatisfaction, and to grasp some pleasing hope, grateful and beneficial to the mind. We are encompassed by illusions and delusions. We need the comforting promises of the heart, a steadfast faith in the good and true, and hopefulness in all things, especially futurity. Hope is rich and glorious, and faithfully should it be cultivated. Let its inspiring influence grow in the heart. It will give strength and courage. Let the cheerful word fall from the lips, and the smile play upon the countenance. The way of the world is dark enough, even to the most favored ones among us. Why not, then, gather all the happiness out of life that you can? Why not strive to cultivate the cheerful, hopeful disposition that will enable you to see the silver lining to every cloud? By such a course you will do much to assuage the sorrows and to increase the joys and pleasures of life. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 76. Prosperity. Prosperity is the great test of human character. Many are not able to endure prosperity. It is like the light of the sun to a weak eye, glorious indeed in itself, but not proportioned to such an instrument. Greatness stands upon a precipice, and if prosperity carries a man ever so little beyond his poise, it overbears and dashes him to pieces. Moderate prosperity is not only to be hopefully expected as the proper reward of life's exertion, but to bring the best human qualities to anything like perfection, to fill them with the sweet juices of courtesy and charity. Prosperity, or a modern amount of it, is required, just as sunshine is needed for the ripening of peaches and apricots. But prosperity, if it be good for the encouragement of humanity, is full of danger as well. There is ever a certain languor attending the fullness. When the heart has no more to wish, it yawns over its possession, and the energy of the soul goes out like a flame that has no more to devour. A smooth sea never made skilful mariners, neither do uninterrupted prosperity and success qualify men for usefulness and happiness. The storms of adversity, like those of the ocean, rouse the faculties and excite the invention, prudence, and skill of the voyager. The martyrs of ancient times, embracing their minds to outward calamities, acquired a loftiness of purpose and a moral heroism worth a lifetime of softness and security. It seems as if man were like the earth. It can not bask forever in the sunshine. The snows of winter and its frosts must come and work in the ground, and mellow it to make it fruitful. A man upon whom continuous sunshine falls is like the earth in August. He becomes parched, hard, and close-grained. To some men the winter and spring come when they are young. Others are born in summer, and made fit to live only by a winter of sorrow coming to them when they are middle-aged or old. But come it must, and under its softening influence the mind is fitted for the routine of life, and then the warm, shining sun of prosperity spreads abroad in the heart its vivifying influence, and the best powers of man are developed. The way to prosperity is as plain as the way to market. It depends chiefly on two words, industry and frugality. That is, waste neither time nor money, but make the best use of both. Without industry and frugality, nothing will do, and with them, everything. There is no other way to arrive at a true prosperity. It is gained only by diligent application to the business of life. The men who may be said to be prosperous are seldom men who have been rocked in the cradle of indulgence or caressed in the lap of luxury, but they are men whom necessity has called from the shade of retirement to contend under the scorching rays of the sun with the stern realities of life, with all of its vicissitudes. Many make the mistake of supposing that prosperity and happiness are identical terms. The most prosperous are often the most miserable, while happiness may dwell with him who every effort has failed, provided only that he hath done his best. There is, therefore, a true and a false prosperity, much resembling each other, but the similarity is in resemblance only, for they differ in constitution. The one is true and substantial, and is the result of a well-lived life. Its rewards are inward content and surroundings of comfort, the enjoyment of the real blessings of life, and the unfolding of all the better nature of man. Its imitation is the reward gained by unjust or dishonest means. It may have the lustre, but it lacketh the ring and weight of the true metal. It may have the outward adornment, but cannot bring its possessor the inward peace of him who hath the former. Instead of unfolding and expanding the heart of man, it hardens it and dries up the better nature. Engage in one kind of business only, and stick to it until you succeed, or until your experience shows that you should abandon it. A constant hammering will generally drive it home at last, so that it can be clinched. When a man's undivided attention is centered on one object, his mind will be constantly suggesting improvements of value, which would escape him were his brain occupied by a dozen different objects at once. Many a fortune has slipped through a man's fingers because of attention thus engaged. There is good sense in the old caution against having too many irons in the fire at once. Adversity in early life often lays the foundation for further prosperity. The hand of adversity is cold, but it is the hand of a friend. It dispels from the youthful mind the pleasing but vain illusions of untaught fancy, and shows that the road to success and prosperity is always a road requiring energetic action to surmount its difficulties. There is something sublime in the resolute, fixed purpose of him who determines to rise superior to ill fortune. At the first entrance upon the estate, saith a wise man, keep a low sail that thou mayest rise with honor. Thou canst not decline without shame. He that begins where his father ends will generally end where his father began. As full ears load and lay corn, so does too much fortune bend and break the mind. It deserves to be considered, too, as another advantage, that affliction moves pity and reconciles our enemies, but prosperity provokes envy and loses us even our friends. Again, adversity is a desolate and abandoned state, and, as rats and mice forsake a tottering house, so do the generality of men forsake him who is cast down by adversity. As a consequence, he who has never known adversity, but is half acquainted with others or with himself, and cannot be expected to put forth full measure of his powers. The patient conquest of difficulties which rise in the regular and legitimate channels of business and enterprise is not only essential in securing the ultimate prosperity which you seek, but it is requisite to prepare your mind for enjoying your prosperity. Everywhere in human experience, as frequently as in nature, hardship is essential to ultimate success. That magnificent oak was detained 20 years in its upward growth while its roots took a great turn around a boulder, by which the tree was anchored to withstand the storms of centuries. They who are eminently prosperous, or who achieve greatness or even notoriety in any pursuit, must expect to make enemies. Whoever becomes distinguished is sure to be a mark for the malicious spite of those who, not deserving success themselves, are galled by the merited triumph of the more worthy. Moreover, the opposition which originates in such despicable motives is sure to be of the most unscrupulous character, hesitating at no iniquity, descending to the shabbiest littleness. Opposition, if it is honest and manly, is not in itself undesirable. It is the whetstone by which a highly tempered nature is polished and sharpened. Uninterrupted prosperity shows us but one side of the world, for as it surrounds us with friends who will tell us only our merits, so it silences those enemies from whom alone we can learn our defects. End of section 76. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 77 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vishal. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 77. Trifles. It is to the contempt of details that many men may trace the cause of their present misfortune. The world is full of those who languish, not from a lack of talents, but because, in spite of their many brilliant parts, they lack the power of properly estimating the value of trifles. Their souls fire with lofty conceptions of some work to be achieved. Their minds warm with enthusiasm as they contemplate the objects already attained. But when they begin to put the scheme into execution, they turn away in disgust from the dry minutiae and vulgar drudgery which are requisite for its accomplishment. Such men bewail their fate. Failing to do the small tasks of life, they have no calls to higher ones, and so complain of neglect. As the universe itself is composed of minute atoms, so it is little details, mere trifles, which go to make success in any calling. Attention to details is an element of effectiveness which no reach of plan, no loftiness of design, no enthusiasm of purpose can dispense with. It is this which makes the difference between the practical man, who pushes his thoughts to a useful result, and the mere dreamer. If we would do much good in the world, we must be willing to do good in little things, in little acts of benevolence, one after another, speaking a timely and good word here, doing an act of kindness there, and setting a good example always. We must do the first good thing we can, and then the next. This is the only way to accomplish much in one's lifetime. He who waits to do a great deal of good at once will never do anything. The disposition of mankind is to despise the little incidents of everyday life. This is a lamentable mistake, since nothing in this life is really small. In the complicated and marvelous machinery of circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to decide what would have happened as to some event if the smallest deviation had taken place in the march of those that preceded them. In a factory we may observe the revolving wheel in one room, and in another, many yards distant, the silk issuing from the loom, rivaling in its tints the colors of the rainbow. There are many events in our lives, the distance between which was much greater than that between the wheel and ribbon, yet the connection was much closer. It is indeed strange on what petty trifles the crises of life are decided. A chance meeting with some friend, an unexpected delay in some business venture, may be the source from which you date the rise of good or ill fortune. There are properly no trifles in the biography of life. The little things in youth accumulate into character in age, and destiny in eternity. Little sums make up the grand total of life. Each day is brightened or clouded by trifles. Great things come but seldom and are often unrecognized until they are past. It has been said that if a man conceives the idea of becoming eminent in learning and cannot toil through the many little drudgeries necessary to carry him on, his learning will soon be told. Or if one undertakes to become rich, but despises the small and gradual advances by which wealth is ordinarily acquired, his expectations will be the sum of his riches. The difference between first and second-class work in every department of labor lies chiefly in the degree of care with which the minutiae are executed. No matter whether born king or peasant, our inevitable accompaniment through life is a succession of small duties, which must be met and overcome, or else they will defeat our plans. When we reflect that no matter what profession or business we may follow, it demands the closest attention, to a mass of little and apparently insignificant details, then we comprehend why it is that the patient plodder, the slow but sure man, so universally surpasses the genius who had such a brilliant career in college. It is all very well to form vast schemes. It is, however, the homely details of their execution that furnish the crucial tests of character. The successful businessman at home, surrounded by articles of luxury, is a spectacle calculated to spur on the toiler. But the merchant at his office has had to work with trifles, to toil over columns of figures to post his ledger, and while you were carelessly spending $1, he has ransacked his books to discover what has become of a stray shilling. In short, success in any pursuit cannot be obtained unless the trifling details of the business are attended to. No one need hope to rise above his present situation who suffers small things to pass unimproved, or who, metaphorically speaking, neglects to pick up a cent because it is not a shilling. All successful men have been remarkable not only for general scope and vigor, but for their attention to minute details. Like the steam hammer, they can forge ponderous bolts or fashion a pin. It is singular that in view of these facts men will neglect details. Many even consider them beneath their notice, and when they hear of the success of a businessman who is perhaps more solid than brilliant, sneeringly remark that he is great in little things. But with character, fortune, and the concerns of life, it is the littles combined that form the great whole. If we look well to the disposition of these, the sum total will be cared for. It is the pennies neglected that squander the dollars. It is the minutes wasted that wound the hours and mar the day. Much of the unhappiness of life is caused by trifles. It is not the great boulders, but the small pebbles on the road that bring the travelling horse on his knees. And it is the petty annoyances of life, to be met and conquered afresh each day, that try most severely the metal of which we are made. Small miseries, like small debts, hit us in so many places and meet us at so many turns and corners that what they lack in weight they make up in number, and render it less hazardous to stand the fire of one cannonball than a volley composed of such a shower of bullets. The great sorrows of life are mercifully few, but the innumerable petty ones of everyday occurrence cause many to grow weary of the burden of life. Those acts which go to form a person's influence are little things, but they are potential for good or evil in the lives of others. From the little rivulets we trace the onward flowing of majestic rivers, constantly widening until lost in the ocean. And so the little things of an individual life in their ever-widening influence for good or evil, diffusing misery or happiness around them, are borne onward to swell the joys or sorrows of the boundless ocean of eternity, and should be noted and guarded the more carefully from their infinitely higher importance. Words may seem to us but little things, but they possess a power beyond calculation. They swiftly fly from us to others, and though we scarcely give them a passing thought, their spirit lives. Though they are as fleeting as the breath that gave them, their influence is as enduring as the heart they reach. Ah, well may we guard our lips so that none grieve in silence over words we have carelessly dropped. Well may we strive to scatter loving, cheering, encouraging words to soothe the weary and awaken the nobler, finer feelings of those with whom we daily come in contact. The happiness, also, of life is largely composed of trifles. The occasions of great joys, like those of great sorrows, are few and far between, but every day brings us much of good if we will but gather it. One principal reason, says Jeremy Bentham, why our existence has so much less of happiness crowded into it than is accessible to us, is that we neglect to gather up those minute particles of pleasure which every moment offers for our acceptance. In striving after a sum total, we forget the ciphers of which it is composed. Struggling against inevitable results which he cannot control, too often man is heedless of those accessible pleasures whose amount is by no means inconsiderable when collected together, stretching out his hands to catch the stars, man forgets the flowers at his feet, so beautiful, so fragrant, so multitudinous, so various. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 78. Leisure. Time is past. Thou canst not recall. Time is thou hast. Employ the portion small. Time future is not, and may never be. Time present is the only time for thee. Spare moments are the gold dust of time, the portion of life most fruitful in good or evil. When gathered up and pressed into use, important results flow from thence. When neglected, they are gaps through which temptation finds a ready entrance. They are a treasure when rightly used, but a terrible curse when abused. There are three obligations resting upon us in regard to the use and application of time. There is the duty to ourselves in the care of our happiness, our improvement, and providing for our necessities. The duty to those dependent upon ourselves and to society. And lastly, our accountability to God, who bestows upon us this valuable gift, not without its being accompanied with the greatest inducements and the strongest and most cogent motives to improve it, to advantage in these different respects. A celebrated Italian was wont to call his time his estate, and it is true of this, as of other estates of which the young come into possession, that it is rarely prized until it is nearly squandered, and then when life is fast waning, they begin to think of spending the hours wisely, and even of husbanding the moments. But habits of idleness, listlessness, and procrastination, once firmly fixed, cannot be suddenly thrown off, and the man who has wasted the precious hours of life's seed time finds that he cannot reap a harvest in life's autumn. The value of time is not realized. It is the most precious thing in all the world, the only thing of which it is a virtue to be covetous, and yet the only thing of which all men are prodigal. Time is so precious that there is never but one moment in the world at once, and that is always taken away before another is given. It is astonishing what can be done in any department of life when once the will is fired with a determination to use the leisure time rightly. Only take care to gather up your fragments of leisure time and employ them judiciously, and you will find time for the accomplishment of almost any desired purpose. Men who have the highest ambition to accomplish something of importance in this life frequently complain of a lack of leisure, but the truth is there is no condition in which the chances of accomplishing great results are less than in that of leisure. Life is composed of an elastic material, and wherever a solid piece of business is removed, the surrounding atmosphere of trifles rushes in as certainly as the air into a bottle when you pour out its contents. If you would not have your hours of leisure frittered away on trifles, you must guard it by barriers of resolution and precaution as strong as are needed for hours of study and business. The people who in any community have done the most for their own and the general good are not the wealthy, leisurely people who have nothing to do, but are almost uniformly the overworked class, who seem well nigh swamped with cares, and are in a paroxysm of activity from January to December. Persons of this class have learned how to economize time, and, however crowded with business, are always found capable of doing a little more, and you may rely upon them in their busiest season with far more assurance than upon the idle man. It is much easier for one who is always exerting himself to exert himself a little more, for an extra purpose, than for him who does nothing to get up steam for the same end. Give a busy man 10 minutes in which to write a letter, and he will dash it off at once. Give an idle man a day, and he will put it off till tomorrow or next week. There is a momentum in an active man which of itself almost carries him to the mark, just as a very light stroke will keep a hoop going when a smart one was required to set it in motion. The men who do the greatest things achieved on this globe do them not so much by fitful efforts as by steady, unremitting toil, by turning even the moments to account. They have the genius of hard work, the most desirable kind of genius. The time men often waste in needless slumber, in lounging, or in idle visits would enable them, were it employed, to execute undertakings which seem to their hurried and worried life to be impossible. Much may be done in those little shreds and patches of time, which every day produces and which most men throw away, but which nevertheless will make at the end of life no small deduction from the sum total. Time, like life, can never be recalled. It is the material out of which all great workers have secured a rich inheritance of thoughts and deeds for their successors. It has been written, "The hours perish and are laid to our charge." How many of these are upon the records of the past? How many hours wasted, worse than wasted in frivolous conversation, useless employment, hours of which we can give no account, and in which we benefited neither ourselves nor others. There are few such hours in the busiest lives, but they make up the whole sum in the lives of many. Many live without accomplishing any good, squander their time away in petty, trifling things, as if the only object in life were to kill time, as if the earth were not a place for probation, but our abiding residence. We do not value time as we should, but let many golden hours pass by unimproved. We loiter during the daytime of life, and ere we know it the night draws near when no man can work. Oh, hours misspent and wasted! How we wish we could live them over again. It requires no small degree of effort to resolutely employ one's time so as to allow none of it to go to waste. There are 1,000 causes tending to the loss of time, and anyone who imagines that they would do great things if they only had leisure are mistaken. They can find time if they only set about doing it. Complain not, then, of your want of leisure. Rather thank God that you are not cursed with leisure, for a curse it is in 9 cases out of 10. What if to achieve some good work which you have deeply at heart, you can never command an entire month, a week, or even a day? Shall you therefore bid it an eternal adieu and fold your arms in despair? The thought should only the more keenly spur you on to do what you can in this swiftly passing life of yours. Endeavor to compass its solution by gathering up the broken fragments of your time, rendered more precious by their brevity. Where they work much in gold, the very dust of the room is carefully gathered up for the few grains of gold that may thus be saved. Learn from this nobler economy of time. Glean up its golden dust. Economize with tenfold care those raspings and parings of existence, those leavings of days and bits of hours, so valueless singly, so inestimable in the aggregate, and you will be rich in leisure. Rely upon it. If If you are a miser of moments, if you hoard up and turn to account odd minutes and half hours and unexpected holidays, the 5-minute gaps while the table is spreading, your careful gleanings at the end of life will have formed a colossal and solid block of time, and you will die wealthier in good deeds harvested than thousands whose time is all their own. It has been written that he who toys with time trifles with a frozen serpent, which afterwards turns upon the hand which indulged the sport and inflicts a deadly wound. There are many persons who sadly realize this in their own lives. When age with its frosts of years have come, their reflections cannot be otherwise than of the saddest kind as they ponder over wasted time, the hours they spent in a worse than foolish manner. Death often touches with a terrible emphasis the value of time. But, alas, the lessons come too late. It is for the living wisely to consider the end of their existence, to reflect on the possibilities of life, to resolve to waste no time in idleness, but to be up and doing in a manner befitting one who lives here, a life preparatory simply to another and better existence. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 79. Happiness. Happiness is that single and glorious thing which is the very light and sun of the whole animated universe, and where she is not, it were better that nothing should be. Without her wisdom is but a shadow, and virtue a name. It is in the pursuit of happiness that the energies of man are put forth. It matters not that we are generally disappointed in the ultimate results of our endeavors. Earthly happiness is a phantom of which we hear much but see little, whose promises are constantly given and constantly broken, but as constantly believed. She cheats us with the sound instead of the substance, and with the blossom instead of the fruit. Anticipation is her herald, but disappointment is her companion. In the ideal scene, everything is painted in bright colors. There are no drawbacks, no disappointments in that picture, but in the reality, they are sure to appear. The anticipation of a pleasure may have lasted for weeks in the mind, and have been dwelt on in all the endless variety of possibilities, while the reality lasts but a short time. Hence the feeling of disappointment ensues. Hope immediately rallies the powers. We turn to new plans and begin again the round of anticipation, ending in disappointments. Happiness is much like tomorrow, only one day from us, yet never arriving. It is, in a word, hope or anticipation. In this life we pursue it. In the future life we hope to overtake it. It is the experience of all, that having realized our hopes, of whatever nature they may be, we are not satisfied. And it is well for a man that he is so constituted, since satisfaction would be a bar to future efforts. We at once form new plans, grander and more comprehensive in their scope. We renew the struggle, press forward to their accomplishment, finding pleasure in the pursuit, if not in the possession. Perhaps nothing more plainly shows the diversity of the human mind than the different methods employed in this pursuit. Some seek it in the acquisition of wealth, others of power, others of fame. Some, by plunging into society, endeavor, by a giddy round of pleasure, to catch the same evanescent shadow that others seek by a life of solitude. No class or race of people exist but that have some characteristic mode in which they trust to secure happiness. The savage seeks it in hunting and fishing, in barbarous warfare, or in the rude war dance. National peculiarities are strongly shown in their ideas of what constitutes happiness, the light-hearted nations of the sunny South differing in this respect from their more serious northern neighbors. To be happy is the summing up of all the ends and aims on earth. It is a noble desire, implanted in the human breast by the Creator for purposes known only to His wisdom. We talk of wealth, fame, and power as undeniable sources of enjoyment, and limited fortune, obscurity, and insignificance as incompatible with felicity. This is an instance of the remarkable distinction between theoretic conclusions and experience. However brilliant in speculation, wealth, fame, and power are found in possession impotent to confer happiness. However decried in prospect, limited fortune, obscurity, and insignificance are by experience found most friendly to real and lasting pleasure. It is not this or that or the other peculiar mode of life, nor in any particulars of outward circumstances, nor in any definite kind of labor or duty, that we may positively expect happiness. If we do, we shall be disappointed, for it is not in our power to have things just our way, or to control our outward life just as we would. We live amid a multitude of influences we cannot altogether control, nor is it best we should. We must seek happiness in the right state of mind, in the legitimate labors, duties, and pleasures of life, and then we shall find what we seek. Yet we may find it under very different circumstances from what we expected. It is much more equally divided than some of us imagine. One man may possess most of the materials but little of the thing. Another man may possess much of the thing but few of the materials. In this particular view, happiness has been compared to the manna in the desert. He that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. Therefore, to diminish envy, let us consider not what others possess, but what they enjoy. We may look for happiness in one direction, but find it in another. And sometimes where we expect the least we may find the most, and where we look for the most we shall find the least. We are short-sighted, and fail to see the ends of things. A great deal of the misery of life comes from this disposition to have things our own way, as though we could not be happy under any circumstances except those we have framed to meet our own wants. Circumstances are not half so essential to our happiness as most people imagine. A cabin is often the seat of more true happiness than a palace. Kings may bid higher for happiness than their subjects, but it is more apt to fall to the lot of the private citizen than the monarch. She sends to the palace her equipage, her pomp, and her train, but she herself is traveling incognita to keep a private appointment with contentment, and to partake in a dinner of herbs in a cottage. The disposition to make the best of life is what we want to make us happy. Those who are so willful and seemingly perverse about their outward circumstances are often intensely affected by the merest trifles. A little thing shadows their life for days. The want of some convenience, some personal gratification, some outward form or ornament will blight a day's joy. They can often bear a great calamity better than a small disappointment, because they nerve themselves to meet the former and yield to the latter without an effort to resist. Molehills are magnified into mountains, and in the shadow of these mountains they sit down and weep. The very things they ought to have sometimes come unasked, and because they are not ready for them, they will not enjoy them, but rather make them the cause of misery. There is also a disposition in such minds to multiply their troubles, as well as magnify them. They make troubles of many things, which should really be regarded as privileges, opportunities for self-sacrifice, for culture, for improving effort. They make troubles of the ordinary allotments of life, its duties, charities, changes, unavoidable accidents, reverses, and experiences. This can be considered in no other light than morally wrong, for these common allotments and experiences were beyond all question ordained by infinite wisdom as a healthy discipline for the soul of man. Some spend life determined to be vastly happy at some future time, but for the present put off all enjoyment, even of passing pleasures, seemingly for fear lest all such present comfort detracts from the sum total of future enjoyments. They indeed acquire wealth or fame or the outward surroundings of happiness, but alas, too often the palmy days of life are gone, and the acquisitions from which they fondly hoped to gather much of human happiness form but the stately surroundings of real and heartfelt wretchedness. Happiness then should be as a modest mansion, which we can inhabit while we have our health and vigor to enjoy it, not a fabric so vast and expensive that it has cost us the best part of our lives to build it, and which we can enjoy only when we have less occasion for a habitation than for a tomb. Happiness is a mosaic composed of many small stones. Each taken apart and viewed singly may be of little value, but when all are grouped together, judiciously combined, and set, they form a pleasing and graceful whole, a costly jewel. Trample not underfoot, then, the little pleasures which a gracious Providence scatters in the daily path, while in search after some great and exciting joy. Happiness, after all, is a state of mind. It cannot consist in things. It follows thence that in the right discipline of the mind is the secret of true happiness. In vain do they talk of happiness who never subdued an impulse in obedience to a principle. He who never sacrificed a present to a future good, or a personal to a general one, can speak of happiness only as the blind do of colors. The fountain of content must spring up in the mind, and he who seeks happiness by changing anything but his own disposition will waste his life in fruitless efforts and multiply the griefs which he seeks to remove. The trouble often is we are too selfish, too unyielding in our arrangements for life's best good. Because we cannot find happiness in our own way, we will not accept it in its appointed way, and so make ourselves miserable. Some excellent people are very unhappy, from a kind of stubborn adherence to their settled convictions of just what they must have and what they must do to be happy. They lose sight of the fact that God rules above them, and 1,000 influences work around them, partly at least beyond their control. They have not determined to accept life cheerfully in whatever form it may come, and seek for good under all circumstances. We must seek for happiness in heaven-appointed ways, in study, duty, labor, exalted pleasures, with a constant effort to find it. We must seek it in domestic and business life, in the relations we hold to our fellow men, and in the daily opportunities afforded us for discipline and self-sacrifice. If then you would be happy, possessing at least that measure of happiness which is vouchsafed to mortals, we must intelligently seek happiness, not by way of impulse, not seeking selfishly our own good, but with a forgetfulness of self, doing all the good we can, and with a thorough consecration of soul to the good of what we seek. End of section 79.
Section 80 of The Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S.C. Ferguson. Section 80. True Nobility. Greatness, thou gaudy torment of our souls, the wise men's fetters, and the rage of fools. There is so much in this world that is artificial, so much that glitters in borrowed light, that it is not singular that moral greatness and nobility are often counterfeited by some baser metal, so much so that it is no slight task to discriminate rightly between the true and the false, and to determine wherein true nobility doth consist. When we carefully consider the nature of man, we readily admit that it is in the possession of moral and intellectual powers that his superiority over the brute world consists. In the society of his fellow men, man ought not to be rated by his possessions, by his stores of gold, by his office of honor or trust. These are but temporary and accidental advantages, and the next turn of fortune may tear them from his grasp. The light of fame, though it shines with ever so clear a light, is able to dispel the darkness of death but a little ways. The greatest characters of antiquity are but little known. Curiosity follows them in vain, for the veil of oblivion successfully hides the greater portion of their lives. The world oft times knows nothing of its greatest men. Their lives were passed in obscurity, but real nobility of character was theirs, and this is nearly always unseen and unknown. He who in tattered garments toils on the way may, and often does, possess more real nobility of spirit than he who is driven past in a chariot. It is the mind that makes the heart rich, and as the sun breaks through the darkest clouds, so honor peereth in the meanest habit. Public martyrdom of every shade has a certain eclat and popularity connected with it that will often bear men up to endure its trials with courage. But those who suffer alone, without sympathy, for truth or principle, those who, unnoticed by men, maintain their part, and, in obscurity and amid discouragement, patiently fulfill their trust, these are the real heroes of the age, and the suffering they bear is real greatness. It is refreshing to read the account of some of the truly great men and women whose lives of usefulness have done much for the alleviation of the world's misery. And, after all, there is no true nobility except as it displays itself in good deeds. Says Matthew Henry, "Nothing can make a man truly great but being truly good and partaking of God's holiness." That which constitutes human goodness, human greatness, and human nobleness is not the degree of enlightenment with which men pursue their own advantages, but it is self-forgetfulness, self-sacrifice, and the disregard of personal advantages, remote or contingent, because some other line of conduct is nearer right. The greatest man is he who chooses right with the most invincible resolution, who resists the sorest temptations from within and without, who bears the heaviest burdens cheerfully, who is calmest in storms, and most fearless under menaces and frowns. Some persons are great only in their ability to do evil. Such appears to have constituted the greatness of many of those individuals who drenched the world in blood that their ambition might be satisfied. They may possess the most astonishing mental qualities, yet may be overruled for evil instead of good. Men of the most brilliant qualities need only a due admixture of pride, ambition, and selfishness to be great only in evil ways. Energy without integrity of character and a soul of goodness may only represent the embodied principle of evil. But when the elements of character are brought into action by a determinate will, and influenced by high purposes, man enters upon and courageously perseveres in the path of duty at whatever cost of worldly interests. But when the elements of character are brought into action by a determinate will and influenced by high purposes, man enters upon and courageously perseveres in the path of duty at whatever cost of worldly interests. He may be said to approach the summit of his being, to possess true nobility of character. He is the embodiment of the highest ideal of manliness. The life of such a man becomes repeated in the life and actions of others. He is just and upright in his business dealings. in his public actions, and in his family life. He will be honest in all things, in his works and in his words. He will be generous and merciful to his opponent, to those who are weaker as well as those stronger than himself. The man of noble spirit converts all occurrences into experience, between which experience and his reason there is marriage, and the issue are his actions. He moves by affection, not for affection. He loves glory, scorns shame, and governeth and obeyeth with one countenance, for it comes from one consideration. Knowing reason to be no idle gift of nature, he is the steersman of his own destiny. Truth is his goddess, and he takes pains to get her, not to look like her. Unto the society of men he is a sun whose clearness directs in a regular motion. He is the wise man's friend, the example of the indifferent, the medicine of the vicious. Thus time goeth not from him, but with him, and he feels age more by the strength of his soul than by the weakness of his body. Thus feels he no pain, but esteems all such things as friends that desire to file off his fetters and help him out of prison. True nobility of spirit is always modest in expression. The grace of an action is gone as soon as we are convinced that it was done only that a third person might applaud the act. But he who is truly great, and does good because it is his duty, is not at all anxious that others should witness his acts. His aim is to do good because it is right. His nobility does not show itself in waiting and watching for some chance to do a great good at once. Greatness can only be rightly estimated when minuteness is justly reverenced. Greatness is the aggregation of minuteness, nor can its sublimity be felt truthfully by any mind unaccustomed to the watching of what is least. His nobility consists in being great in little things. All the little details of life are attended to, and thus the soul is prepared for great ones. There is more true nobility of duty faithfully done than in any one great act when others are looking on and signifying their approval, and thus by their sympathy spurring the soul on to greater exertions. It is impossible to conceive of a truly great character, and not to think of one imbued with the spirit of kindness. Nobility of spirit will not dwell with the haughty in manner. It delights to take up its abode with the generous and tender-hearted, those who seek to relieve the misery of others as they would their own. If you contrast the career of Napoleon Bonaparte and Florence Nightingale, though one filled all Europe with the terror of his name, doubt not that in the scale of moral greatness the latter far outweighs the former. Kindness is the most powerful instrument in the world to move men's hearts, and a word of kindness spoken will often do more for the furtherance of your own cause than any amount of angry reasoning. Therefore it is not singular that one whose whole life is spent in the exercise of kindness should possess a peculiar power over the lives of others, in effect, wield such an influence over them as marks him as one of the truly great. Nobility of character is also reverential. The possession of this quality marks the noblest and highest type of manhood and womanhood. Reverence for things consecrated by the homage of generations, for high objects, pure thoughts, and noble aims, for the great men of former times and the high-minded workers among our contemporaries. Reverence is alike indispensable to the happiness of individuals, of families, and of nations. Without it there can be no trust, no faith, no confidence, either in God or man, neither social peace nor social progress. Reverence is but another name for love, which binds men to each other, and all to God. The rewards of a life of moral greatness rest with posterity. Great men are like the oaks, under the branches of which men are happy in finding a refuge in times of storm and rain. But when the danger is past, they take pleasure in cutting the bark and breaking the branches. As long as human nature is such a mass of contradictions, this is not to be wondered at. But the influence of such men is ever working, and will sooner or later show itself. Men such as these are the true life-blood of the country to which they belong. They elevate and uphold it, fortify and ennoble it, and shed a glory over it by the example of life and character which they have bequeathed to it. The names and manners of great men, says an able writer, are the dowry of a nation. Whenever national life begins to quicken, the dead heroes rise in the memory of men. These men of noble principles are the salt of the earth. In death as well as life, their example lives in their country, a stimulus and encouragement to all who have the soul to adopt it. Nobility of character is within the reach of all. It is the result of patient endeavors after a life of goodness, and, when acquired, cannot be swept away unless by the consent of its possessor. Wealth may be lost by no fault of its possessor, but greatness of soul is an abiding quality. One may fail in his other aims. The many accidents of life may bring to naught his most patient endeavors after worldly fame or success. But he who strives for nobility of character will not fail of reward, if he but diligently seek the same by earnest resolve and patient labor. Is there not in this a lesson of patience for many who are almost weary of striving for better things? If success does not crown their ambitious efforts, will they not be sustained by the smile of an approving conscience? Strong in this, they can wait with patience till, in the fullness of time, their reward cometh. End of section 80.
Section number 81 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 81. A Good Name. He that filches from me my good name robs me of that which ne'er enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. Shakespeare. A good name is the richest possession we have while living, and the best legacy we leave behind us when dead. It survives when we are no more. It endures when our bodies and the marbles which cover them have crumbled into dust. How can we obtain it? What means will secure it to us with the free consent of mankind and the acknowledged suffrages of the world? It is won by virtue, by skill, by industry, by patience and perseverance, and by humble and consistent trust and confidence in high and overruling power. It is lost by folly, by ignorance, by ignominy and crime, by excessive ambition and avarice. That good name, which is to be chosen rather than great riches, does not depend on the variable and shifting wind of popular opinion. It is based on permanent excellence, and is as immutable as virtue and truth. It consists in a fair and unsullied reputation, a reputation formed under the influence of virtuous principles, and awarded to us, not by the ignorant and the vicious, but by the intelligent and the good. In such a name we look first of all for integrity, or an unbending regard to rectitude. We look for independence, or a determination to be governed by an enlightened consideration of truth and duty, for benevolence, or a spirit of kindness and goodwill toward men, and finally for a reverent regard for all moral qualities. These are the essential proper ties of a good character, the living, breathing lineaments of that good name which commends itself to the careful consideration of the truly good everywhere. It is ever to be kept in mind that a good name is in all cases the fruit of personal exertions. It is not inherited from parents. It is not created by external advantages. It is no necessary appendage of birth or wealth or talents or station, but the result of one's endeavors, the fruit and reward of good principles manifested in a course of virtuous and honorable actions. Hence the attainment of a good name, however humble the station, is within reach of all. No young man is excluded from this invaluable boon. He has only to fix his eye on the prize, and to press toward it in a course of virtuous and useful conduct, and it is his. It may be said that in the formation of a good name personal exertion is the first, the second, and the last virtue. Nothing great or excellent can be acquired without it. All the virtues of which it is composed are the result of untiring application and industry. Nothing can be more fatal to the attainment of a good character than a confidence in external advantages. These, if not seconded by your own endeavors, will drop you midway, or perhaps you will not have started when the diligent traveler will have won the race. Life will inevitably take much of its shape and coloring from the plastic powers that operate in youth. Much will depend on taking a proper course at the outset of life. The principles then adopted and the habits then formed, whether good or bad, become a kind of second nature, fixed and permanent. The most critical period of life is that which elapses from 14 to 21 years of age. More is done during this period to mold and settle the character of the future man than in all the other years of life. If a young man passes this period with pure morals and a fair reputation, a good name is almost sure to crown his years, and to descend with him in the close of his days. On the other hand, if a young man in the spring season of life neglects his mind and heart, if he indulges himself in vicious courses and forms habits of inefficiency and slothfulness, he inflicts an injury on his good name which time will not efface, and brings a stain upon his character which no tears can wash away. The two most precious things this side of the grave are our reputation and our life. But it is to be lamented that the most contemptible whisper may deprive us of the one and the weakest weapon of the other. A wise man, therefore, will be more anxious to deserve a fair reputation than to possess it, and this will teach him so to live as not to be afraid to die. A fair reputation, it should be remembered, is a plant delicate in its growth. It will not shoot up in a night, like the gourd that sheltered the prophet's head, but like that gourd, it may perish in a night. A name which has cost many years to establish is often destroyed in a single hour. A good name, like goodwill, is gained by many actions, but lost by one. One of the most essential elements of a good name is the possession of good moral principles. Such principles fill the soul with the noblest views and the purest sentiments, and direct all the energies, desires, and purposes to their proper use and end. Such principles impart new light and vigor to the mind, and secure to its possessor a safe passage through all the temptations of the world to the abodes of eternal purity and blessedness. A character without fixed moral principles has impressed on it the deformity of a great and palpable defect. Whatever virtues it does not possess are like flowers planted in the snow, or withered by the drought, wanting the life, vigor, and beauty which principles alone can impart. Lacking such principles, one would in vain seek to acquire a good name. As well expect a vessel to traverse broad oceans to a destined harbor with no rudder whereby to control its course. Though a good name is won only by a life of constant activity and exertion, by self-denial and an outflow of charity, yet its rewards are great and enduring, and to fail of its possession is to be without the best thing on earth. Without it, gold has no value, birth no distinction, station no dignity, beauty no charms, age no reverence. Without it every treasure impoverishes, every grace deforms, Every dignity degrades, and all the arts, the decorations and accomplishments of life stand like the beacon blaze upon a rock, warning that its approach is dangerous, that its contact is death. He who has it not is under eternal quarantine, no friend to greet him, no home to harbor him, and in the midst of all that ambition can achieve, or avarice amass, or rapacity plunder, he feels himself alone, destitute of the sympathy of others. A good character is sure protection against suspicion and evil reports. A man of bad or doubtful character is suspected of 1,000 acts of which he may not be guilty, and if he does a good deed, it is apt to be ascribed to a bad motive. He has lost the confidence of his fellow men. They know him to be unprincipled and hollow-hearted, and are therefore ready to believe all the evil that is thought or said of him, but none of the good. On the other hand, a man of fair character, of tried and established reputation, stands out to the eyes of the public as one who is above suspicion and above reproach. The envious may attempt to tarnish his fair name, but their efforts recoil upon their own heads. He is conscious of acting from correct principles, and being known to the public as a man of integrity and worth, he need never give himself much concern as to any unfavorable reports that may be circulated respecting him. They acquit him without trial, and believe his innocence without the judgment of a court. Slander may, indeed, for a moment, fix its fangs on a spotless character, but such a character has within itself an antidote to the poison, and emerges from the temporary shadow with invigorated strength and heightened beauty. While a good name will secure for you the esteem and confidence of your fellow men, how will it increase your capacity and extend the sphere of your usefulness? Who are the men whose friendship is most highly valued, whose opinions have greatest weight, whose patronage is most eagerly sought, and whose influence is most extensively sought in the country? Are they not men of principle, men of known worth and established reputation? A good name draws round its possessor warm friends, and opens for him a sure and easy way to wealth, to honor, and happiness. Reverse the picture, and think of the direful evils of a ruined character. It will expose you to 1,000 painful suspicions and blasting reports. It will deprive you of all self-respect and peace of mind. It will exclude you from the confidence and esteem of your fellow men, and bring upon you their neglect and contempt. It will cut you off from all means of usefulness, and degrade you to a mere cipher in society, rendering your ultimate success impossible. A good name is thus a protection against suspicion and evil reports. It is the source of the purest and most lasting enjoyment. It secures for us the esteem and confidence of our fellow men. It increases the power and enlarges the sphere of our usefulness. It has the most direct and happy bearing on our success in life. It stands connected with the happiness of our families and friends, with the welfare of society, with the temporal and eternal happiness of thousands. End of section 81. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 82 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 82. Meditation. Meditation is the soul's perspective glass, whereby, in her long removes, she discerns God as if he were near at hand. It is thinking, not growth, that makes the perfect man or woman. Hence life may be said to have commenced when the mind learns to meditate upon its nature, its powers, and its possibilities. This is the commencement of true soul growth. To live without thought is not life. It is simple, barren existence. There is in youth a natural impulsiveness which is highly detrimental to their best interests. In itself this is not wrong, but personal usefulness depends upon its being controlled and brought into subjection to the judgment. The first and hardest lesson of life to learn is to subdue and chasten the inborn impulses of the soul. His soaring ambition, his reckless hopes, his daring courage must be held in check by the rein of sober sense. The curb and bit must be put on and drawn tightly, and this must be done by his own hand. In his hours of meditation he must form his plans, lay out his work, breathe his prayer for victory, and swear eternal fealty to his purpose of right. In the still chambers of thought he must rally his moral forces, pledge them to duty, and call aid from above in his solemn work. Others may assist him by encouragement, by advice and solemn warning, but the work is his own. If he has learned to think, he has within an element of safety found nowhere else. What can be more distasteful than the actions of impulsive people? Today they are borne on the gale of the wildest pleasure. They are more giddy than the feather tossed in the breeze. Tomorrow, in darkness of spirit, despairing and wretched because their hot-brained fancies failed to give them peace and joy. Today they thoughtlessly act as their impulses lead them. Tomorrow they are full of regrets about mistakes and blunders of yesterday. They give full vent to whatever impulse feeling happens to come uppermost, changing more often than the wind, and reflecting as little upon their variations. It is the office of meditation to train and subdue these impulses. The fault is not in the joyousness of spirit which accompanies useful action, but in the impulsiveness with which they are indulged. The feelings come forth as masters, whereas they should be servants, subdued but joyous. They should be submissive and obedient children of the wall, doing its dictates with alacrity and power. They should make the intellect more active, the affections more warm and deep, and the moral sense more varied and strong. The fruit of meditation is propriety of action. There is a single and beautiful prosperity, pleasing to all, which gives grace to the manners and loveliness to the whole being, which all should strive to possess. It is neither too grave nor too gray, too gleesome nor too sad, nor either of these at improper places. It is to be mirthful without being silly, joyous without being foolish, sober without being despondent, to speak plainly without giving offense, grave without casting a shadow over others. Meditation should sit on the throne of the mind, as the counselor of the mental powers, and thus, by early habits of obedience, even the passions will become powers of noble import, contributing an energy and determination that will wrest victory out of every conflict and stress out of every struggle. To secure this blessing, one must early learn to hold counsel within himself over every desire and impulse that rises within him, over every action of the soul, and see that at all times obedience is yielded to the dictates of the counsel. To be successful in this, he must be always watchful, always guarded, always striving for the most perfect attainment of the great object before him. He who cannot command his thoughts must not hope to control his actions. All mental superiority originates in habits of thought. Take away thought from the life of man, and what remains? You may glean knowledge by reading, but you must separate the chaff from the wheat by thinking. The value of our thought depends much upon the course they take, whether the subject in hand be examined fully and carefully, or only given an undecided glance, whence our thoughts revert to other matters to be treated in the same desultory way. Many minds from want of training can not really think. It is of great importance that right habits of thought be formed and fostered in early life. A person may see, hear, read, and learn whatever he pleases, but he will know very little beyond that which he has thought over and made the property of his mind. Become master of your thoughts, so that you can command them at your pleasure. Whenever you read, have your thoughts about you. Make careful observations as you pass along, and select subjects upon which your thoughts shall dwell when your book shall have been laid aside. He who reads only for present gratification, and neglect to digest what he reads, nor calls it up for future contemplation, will not be likely to ever know the extent of his own powers. For the best tests calculated to make them known will remain unemployed. Consider the great field which is open before you. Into whichever department take your way, you will be amazed at the magnitude and grandeur of the objects by which you are surrounded, and your mind will be filled with the most exalted conceptions of the goodness, wisdom, and power of the Creator. We cannot guard too much against indulgence in thoughts, which, trivial as they may at first appear, would give a cast to our whole character should they become settled habits. Impure thoughts are seeds of sin. If dropped into the soil of the mind, they should be cast out immediately. Otherwise they will germinate, spring up, and bear fruits of sinful words and acts. Few consider the power and magnitude of thought. Man is not as he seems, nor as he acts, but as he thinks. It is the thoughts of man, and not his deeds, that are the true exponent of his character. Deeds make reputation. Thought makes character. Deeds are the paper currency of thought, stamped in the mint of purity. Thoughts surpass deeds in power and grandeur in the same ratio as character surpasses reputation. Many lives are wrecked through thoughtlessness alone. If you find yourself in low company, do not sit carelessly by till you are gradually drawn into the whirlpool, but think of the consequences of such a course. Rational thought will lead you to seek the society of your superiors, and you must improve by the association. A benevolent use of your example and influence for the elevation of the fallen is a noble thing. Even the most depraved are not beyond such help, but the young man of impressionable character must at least think and beware lest he fall himself a victim. Think before you touch the wine cup. Remember its effects upon thousands, and know that you are no stronger than they were in their youth. Think before you allow angry passions to overcome your reason. It is thus that murder is wrought. Think before, in a dark hour of temptation, you allow yourself to drift into crime. Think well ere a lie or an oath passes your lips, for a man of pure speech can only merit respect. Think of things pure and lovely and of good report. Think of God and of heaven, of life and duty, and your thoughts being thus elevating and inspiring, your life will be full of good deeds and pleasant memories. End of section 82. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 83 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adam Allen and B.C. Ferguson. Section 83. Principles. Our principles are the springs of our actions the springs of our happiness or misery. Too much care, therefore, cannot be taken in forming our principles. Men of genuine excellence in every station of life, men of industry, of integrity, of high principles, of sterling honesty of purpose, command the spontaneous homage of mankind. It is natural to believe in such men, to have confidence in them, and to imitate them. All that is good in the world is upheld by them, and without their presence in it, the world would scarcely be worth the living in. That young man is sure to become a worthless character and a pernicious member of society, who is loose in his principles and habits, who lives without plan and without object, spending his time in idleness and pleasure. He forgets his high destination as a rational, immortal being. He degrades himself to a level with the brute, and is not only disqualified for all the serious duties of life, but proves himself a nuisance and a curse to all with whom he is connected. Every unprincipled man is an enemy to society, and richly merits its condemnation. They are not respected, they are not patronized, confidence and support are withheld from them, and they are left, neglected and despised, to float down the stream of life. No young man can hope to rise in society, or act worthily his part in life, without a fair moral character. The basis of such a character is virtuous principles, or a deep fixed sense of moral obligation. The man who possesses such character can be trusted. Integrity and justice are to him words of meaning, and he aims to exemplify the virtues they express in his outward life. Such a man has decision of character. He knows what is right, and is firm in doing it. He has independence of character. He thinks and acts for himself, and is not to be made a tool to serve the purpose of party. He has consistency of purpose, pursuing a straightforward course, and what he is today he will be tomorrow. Such a man has true worth of character, and his life is a blessing to himself, to his family, to society, and to the world. To have a character founded on good principles is the first and indispensable qualification of a good citizen. It imparts life and strength and beauty not only to individual character, but to all social institutions. It is, indeed, the dew and the rain that nourish the vine and the fig tree by which we are shaded and refreshed. Deportment, honesty, caution, and desire to do right, carried out in practice, are to human character what truth, reverence, and love are to religion. They are the constant elements of a good character. Let the vulgar and the degraded scoff at such virtues as they will. A strict, upright, onward course will evince to the world that there is more manly independence in one forgiving smile than in all the fictitious rules of honor. Virtue must have its admirers, and firmness of principle, both moral and religious, will ever command the proudest encomiums of the intelligent world. The auspicious bearing of such principles on the formation of your character and on your best interests cannot be too highly estimated. These are the mainspring of purpose and action. Their function cannot be begun too early in life, since they will remain with you as long as you live, and exert a decisive influence on your condition of success or failure. There is no brighter jewel in any young man's character than to be firmly established on principle of unyielding rectitude. They change not with times and circumstances. They are the same yesterday, today, and forever. They extend their sway to all beings and to all classes, to the man of learning and the ignorant peasant, to the beggar and the prince. They are the bond of union and the source of blessedness to all subjects of God's empire. It is always easy to know what is right, but often difficult to decide what is best for our present interests or popularity. He who acts from false principles is often perplexed in deciding on any plan of action. He knows not what course to pursue, or how to avoid the difficulties that are ever thickening around him. His way is dark and crooked, and full of snares and pitfalls. But the way is light as day to him whose ruling principle is duty. He is not perplexed as to questions of interest or popularity. Such a man, whether rich or poor, has those solid and excellent traits of character which are certain to secure for him the esteem and confidence of all good men, and even those who are too weak to imitate his virtues are obliged to yield to him the secret homage of their respect. But the greatest boon of all is the self-respect he thus secures. He is not degraded in his own eyes by acting from unworthy and criminal motives, and it is only when once lost that you fully realize how valuable is the boon of self-respect. It is the fruit of exertion in right ways. There are false principles to embrace which is certain defeat to hopes of future usefulness. There are some who make pleasant the aim of their lives, and who seem to live only for their own enjoyment. Man was made for action, for duty and usefulness, and it is only when he lives in accordance with this great design of his being that he attains his highest dignity and truest happiness. To make pleasure his ultimate aim is certainly to fail of it. No matter what a young man's situation and prospects are, no matter if he is perfectly independent in his circumstances and heir to millions, he will certainly become a worthless character if he does not aim at something higher than his own selfish enjoyment. A life thus spent is a life lost. It is utterly inconsistent with all manliness of thought and action. It forms a character of effeminacy and feebleness, and entails on its possessor not only the contempt of all worthy and good men, but embitters the decline of life with shame and self-reproach. Another principle of evil import is the love of money, which exerts a mighty and powerful influence over the children of men. When once the love of money becomes in any man a dominant principle of action, there is an end of all hope of his ever attaining the true excellence of an intelligent moral being. Money is the supreme and governing motive of his conduct, and where this is the case, it is not to be expected that a man will be very scrupulous as to the means of obtaining it. Put a piece of gold too close to the eye, and it is large enough to blind you to home, to love, to death, and to heaven itself. End of section 83. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 84 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.G. Ferguson. Section 84. Opportunity. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taking at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Shakespeare. Many fail in life from the want, as they are too ready to suppose of those great occasions wherein they might have shown their trustworthiness and their integrity. But in order to find whether a vessel be leaky, we first prove it with water before we trust it with wine. The more minute and trivial opportunities of being just and upright are constantly occurring to every one. It is the proper employment of these smaller opportunities that occasion the great ones. It is one of the common mistakes of life and one of the most radical sources of evil to wait for opportunities. Many persons are looking for some marked event or some grand opening through which they hope to develop what may be in them, and thus make potent a character which now, for lack of motives, is barren and unfruitful. The real materials out of which our characters are forming are the hourly occurrences of everyday life. Every claim of duty, the employment of each minute, the daily vexations or trials we are called upon to bear, the momentary decisions that must be made, the casual interview, the contact with sin or sorrow in every day, dress all these and many others as small and as constant are the real opportunities of life. These we are continually embracing or neglecting, and out of them we are forming a character that is fast consolidating into the shape we gave it, for good or for evil. If we watch through a single day, we shall doubtless discover hundreds of opportunities of both doing and receiving good that we have perhaps hitherto passed by with indifference, and by diligent assiduity in seeking for and embracing these, we shall be prepared to encounter the fiercer storms of life that may await us, or to take advantage of future opportunities that may offer for our good. A man's opportunity usually has some relation to his ability. It is an opening for a man of his talents and means. It is an opening for him to use what he has faithfully and to the utmost. It requires toil, self-denial, faith. If he says, I want a better opportunity than that, I am worthy of a higher position than that, or if he thinks the opportunity too insignificant to be embraced, he is very likely in after years to see the folly of his course. There are scores of young men all over the land who want to acquire wealth, and yet every day scorn such opportunities, as our really rich men would have improved. They want to begin not as others do, at the foot of the ladder, but halfway up. They want somebody to give them a lift, or to carry them up in a balloon, so that they can avoid the early and arduous struggles of the majority of those who have been successful. The most unsuccessful men are usually the ones who think they could do great things if they only had the opportunity, but something has always prevented them. Providence has hedged them in so that they could not carry out their plan. They knew just how to get rich, but they lack opportunity. A man cannot expect that great opportunities will meet him all along through his life, like milestones by the wayside. Usually he has one or two. If he neglects them, he is like the man who takes the wrong course where several meet. The farther he goes, the worse he fares. In the life of the most unlucky persons, there are always some occasions when by prompt and vigorous action he may win the thing he has at heart. There's nobody, says a Roman cardinal, whom fortune does not visit once in his life. But when she finds he is not ready to receive her, she goes in at the door and out through the window. Opportunity is coy. The careless, the slow, the unobservant, the lazy fail to see her, or clutch at her when she has gone. The sharp fellows detect her instantly and seize her on the wing. It is ofttimes not sufficient to wait for opportunity, even though improved when it has come. We must not only strike the iron while it is hot, but make it hot by striking. In other words, if opportunity does not present herself, we must try our best to compel her attendance. Opportunity is in respect to time in some sense, as time is in respect to eternity. It is the small moment, the exact point, the critical minute on which every good work so much depends. Hesitation is, in some instances, a sign of weakness, an exhibition of caution, instead of an aid is a hindrance. At the critical moment, there is no time for over-squeamishness, else the opportunity slips away beyond recall, even as the spoken word or the sped arrow. The period of life during which a man must venture, if ever, is so limited that it is no bad rule to preach up the necessity in such instances of a little violence done to the feelings, and of efforts made in defiance of strict and sober calculation, rather than to pass one opportunity after another. It is not accident that helps a man in the world, but purpose and persistent industry. These make a man sharp to discover opportunities, and to turn them to account. To the feeble, the sluggish, and purposeless, the happiest opportunities avail nothing. They pass them by, seeing no meaning in them. But to the energetic, wide-awake man, they are occasions of great moment, the improvement of which contribute in no small degree to his ultimate success. End of section 8.4.
Section number 85 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 85. Duty. I slept and dreamed that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. Duty rounds out the whole of life, from our entrance into it until our exit from it. There is the duty to superiors, to inferiors, to equals, to God, and to man. Wherever there is power to use or to direct, there is a duty devolving upon us. Duty is a thing that is due and must be paid by every man who would avoid present discredit and eventual moral insolvency. It is an obligation, a debt, which can only be discharged by voluntary effort and resolute action in the affairs of life. The abiding sense of duty is the very crown of character. It is the upholding law of man in its highest altitudes. Without it, the individual totters and falls before the first puff of adversity or temptation, whereas, inspired by it, the weakest become strong and full of courage. Duty, says Mrs. Jamieson, is the cement which binds the whole moral edifice together, without which all power, goodness, intellect, truth, happiness, love itself, can have no permanence, but all the fabric of existence crumble away from under us, and leave us at last sitting in the midst of a ruin, astonished at our own dissolution. Take man from the lowest depths of poverty, or from the downy beds of wealth, and you will find that to act well his part in life he must recognize and live up to the rule of duty. As the ship is safely guided across the ocean by a helm, so on the ocean of existence duty is the helm, without which life is lost. It is the lesson of history, no less than the experience of the present age, that an attention to duty is all of its details is the only sure road to real greatness, whether individual or national. Duty is based upon a sense of justice, justice inspired by love, which is the most perfect form of goodness. Duty is not a sentiment, but a principle pervading the life, and it exhibits itself in conduct and in action. Duty is above all consequences, and often, at a crisis of difficulty, commands us to throw them overboard. It commands us to look neither to the right nor to the left, but straight forward. Every signal act of duty is an act of faith. It is performed in the assurance that God will take care of the consequences, and will so order the course of the world that, whatever the immediate results may be, his word shall not return to him empty. The voice of conscience speaks in duty done, and without its regulating and controlling influence, the brightest and greatest intellect may be merely as a light that leads astray. Conscience sets a man upon his feet, while his will holds him upright. Conscience is the moral governor of the heart, and only through its dominating influence can a noble and upright character be fully developed. That we ought to do an action of itself a sufficient and ultimate answer to the question why we should do it. The conscience may speak never so loudly, but without energetic will it may speak in vain. The will is free to choose between the right course and the wrong one, but the choice is nothing unless followed by immediate and decisive action. If the sense of duty be strong and the course of action clear, the courageous will, upheld by the conscience, enables a man to proceed on his course bravely, and to accomplish his purposes in the face of all opposition and difficulty. And should failure be the issue, there will remain at least the satisfaction that it has been in the cause of duty. There is a sublimity in the conscious rectitude, a pleasure in the approval of one's own mind, in comparison with which the treasures of earth are not worth mentioning. The peace and happiness arising from this are above all change and beyond all decay. Disappointment and trials do but improve them. They go with us into all places and attend us through every changing scene of life. They sustain and delight at home and abroad, by day and by night, in solitude and in society, in sickness and in health, in time and eternity. All this is sure to be the reward of him who knows his duty and does it, regardless as to what others say or as to the immediate results flowing from thence. We all have good and bad in us. The good would do what it ought to do. The bad does what it can. The good dwells in the kingdom of duty. The bad sits on the throne of might. Duty is a loyal subject. Might is a royal tyrant. Duty is the evangel of God that proclaims the acceptable year of the Lord. Might is the scourge of the world that riots in carnage, groans, and blood. Duty gains its victories by peace. Might conquers only by war. Duty is a moralist resting on principle. Might is a worldling seeking for pleasure. These are the inward principles contending with each other in every human soul. To live truly and nobly is to act energetically. Life is a battle to be fought valiantly. Inspired by high and honorable resolves, a man must stand to his post, and die there if necessary. Like the hero of his old determination, should be to dare nobly, to will strongly, and never to falter in the path of duty. It has been truly said that man's real greatness consists, not in seeking his own pleasure or fame, but that every man shall do his duty. What most stands in the way of the performance of duty is irresolution, weakness of purpose, and indecision. On the one side are conscience and the knowledge of good and evil. On the other are indolence, selfishness, and love of pleasure. The weak and ill-disciplined will may remain suspended for a time between these influences, but at length the balance inclines one way or another, as the voice of conscience is heeded or passed by. If its warning voice is unheeded, the lower influence of selfishness will prevail. Thus character is degraded, and manhood abdicates the throne as ruler, and sinks to the level of slave to the senses. Be not diverted from your duty by any idle reflections the silly world may make upon you. Their censures have no power over you, and, consequently, should not be any part of your concern. No man's spirits were ever hurt by doing his duty. On the contrary, one good action done, one temptation resisted and overcome, one sacrifice of desire or interest, purely for conscience's sake, will prove a cordial for weak souls most salutary for the real good, conducing no less to their present happiness and welfare than to their eternal and unending good. End of section 85. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 86 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 86. Trials. Life, no matter in what aspects it has been presented before us, when we come to the reality, it is full of pitfalls and entanglements, into which our unwary feet often stumble. Day after day, as we watch the different vicissitudes of life, we are reminded of the fragility of human hopes and aspirations. As the leaves of the tree, once flourishing, once verdant, lose their vitality and finally waste away, so it is with our desires and anticipations. In youth, we look forward, the future appears calm and tranquil. As we approach manhood and womanhood, life changes its appearance and becomes tempestuous and rough, as the ocean changes before the advancing storm. In the changes of real life, joy and grief are never far apart. In the same street, the shutters of one house are closed, while the curtains of the next are brushed by the passing dancers. A wedding party returns from church, and a funeral train leaves from the adjacent house. Gladness and sighs brighten and dim the mirror of daily life. Tears and laughter are twin-born, like two children sleeping in one cradle. When one wakes and stirs, the other wakes also. Be not dismayed at the trials of life. They are sent for your good. God knows what keys in the human soul to touch in order to draw out its sweetest and most perfect harmonies. These may be the strains of sadness and sorrow, as well as the loftier notes of joy and gladness. Think not that uninterrupted joy is good. The sunshine lies upon the mountain top all day, and lingers there latest and longest at eventide. Yet is the valley green and fertile, while the peak is barren and unfruitful. Trials come in 1,000 different forms, and as many avenues are open to their approach. They come with the warm throbbing of our youthful lives, keep pace with the measured tread of manhood's noon, and depart not from the descending footsteps of disreptitude and age. We may not hope to be entirely free from either disciplinary trials or the fiery darts of the enemy until we are through with life's burdens. Men may be so old that ambition has no charm. Pleasures may pale on the senses, but they are never too old to experience trials. Life all sunshine without shade, all happiness without sorrow, all pleasure without pain, were not life at all, at least not human life. Take the life of the happiest. It is a tangled yarn. It is made up of joys and sorrows, and the joys are all the sweeter because of the sorrows. Even death itself makes life more loving. It binds us more closely together while living. The severer trials and hazardous enterprises of life call into exercise the latent faculties of the soul of man. They are for the purpose of putting his manhood to the test, and rouse in him strength, hardihood, and valor. They may be hard to take, though they strengthen the soul. Tonics are always bitter. Heaven, in its mercy, has placed the fountain of wisdom in the hidden and concealed depths of the soul, that the children of misfortune might seek and find in its healthful waters the antidote and cordial of their cares and calamities. Knowledge and sorrow are blended together, and as closely and inseparably so as ignorance and folly, and for reasons equally as salutary and just. Such is the established course of nature. Such is her best and wisest law. When she leads us from what is frivolous and vain in the land of darkness, and brings us to the impressive and true in the land of light, the first act she performs is to remove the scales from our eyes that we may see and weep. We must first learn to mourn and feel before we can know and think, and the deeper we shall go into the depths below, the higher shall we ascend into the heights above. Man is like a sword in a shop window. Men that look upon the perfect blade do not dream of the process by which it was completed. Man is a sword. Daily life is the workshop, and God is the artificer, and the trials and sorrows of life, the very things that fashion the man. We should remember when borne down by trials that they are sent to us only for our instructions, even as we darken the cages of our birds when we wish them to sing. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seamed with cares. Martyrs have put on their coronation robes glittering with fire, and through tears many caught the first glimpse of heaven. Never meet trouble halfway, but let him have the whole walk for his pains. Perhaps he will give up his visit even in sight of your house. If misfortune comes, be patient, and he will soon stalk out again, for he cannot bear cheerful company. Do not think you are fated to be miserable, because you are disappointed in your expectation and baffled in your pursuits. Do not declare that God has forsaken you when your way is hedged about with thorns, when trials and troubles meet you on every side. No man's life is free from struggles and mortifications, not even the happiest. But every one may build up his own happiness by seeking mental pleasures, and thus making himself independent of outward fortune. The greatest misfortune of all is not to be able to bear misfortune. Not to feel misfortune is not the part of a mortal, but not to bear it is not becoming in a man. Calamity never leaves us where it finds us. It either softens or hardens the heart of its victim. Misfortune is never mournful to the soul that accepts it, for such do always see in every cloud an angel's face. Every man deems that he has precisely the trials and temptations which are the hardest of all others for him to bear. From the manner in which men bear their conditions, we should oftentimes pity the prosperous and envy the unfortunate. The simplest and most obvious use of sorrow is to remind us of God. It would seem that a certain shock is needed to bring us in contact with reality. We are not conscious of breathing till obstruction makes it felt. So we are not conscious of the mighty cravings of our half-divine humanity. We are not aware of the God within us till some chasm yawns which must be filled, or till the rending asunder of our affection brings us to a consciousness of our need. To mourn without measure is folly. Not to mourn at all is insensibility. God says to the fruit tree, bloom and bear, and to the human heart, bear and bloom. The soul's great blooming is the flower of suffering. As the sun converts clouds into a glorious drapery, firing them with gorgeous hues, draping the whole horizon with its glorious costume, and riding victory along their front, so sometimes a radiant heart lets forth its hopes upon its sorrows, and all blackness flies, and troubles that troop appall seem to crowd around as a triumphant procession following the steps of a victor. End of section 86. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 87 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.G. Ferguson. Section 87. Sickness. Sickness takes us aside and sets us alone with God. We are taken into his private chamber, and there he converses with us face to face. The world is afar off, our relish for it is gone, and we are alone with him. Many are the words of grace and truth which he then speaks to us. All our former props are struck away, and now we must lean on God alone. The things of earth are felt to be vanity. Man's sympathy deserts us. We are cast wholly upon God, that we may learn that his praise and his sympathy are enough. There is something in sickness that lowers the pride of manhood, that softens the heart and brings it back to the feelings of infancy. Who that has languished even in advanced life in sickness, but has thought of the mother who watched over his childhood, who smoothed his pillow and administered to his helplessness? When a man is laboring under the pain of any distemper, it is then that he recollects there is a God, and that he himself is but a man. No mortal is then the object of his envy, his admiration, or his contempt. and having no malice to gratify, the tales of slander excite him not, but it unveils to him his own heart. It shows him the need there is for sympathy and love between man and man. Thus disease, opening our eyes to the realities of life, is an indirect blessing. One who has never known a day's illness is lacking in one department at least of moral culture. He has lost the greatest lesson of his life. He has missed the finest lecture in the great school of humanity, the sick chamber. Disease generally begins that equality which thus completes. The distinctions which set one man so much above another are very little perceived in the gloom of a sick chamber, where it will be vain to expect entertainment from the gay or instruction from the wise, where all human glory is obliterated, the wit is clouded, the reasoner perplexed, and the hero subdued, where the highest and the brightest of mortal beings finds nothing of real worth left him but the consciousness of innocence. Sickness brings a share of blessing with it. What stores of human love and sympathy it reveals! What constant, affectionate care is ours! What kindly greetings from friends and associates! This very loosening of our hold upon life calls out such wealth of human sympathy that life seems richer than before. Then it teaches humility. Our absence is scarcely noticed. From the noisy, wrestling world we are separated completely. Yet our place is filled, and all moves on without us. So we learn that when at last we shall sink forever beneath the waves of the sea of life, there will be but one ripple, and the current will move steadily on. It is on the bed of sickness that we fully realize the value of good health. The first wealth is health. Sickness is poor-spirited and cannot serve anyone, but health is one of the greatest blessings we are capable of enjoying. Money cannot buy it, therefore value it and be thankful for it. Health is above all gold and treasure. It enlarges the soul and opens all its powers to receive instruction and to relish virtue. He that has health has but little more to wish for, and he that has it not, in the want of it, wants everything. It is beyond price, since it is by health that money is procured. Thousands and even millions are small recompense for the loss of health. Poverty is indeed an evil from which we naturally fly. But let us not run from one enemy to one still more implacable, which is assuredly the lot of those who exchange poverty for sickness, though accompanied by wealth. In no situation and under no circumstances does human character appear to better advantage than when watching by the side of sickness. The helplessness and weakness of the sick chamber makes a most effective appeal to the charity and natural kindness inherent in the hearts of all, even of the most degraded. Thus it appears that sickness is not only of discipline to the sick one, but it serves also to bring to a more perfect growth the flowers of charity and kindness in the hearts of those who care for the sick one. It is on the sick bed that the heart learns most completely the value of self-examination. Life passes before the sick one as a gliding panorama. How strong are the resolutions formed for future guidance, and only God and the angels know how many lives have been turned from evil courses to the right, have been snatched as brands from the burning, who can date their progress in the good and true modes of living from some bed of sickness. Then let us be patient in sickness. Let us turn it to account in the bettering of our hearts, and thus may we reap from seeing evil what will conduce in no small degree to our ultimate happiness. End of section 8-7.
Section number 88 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Lothridge. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section number 88. Sorrow. Sorrows gather around great souls as storms do around great mountains, but like them they break the storms and purify the air. Those who have suffered much are like those who know many languages. They have learned to understand and be understood by all. Sorrows sober us and make the mind genial. In sorrows we love and trust our friends more tenderly, and the dead become dearer to us. Just as the stars shine out in the night, so there are faces that look at us in our grief, though before they were fading from our recollections. Suffering. Let no man dread it too much, because it is better for him, and will help make sure of being immortal. Just as it is only at night that other worlds are to be seen shining in the distance, so it is in sorrow, the night of the soul, that we see the farthest and know ourselves natives of infinity, sons and daughters of immortality. The path of life meanders through a bright and beautiful world, a world where the fragrant flowers of friendship, nourished by the gentle dews of sympathy and the warmth of sunlight of affection, bloom in perennial beauty. But through this bright world there flows a stream whose turbid waters cross and recross the path of every pilgrim. It is the stream of human suffering. As the rose tree is composed of the sweetest flowers and the sharpest thorns, as the heavens are sometimes overcast, alternately tempestuous and serene, so is the life of man intermingled with the hopes and fears, with joy and sorrow, with pleasures and with pains. Life is beset with unavoidable annoyances, vexatious cares, and harassing events, but we endure them, we strive to forget them, or like the dust-worn garment or the soil on our shoes we brush them off, and if possible scarcely bestow a thought on the trouble it requires. But when we have once been called upon to feel and undergo a great sorrow, to bend the back and bow the head, to endure the yoke and suffer the agony, to abide the pelting of the storm of adversity and sorrow, when few, perhaps none, sympathize with us. These are the days of anguish and of darkness, these the nights of desolation and despair. And when they endure as long as life shall last, and when they have once come upon us with their appalling weight, their remorseless power, we can never be beguiled into a forgetfulness of them. The memory of them endure as long as life shall last. We may again behold the beams of a cheerful sun throwing a delusive coloring over the landscape around us, but while our eyes may rest upon the lights
they will dwell upon the shadows of the picture. Time is the rider that breaks youth. To the young how bright the new world looks, how full of novelty, of enjoyment, of pleasure. But as years pass on, they are found to abound in sorrowful scenes as well as those pleasant. Scenes of toil, suffering, difficulty, perhaps misfortune and failure. Happy they who can pass through such trials with a firm mind and a pure heart, encountering trials with cheerfulness, and standing erect beneath even the heaviest burdens. Sorrow is the noblest of all discipline. Our nature shrinks from it, but it is not the less a discipline. It is a scourge, but there is healing in its stripes. It is a chalice, and the draught is bitter, but health proceeds from the bitterness. It is a crown of thorns, but it becomes a wreath of light on the brow which it has lacerated. It is a cross on which the spirit groans, but every Calvary has an olivet. To every place of crucifixion there is likewise a place of ascension. The sun that is shrouded is unveiled, and the heavens open with hopes eternal to the soul which has nigh unto despair. Even in guilt sorrow has a sanctity within it. Place a bad man beside the deathbed or the grave, where all that he loved is cold. We are moved, we are won, by his affection, and we find the divine spark yet alive, which no vice could quench. Christianity itself is a religion of sorrow. It was born in sorrow it was tried, and by sorrow it was made perfect. The author of Christianity was a man of sorrow and acquainted with grief. Sorrow is exalting, and a baptism of sorrow is awarded to every one who strives for the higher life. Since Christ wept over Jerusalem, the best, the bravest, who have followed him in good will and good deeds, have commenced their missions alike in suffering. Sorrow is not to be complained of. It is the passport by which we are to be made acceptable in that house where all tears shall be wiped away. It has power for good. It has joy within its gloom. And though Christianity is a religion of trials and suffering, it is not less a religion of hope. It casts down in order to exalt, and if it tries the spirit by affliction, it is to prepare it for a future great reward. All mankind must taste the cup which destiny has mixed, be it bitter or be it sweet. Be not impatient under suffering. It is for the correction of thy soul. It is better to suffer than to injure. It is better to suffer without a cause than that there should be cause for our suffering. By experiencing distress, an arrogant insensibility of temper is most effectually corrected. Endeavor to extract a blessing from the remembrance of thy own sufferings. If so be that Providence has so ordered your life that you are not subject to much of the discipline of sorrow, strive to extract this discipline from the consideration of the lot of those less favored than you are. Step aside occasionally from the flowers and smooth path which is permitted you to walk in order to view the toilsome march of your fellow creatures through the thorny desert. The designed end of temporal affections is to cause men to consider their spiritual wants and to seek the good of their higher natures. Often, suffering not only fails to purify the soul from sin, but aggravates and intensifies its selfish and malignant passions. This is always the case where the heart fails to accept the lesson taught. By submission to sorrow, the sweetest traits of character are developed, as some fruits are brought to perfection only by frost. Misfortune should act upon us or upon our feelings, like fire upon old tenements, which are consumed only to be rebuilt with greater perfection. The winds of adversity sweep over the soul and scatter the fairest blossoms of hope, but the blossoms fall that the fruit may appear. So with us, when the flowers of hope are gone, there come the fruits of long-suffering, patience, faith, and love. Thus the darkest clouds which overhang human destiny may often appear the brightest to the angels who behold them with prophetic ken from heaven. The damps of autumn sink into the leaves and prepare them for decay, and thus are we, insensibly perhaps, detached from our hold on life by the gentle pressure of recorded sorrows. Who is not familiar with the fact that life, which to the young promises so much, but to the middle-aged presents a stern reality, seems to the old as a day's labor now closing, and even as the laborer, worn by the burdens and heat of the day, looks forward to rest, so does the aged pilgrim, oppressed by the accumulated griefs and sorrows of a lifetime, look forward to the rest of death. The first thing to be conquered in grief is the pleasure we feel in indulging in it. Persons may acquire a morbid and unhealthy state of feeling on this subject, and by a constant giving way to feelings of grief, become at last so constituted that on the slightest occasion they give way to apparently uncontrollable sorrow, converting thus what was intended as a means of discipline necessary to soul growth into an evil which contracts life. Remember, then, that in the matter of giving expression to sorrow, self-control is no less necessary than in the other affairs of life. There is but one pardonable grief, that for the departed. This pleasing grief is but a variety of comfort. The sighs are but a mournful mode of loving them. There are sorrows too sacred to be babbled to the world, griefs which one would forbear to whisper even to a friend. Real sorrow is not clamorous. It seeks to shun every eye, and breathes in solitude and silence the sighs that come from the heart. Every heart has also its secret sorrows, of which the world knows nothing, and oftentimes we call a man cold when he is only sorrowful. Sorrow may be divided into two classes: that which really comes from the heart and is for the bettering of man, and that which comes from wounded selfishness, egotism, and pride. It is our duty to strive against giving vent to the latter kind of sorrow. It is, after all, only selfish in feeling and expression. It is the duty of all to cultivate cheerfulness of manner and disposition. Another hath said, "Give not thy mind to heaviness. The gladness of heart is the life of man, and the joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days. Remove sorrow far from thee, for sorrow hath killed many, and there is no profit therein, and carefulness bringeth age before the time." As limbs which are wrenched violently asunder do not bleed, so the sudden shocks of overwhelming sorrow are unrelieved by tears. The heart is benumbed, the eyes are dry, and the very fountain of feeling obstructed and stagnant. Our lighter afflictions find relief in lamentations and weeping, and the voice of sympathy and compassion brings some consolation of peace. But when the heart has been deeply and powerfully struck by some evil, cruel blow of destiny, the intensity of suffering exceeds the bounds of sensibility and emotion. Those who work hard seldom yield themselves entirely up to real or fancied sorrow. When grief sits down, folds its hands, and mournfully feeds upon its own tears, weaving the dim shadows that a little exertion might sweep away into oblivion, the strong spirit is shorn of its might, and sorrow becomes our master. When sorrow then pours upon you, instead of giving way to it, rather seek by occupation to divert the dark waters that threaten to overwhelm you into the thousand channels which the duties of life always present. Before you dream of it, those waters will fertilize the present and give birth to flowers that may brighten the future, flowers that will become pure and holy in the sunshine which illuminates the path of duty in spite of every obstacle. End of section 88.
Section 89 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Langston. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 89. Poverty. It cannot be too often repeated that it is not the so-called blessings of life, its sunshine and calms, that makes men, but its rugged experiences, its storms, tempests, and trials. Early poverty especially is emphatically a blessing in disguise. The school of poverty graduates the ablest pupils. It does more, perhaps, than anything else to develop the energetic, self-reliant traits of character, without which the highest ability makes but sorry work of life's battles. Thousands of men are bemoaning present indigence and obscurity who might have won riches and honor had they only been compelled by early poverty to develop their manhood. As well expect the oak to grow strong in the atmosphere of the hothouse as that man would reach his best estate surrounded from earliest years by the comforts and luxury of wealth. Many of the evils of poverty are imaginary, arising from mistaken notions we may entertain as to what constitutes happiness and comfort. There is not such a difference as some men imagine between the poor and the rich. In pomp, show, and opinion there is a great deal, but little as to the real pleasures and joys of life. No man is poor who does not think himself so. But if in a full fortune, with impatience he desires more, he proclaims his wants and his beggarly condition. We are more and more impressed that the poor are only they who feel poor. He whom we esteem wealthy in a true scale would perhaps be found very indigent. Of what avail the wealth of Croesus if the heart feels pinched and poor? It is one of the mysteries of our life that genius, the noblest gift of God to man, is nourished by poverty. Its noblest works have been achieved by the sorrowing ones of the world in tears and despair, not in the brilliant saloon, furnished with every comfort and elegance, not in the library, well fitted, softly carpeted, and looking out upon a smooth green lawn or a broad expanse of scenery. Not in ease and competence is genius born and nurtured. More frequently in adversity and destitution, amidst the harassing cares of a straitened household, in bare and fireless garrets, is genius born and reared. This is its birthplace, and with such surroundings have men labored, studied, and trained themselves, until they have at last emanated out of the gloom of that obscurity, the shining lights of their time, and exercised an influence upon the thoughts of the world amounting to a species of intellectual legislation. If there is anything in the world that a young man should be more grateful for than another, it is the poverty which necessitates his starting in life under very great disadvantages. Poverty is one of the best tests of human quality in existence. A triumph over it is like graduating with honor from West Point. It demonstrates stuff and stamina. It is a certificate of worthy labor faithfully performed. A young man who cannot stand this test is not good for anything. He can never rise above a drudge or a pauper. If he cannot feel his will harden as the yoke of poverty presses upon him, and his pluck rise with every difficulty that poverty throws in his way, he may as well withdraw from the conflict, since his defeat is already assured. Poverty saves 1,000 times more men than it ruins, for it only ruins those who are not worth saving, while it saves multitudes of those whom wealth would have ruined. It is of decided advantage for a man to be under the necessity of having to struggle with poverty and conquer it. He who has battled, says Carlyle, were it only with poverty and toil, will be found stronger and more expert than he who could stay at home from the battle. It is not prosperity so much as adversity, not wealth so much as poverty, that stimulates the perseverance of strong and healthy natures, rouses their energy, and develops their character. Indeed, misfortune and poverty have frequently converted the indolent votary of society into a useful member of the community, and made him a moving power in the great workshop of the world, teaching men and developing the powers which nature has bestowed on them. Poverty is the great test of civility and the touchstone of friendship. Amid the poverty and privation of the humblest homes are often found scenes of magnanimity and self-denial as utterly beyond the belief as it is the practices of the great and rich. Acts of self-denial, kindness, and generosity, which borrow no support either from the gaze of the many or the admiration of the few, yet giving daily exhibitions of its strength and constancy. It is the great privilege of poverty to be happy and unenvied, to be healthy without physic, secure without a guard, and to obtain from the bounty of nature what the great and wealthy are compelled to procure by the help of art. Few are the real wants and necessities of mankind. Some men with thousands a year suffer more for want of means than others with only hundreds. The reason is found in the artificial wants of the former. Though his income is great, his wants are still greater, and as a consequence his income is not equal to his outgo. There are many wealthy people who of course enjoy their wealth, but there are thousands who never know a moment's peace because they live above their means. He who earns but $1 a day and does not run in debt is a happier man. The great secret of being solvent and well-to-do and comfortable is to get ahead of your expenses. Eat and drink this month what you earned last month, not what you are going to earn the next. Poverty may be a bitter draught, yet it is often a tonic, strengthening all the powers of manhood. Though the drinker makes a wry face, there is, after all, a wholesome goodness in the cup. But debt, however courteously it may be offered, is the cup of a siren, and the wine, spiced and delicious though it may be, is poison. The man out of debt, though with a flaw in his jerkin and a hole in his hat, is still the son of liberty, free as the singing bird above him. But the debtor, although clothed in the utmost bravery, what is he but a serf out upon a holiday, a slave to be reclaimed at every instant by his owner, the creditor? Poverty is never felt so severely as by those who have seen better days. The poverty of the poor has many elements of hardness, but it is endurable, and is developing their strength and endurance. The poverty of the formerly affluent is indeed hard. It avoids the light of day and shuns the sympathy of those who would relieve its wants. It preys upon the heart and corrodes the mind. The sunshine of life is gone, and it requires a strong mind to resolutely set about to mend the impaired fortune. It is the misfortune of many young persons today that they begin life with too many advantages. Every possible want of their many-sided nature is supplied before it is consciously felt. Books, teachers, mental and religious training, lectures, amusements, clothes, and food, all of the best quality, and without stint in quantity. In short, the pick of the world's good things, and help of every kind, are lavished upon them, till satiety results and all ambition is extinguished. What motive has a young man for whom life is thus thrice winnowed to exert himself? Having supped full of life's sweets, he finds them palling on his taste. Having done nothing to earn its good things, he cannot appreciate their value. Like a hothouse plant, grown weak and spindling through too much shelter and watching, he needs nothing so much as to be set in the open air of the world and to grow strong with struggling for existence. It is a fact that the working, successful men of today were once industrious, self-reliant boys, and the same thing will be repeated, for from the ranks of the hard-working, economical, temperate, and self-reliant boys of today will emanate the progressive, prominent men of the future. All boys should grow up strong as steel bars, fighting their way to an education, and then, when they are all ready, plunging into real life. The majority of the men of mark in this country are not the sons of those whose fathers could give them all they want, and much more than they should have, but are those who were brought up in cottages and cabins, cutting their way through difficulties on every side to their present commanding position. Of all poverty, that of the mind is the most deplorable, and it is at the same time without excuse. Every one who wills it can lay in a rich store of mental wealth. The poor man's purse may be empty, but he has as much gold in the sunset and as much silver in the moon as anybody. Wealth of heart is not dependent upon wealth of purse. Home comfort and happiness does not depend upon elegance of surroundings, but it is found in the spirit presiding over the household. This is the spirit of loving kindness, and is as apt to dwell with poverty as with wealth. Thus the evils of poverty are much exaggerated, and the evils, if evils they be, are, after all, for our own ultimate good. End of section 89. Recording by Laura Langston.
Section 90 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Affliction. There is an elasticity to the human mind, capable of bearing much, but which will not show itself until a certain weight of affliction be put upon it. Fear not the darkness, saith the Persian proverb. It conceals perhaps the springs of the water of life. Experience is often bitter, but wholesome. Only by its teachings can we learn to suffer and be strong. Character in its highest forms is disciplined by trial and made perfect through suffering. Even from the deepest sorrow, the patient and thoughtful mind will gather a richer meed than pleasure ever yielded. Bereavement. Think it not unkind when afflictions befall thee. It is all for the best that they are sent. God calls those whom he loveth, and why should he not claim his own jewels to shine in his house, though our own be made dreary? It may seem hard under such circumstances to say that it is all for the best. The human heart is prone to give over to grief and lamentations. But wait, soon when like the tired pilgrim thou shalt fall sick and weary, he will take you home to rejoice in finding friends from whom you have been separated. Then how true will be the saying that it was all for the best. Sad accidents and a state of affliction are a school of virtue. It reduces our spirits to soberness and our counsels to moderation. It corrects levity. God, who governs the world in mercy and wisdom, never would have suffered the virtuous ones to endure so many keen afflictions, did he not intend that they should be the seminary of comfort, the nursery of virtue, the exercise of wisdom and the trial of patience, the venturing for a crown and the gate of glory. Much of the most useful work done by men and women has been done amidst afflictions, sometimes as a relief from it, sometimes as a sense of duty overpowering personal sorrow. Adversity is the touchstone of character. As some herbs need to be crushed to give forth their sweetest odors, so some natures need to be tried by suffering to evoke the excellence that is in them. Grief is a common bond that unites hearts. It can knit hearts closer than happiness can, and common sufferings are far stronger links than common joys. The visitations of sorrow are universal. There beats not a heart but that it has felt the force of affliction. There is not an eye but has witnessed many scenes of sorrow. They are always impaired by sorrow who are not thereby improved. Some natures are like grapes. The more they are downtrodden, the richer tribute they supply. It may be affirmed substantially that good men reap more real benefit from their affliction than bad men do from their prosperities, for what they lose in wealth, pleasure, or honor, they gain in wisdom and tranquility of mind. No creature would be more unhappy, said Demetrius, than a man who had never known affliction. The best need afflictions for the trial of their virtue. How can we exercise the grace of contentment if all things succeed well, or that of forgiveness if we have no enemies? At a superficial view, it appears that adversity happens to all alike, without regard to rank or condition. The good are apparently as little favored by fortune in this respect as the bad, the high as the humble. People are continually rising and falling in all the grades of society. We often see men of high expectations suddenly cut down and left to struggle with despair and ruin. If the happiness of mankind depended upon the caprice of fortune, their condition would be wretched. But it is possible to possess a mind which will not lose its tranquillity in the severest adversity, or at least such a one as, being disturbed and deprived of its wonted serenity by a sudden calamity, will recover in a short period, and assume its native buoyancy by the shock which it has experienced. How uncertain is human life! There is but a breath of air and a beat of a heart betwixt this world and the next. In the brief interval of painful and awful suspense, while we feel that death is present with us, we are powerless, and he all-powerful. The last faint pulsation here is but the prelude of endless joys hereafter. In the midst of the stunning calamity about to befall us, when death is in the family circle, and some loved one is about to be taken from us, we feel as if earth had no compensating good to mitigate the severity of our loss. But we forget that there is no grief without some beneficent provisions to soften its intensities. Thus, in the presence of death, there is also a consolation. Has the life been stormy? There is now rest. Rest for the troubled heart and the weary head, and it can be known only by experience with what a longing many hearts thus look forward to the rest of death. Many whom the world regards as peculiarly blessed by Providence, carrying with them such corroding, anxious cares that it is with a feeling of relief that they contemplate the approach of death. To them, death comes in its most beautiful form. He borrows the garb of gentle sleep, lays down his iron scepter, and his cold hand falls as warm as the hand of friendship over the weary heart now ceasing to beat. Grief or misfortune seems to be indispensable to the development of intelligence, energy, and virtue. The trials to which humanity are subject are necessary to draw them from their lethargy, to disclose their character. Afflictions even have the effect of eliciting talents, which in prosperous circumstances would have lain dormant. Suffering, indeed, seems to have been as divinely appointed as joy, while it is much more influential as a discipline of character. Suffering may be the appointed means by which the highest nature of man is to be disciplined and developed. Sometimes a heartbreak rouses an impassive nature to life. "What does he know?" said a sage, "who has not suffered?" No soul is so obscure that God does not take thought for its schooling. The sun is the central light of the solar system, but it has a mission to the ripening corn and the purpling clusters on the vine, as well as the ponderous planet. The sunshine that comes filtering through the morning mists with healing on its wings, and charming all the birds to singing, should have also a message from God to sad hearts. No soul is so grief-laden that it may not be lifted to sources of heavenly comfort by recognizing the divine love in the perpetual recurrence of earthly blessings. Afflictions sent by Providence must be submitted to in a humble spirit, otherwise they will not conduce to lasting good. The same furnace that hardens clay liquefies gold, and the manifestation of divine power, Pharaoh found his punishment, but David his pardon. As the musician straineth at his strings, and yet breaketh none of them, but maketh thereby a sweeter melody, a better concord, so God, through affliction, makes his own better unto the fruition and enjoyment of the life to come. Afflictions are the medicine of the mind. If they are not toothsome, let it suffice that they are wholesome. It is not required in physic that it should please, but that it should heal. Let one of our loved ones be taken away, and memory recalls 1,000 sayings to regret. Death quickens recollection painfully. The grave cannot hide the white face of the one who sleeps. The coffin and the green mound are cruel magnets. They draw us further than we would go. They force us to remember. A man never sees so far into human life as when he looks over a wife's or a mother's grave. His eyes get wondrous clear then, and he sees as never before what it is to love and be loved, what it is to injure the feelings of the beloved. When death comes into a household, we do not philosophize, we only feel. The eyes that are full of tears do not see, though in the course of time they come to see more clearly and brightly than those that have never known sorrow. Perhaps the heaviest affliction of life is that of the mother who lost a child. As the waters roll in on shore with incessant throbs, not alone when storms prevail, but in calms as well, so it is with a mother's heart bereaved of her children. Death always speaks with a voice of instruction and reproof. But when the first death happens in a home, it speaks with a voice which scarcely any other form of tribulation can equal. Some of the saddest experiences of life come without premonition. Yesterday, life went well. Hope was in the ascendant. It was easy to be content. Today all is reversed. The crushed heart can scarcely lift itself to pray. Speech seems paralyzed. It seems cruel that such calamity should be permitted when we might have been so happy. Was there not some way by which it could have been avoided? What are life's compensations now? What are its ambitions worth in the face of this? In a great affliction there is no light, either in the mind or in the sun, for when the inward light is fed with fragrant oil, there can be no darkness, though clouds should cover the sun. But when, like a sacred lamp in the temple, the inward light is quenched, there is no light outwardly, though 1,000 suns should preside in the heavens. Why should body and soul be plunged into sorrow's dungeon when God sees fit to afflict? Is not the world as bright as of yore? Are there not still some happy phases to life's weary pilgrimage? We should not complain of oppression, but with submission and love perform the duties of life. And though sorrow and grief come, we must not let darkness obscure the talents which God has given to promote our own and others' happiness, or bury them with the brighter past, but nobly use them and count all sorrow as naught in comparison with the future great reward of right actions. After this life of sorrow and pain, where we are continually weighted down with care, there is a home of perpetual rest, the streets of which are thronged with an angelic host, who, with songs on their lips and with harps in their hands, tell neither the sorrow nor grief which perhaps wasted their lives. To bear the ills of life patiently is one of the noblest virtues, and one that requires as vigorous an exercise of the will as to resent the encroachments of wrong. End of section 90.
Section 91 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 91. Disappointments. It is sometimes of God's mercy that men in the eager pursuit of ambitious plans are baffled, for they are very like a train on down grade. Pulling on the brake is not pleasant, but it keeps the car on the track. We mount to heaven mostly on the ruins of our cherished schemes, finding in our failures our real successes. Disappointments seem to be the lot of man. From the little child with golden hair attempting to catch the glancing sunbeams, to the old man who, with whitened locks and bent frame, pursues some scheme of wealth, disappointment is the almost inevitable consequence. Well it is for us that the future is veiled from our eyes, else we would weary of the trials and allurements that make up the sum of our existence. The child looks forward to manhood. His dreams are speculative. The man looks back to childhood and thinks of the happy days of old. From the time he sits on his mother's knee, with the sunlight streaming in through the open window, until the last hours of life, when the sunlight glances in through closed shutters, he is playing with shadows. And one of the saddest thoughts that come to us in life is the thought that in this bright, beautiful, joy-giving world of ours there are so many shadowed lives. If disappointment came only to the lot of the sinning, even then we might drop a tear over him whose errors wrought their own recompense. But it is not so. The most pure lives are sometimes those that are the fullest of disappointments. With one it is the wreck of a great ambition. He has builded his ship, and launched it on the sea of life freighted with the richest jewels of his strength and manhood. Behold, it comes back to him beaten, battered, and torn by the fury of the gale, the wreck of a first trial. Many are disappointed because they do not look for happiness and success, either in the right spirit or by the proper methods. There is a legend told of a knight who, in the brave days of old, journeyed far away in search of the Holy Grail. He engaged in great pursuits. He sought the most arduous undertakings, but failing to seek in the right spirit his search and his efforts were in vain. At length, wearied and disappointed, he sought his native land. Here in the work of daily trifling duties, humbly seeking to do what was right, he unexpectedly found that for which he had so long searched. In life, we all seek happiness and success. There is but one way in which we can succeed. When we admit that happiness is but a state of the mind, and that success is the faithful performance of no duties, then shall we acquire both. Though we may wander the wide world over, and gather wealth and fame, they will be found impotent to confer happiness, and life to us will seem full of disappointments. But it is so simply because we fail to seek for life in that spirit of quiet content which alone conducts us to its portals. It never yet happened to any man since the beginning of the world, nor ever will, to have all things according to his desires, and there never was any one yet to whose fortune was not at some time opposite and adverse. Those who risk nothing can, of course, lose nothing. Sowing no hopes, they can not suffer from the blight of disappointment. But let him who is enlisted for the war expect to meet the foe. It is with life's troubles as with the risks of the battlefield. There is always less of aggregate danger to the party who stands firm than to the one who gives way. To give way to disappointments is to invite defeat. To bravely cast about for means to resist them is to put them to fight, and out of temporary misfortune to lay the foundation of a more glorious success. Send disappointments to the winds. Take life as it is, and with a strong will, make it as near what it should be as possible. Dark and full of disappointments may be our lot, and we may not be able to fathom the reason for them. But if we can only bring ourselves to see that they are for our good, that we need their chastening influence, all will be well in the end. In the trials of life we must look more for consolation within than from without. The surest consolations of life are those which we thus derive from our own thoughts. For this end matters not so much whether we spend time in study or toil. The thoughts of the mind should go out and reach after higher good. In this manner we may improve ourselves till our thoughts come to be the sweet companions that shall lead us along the paths of virtue. Thus we may grow better within, whilst the cares of life, the losses and the disappointments lose their sharp thorns, and the journey of life be made comparatively pleasant and happy. It is generally known that he who expects much will be often disappointed, yet disappointment seldom cures us of expectations. It is human to err, so it is the lot of mortals to be disappointed, for never yet did error secure the end wished. It is, however, the better philosophy to take things calmly and endeavor to be content with our lot. We may at least add some rays of sunshine to our path if we earnestly endeavor to dispel the clouds of discontent that may arise in our bosom, and by so doing enjoy more fully the bountiful blessing that God gives to his humblest creatures. The great secret of avoiding disappointment is not to expect too much. Despair follows immoderate hopes. As the higher a body rises, the heavier it falls to the ground. Time is the great consoler of the world, inasmuch as he hails our sorrows and trials. But time, in dashing to pieces our most cherished plans and brightest dreams, also brings us to many disappointments, which in turn disappear with the passage of years. While sagacity contrives, patience matures, and labor industriously executes, disappointment laughs at the curious fabric formed by so many efforts and gay with so many brilliant colors, and when the artist imagines the work arrived at the moment of completion, brushes away the beautiful fabric and leaves nothing behind. We thus see that life is indeed a variegated scene, full of trials and full of joys, bright dreams, some fulfilled, more disappointed. What is the lesson for us to learn from this? Perhaps the truest philosophy is not to expect much, to be moderate in our plans and hopes. In youth especially are we apt to be over-sanguine. Reflect that life is full of disappointments, that it is vain for you to expect to escape them, but also learn to go forward with a brave face. You may fail, but from this failure you can organize future success. Because disappointment in one particular plan, it is no reason why you should abandon all plans, and settle down to the conviction that life itself is a failure. Show yourself a man, and rise superior to misfortune, and you will be rewarded by a final victory made more glorious by temporary discouragement, just as the sun bursting from behind the clouds lights up the landscape with a more glorious light because of the storms of the morning. End of section 91. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 92 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vishal. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 92. Failure. It is a mistake to suppose that men succeed through success. They much oftener succeed through failure. By far the best experience of men, experience from which they gain the most of lasting value, is gathered from their failures in their dealings with others in the affairs of life. Such failures for sensible men incite to better self-management and greater tact and self-control as a means of avoiding them in the future. Ask the successful businessman and he'll tell you that he learned the secret of success through being baffled, defeated, thwarted, and circumvented far more than from his successes. Precept, study, advice, and example could never have taught them so well as failure has done. It has disciplined and taught them what to do as well as what not to do, and this latter is often of more importance than the former. Many have to make up their minds to encounter failure again and again before they finally succeed. But if they have pluck, the failure will only serve to rouse their energies and stimulate them to renewed efforts. Failure in one direction has sometimes had the effect of forcing the far-seeing student to apply himself in another, which latter application has in many instances proven to be in just the line that they were fitted for. No one can tell how many of the world's most brilliant geniuses have succeeded because of their first failures. Failures, in many instances, are only means that Providence takes to work an otherwise too pliable disposition into one fitted to confront the stern duties of life. Even as steel is tempered by heat, and through much hammering and changing of original form is at last wrought into useful articles, so in the history of many men do we find that they were tempered in the furnace of trials and affliction, and only through failures in first attempts were at length fitted for the ultimate success that crowned their efforts. They are doubly in error who suffer themselves to give up the battle at one or even two successive failures. As in the military field he is the greater general who from defeat organizes ultimate victory, so in the battle of life he is the true hero who, even while smarting under the sting of present failure, lays his plans and summons his forces for a triumphant victory. We must not allow our jaundiced views to prevail over our knowledge of men and affairs. The world is not coming to an end, nor society going to destruction, because our petty plans have miscarried. The present failure should only teach you to be more wary in the future, and thus will you gather a rich harvest as the final outcome of your efforts. Above all, do not sink into apathy and despair. Arouse yourself and do not allow your best years to slip past because you have not succeeded as you thought you would. Is not the sun as bright, nature as smiling as before? Why then do you go about as if all hope had fled? Know you not that in the reproof of chance lies the true proof of men? As in the physical world, disease is but the effort nature makes to remove some pressing evil, so failure should be but the methods whereby we are enabled to eliminate those traits of character which are a hindrance to our lasting success. As the inventor subjects his production to the most rigorous tests in order that inherent defects may become known and, if possible, remedied, even so does Providence, in subjecting us to great trials, discover to us by our failures wherein we lack. And we are remiss in duty to ourselves, do we not most earnestly endeavor to improve by these tests? The man who never failed is a myth, such a one never lived, and is never likely to. All success is a series of efforts, in which, when closely viewed, are to be seen more or less failures. These efforts are ofttimes not visible to the naked eye, but each individual heart is painfully conscious of how many of its most cherished plans ended only in failures. If you fail now and then, Do not be discouraged. Bear in mind that it's only the part and experience of every successful man. We might even go farther and say that the most successful men often have the most failures. These failures which, to the feeble, are mere stumbling blocks, to the strong serve to remove the scales from their eyes, so that they now see clearer and go on their way with a firmer tread and a more determined mien, and compel life to yield to them its most enduring trophies. The weakling goes no farther than his first failure. He lags behind and subsides into a life of discontent and vain regrets. And so, by this winnowing process, the number of the athletes is restricted to few, and there is clear space in the arena for those who determinedly press on. There can hardly be found a successful man who will not admit that he was made so by failure, and that what he once thought his hard fate was in reality his good fortune. Success cannot be gained by a hop, skip, and a jump, but by arduous passages of gallant perseverance, toilsome efforts, long sustained, and most of all by repeated failure. For the failures are but stepping stones, or, at the worst, non-attainment of the desired end before the time. If success were to crown your efforts now, where would be the great success of the future? It is the brave resolution to do better next time that lays the substrata of all real greatness. Many a prominent reputation has been destroyed by early success. Too often the effect of such success is to sap the energies. Imagining fame or fortune to be won, future efforts are remitted. Relying on the fame of past achievements, the fact is overlooked that it is labor alone that renders any success certain. And so, by the remission of labor and energy, disgrace or failure awakens him from his delusive dreams, but alas, in how many instances the awakening comes too late. There is no more prolific source of repining and discontent in life than that found in looking back upon past mistakes. We are fond of persuading ourselves and others that had others acted differently, our whole course in life would have been one of unmixed success instead of the partial failure that it so often appears. If we would only look on the past mistakes in the right spirit, in the spirit of humility, and with a desire to learn from past errors, it would be well. But the error men make in this review is in attributing the failures to circumstances instead of to character. They see the mistakes which lie on the surface, but fail to trace them back to the source from whence they spring. The truth is that even trifling circumstances are occasions for bringing out the predominant traits of character. They are tests of the nature and quality of the man rather than the causes of future success or failure. None can tell how weighty may be the results of even trivial actions, nor how much of the future is bound up in our everyday decisions. Chances are lost, opportunities wasted, advisers ill-chosen, and disastrous speculations undertaken. But there is nothing properly accidental in these steps. They are to be regarded as the results of unbalanced characters, as much as the cause of future misery. The disposition of mind that led to these errors would certainly, under other circumstances, have led to different but not less lamentable results. We see clearly in judging others, we attribute their mischances without compunction to the faults we see in them, and sometimes even make cruel mistakes in our investigation. But in reviewing our own course, self draws a veil over our imperfections, and we persuade ourselves that mistakes or unfortunate circumstances are the entire cause of all our misfortunes. It is true that no circumstances are always favorable, no training perfectly judicious, no friend wholly wise, yet he who is always shifting the blame to his failures upon these external causes is the very man who has the most reason to trace them to his own inherent weakness or demerits. It is questionable whether the habit of looking much at mistakes, even of our own, is a very profitable one. It might be rendered of use were we only to do so in the proper spirit. Certainly the practice of mourning over and bewailing them, and charging upon them all the evils that afflict us, is the most injurious to our future course, and the greatest hindrance to any real improvement of character. Acting from impulse and not from reason is one of the chief causes of these mistakes, and if any will avoid them in the future, they must test all their sudden impulses by the searching and penetrating ordeal of their best judgment before acting upon them. Above all, the steady formation of virtuous habits, the subjection of all actions to principles rather than to policy, the firm and unyielding adherence to duty as far as it is known, are the best safeguards against mistakes in life. Who lives that has not, during his life, aspired to something that he was unable to reach? The sorrows of mankind may all be traced to blighted hopes. Like frost upon the green leaves comes the chilling conviction that our hopes are forever dead. We may live, but he who has placed his whole mind on the attainment of some object and fails to reach it, life to him seems a burden, a weary burden. To youth, blighted hopes come like the cold dew of the evening upon the flowers. The sun next morning banishes the dew, and the flower is brighter and purer from its momentary affliction. Sorrow purifies the heart of youth as the rain purifies the growing plant. But to the man of mature years, the blighting of cherished hopes falls with a chilling effect. It is hard to proceed as though nothing had happened, to cheerfully take up life's load, yet such is the course of true manhood. This is the inheritance of life, the test of character. Our world presents a strangely different aspect according to the different moods in which it is viewed. To him whose efforts have been crowned with success, it is superlatively beautiful. To him whose life has known no care, it appears to be filled with all manner of comfortable things. To those who pine in sickness and suffering, the unfortunate, and those whose efforts have ended only in failure, it most truthfully seems to be a vale of tears, and human life itself a bubble raised from those tears, and inflated with sighs, which, after floating a little while, decked, it may be, with a few gaudy colours from the hand of fortune, is at last touched by the hand of death, and dissolves. He who has a stout heart will do stout-hearted actions, actions which, however unconscious the doer may be of the fact, cannot fail to have something of immortality in their essence, something that in all coming time will preserve alive their memory long after the valiant doer has lain in dust. Such a man will not be daunted by difficulties. Opposition will but serve as fuel to the fire which feeds the spirit of self-reliance within him, stimulating him to still greater efforts, and in fact creating opportunities for them. And though in the nature of things failure must often be his portion, still they'll nerve him anew for the struggles of active life, and endow him with courage to meet the further disappointments which past experience will have taught him are likely to be his lot. Neither will he, in his efforts to attain some great end, to bring to happy accomplishment some noble work, be daunted by the reflection that he can never be sure of success, even in enterprises springing from the highest motives and steadfastly pursued at the cost of all that is dearest. To him it will suffice that the end he has in view is the right one, and that if he is not destined to accomplish it, eventually it must triumph. With prophetic eye he looks forward to the dawning of the time, when long after he has been called hence, posterity shall enter into his labor and eat of the fruit of the tree that he has planted. End of section 92.
Section 93 of Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Victoria Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 93. Despondency. Quote, "The darkest day, live till tomorrow, will have passed away." End quote. There are dark hours that mark the history of the brightest years, for not a whole month in any one of 1,000 of the past, perhaps, has the sun shone brightly all the time. And there have been cold and stormy days in every year, and yet the mists and shadows of the darkest hours were dissipated and flitted heedlessly away. In a wide world also we have the overshadowing of dark hours. There have been hours of despondency when Shakespeare thought himself no poet, and Raphael no painter, when the greatest wits doubted the excellence of their happiest efforts. But we also have bright days to offset the sad ones, though there are the dark ones, when the fire will neither burn in our hearths nor our hearts, and all without and within is dismal and dark. There come days when we rejoice in the brightness of hope and prosperity. It is human nature to look upon only the bright and cheery scenes of life, to forget its trials and storms in light of the present. But let us not forget that there will come other moments when the eye will be less calm, the cheek less bright, and the tongue less silent. The brain will be full of imaginings, pensive and sad, its inmost springs less elastic and buoyant. Despondency, too long continued, gives place to despair. No calamity can produce such a paralysis of the mind. It is the capstone of the climax of human misery. The mental powers are frozen with indifference, the heart becomes ossified of melancholy, the soul is shrouded in a cloud of gloom. No words of consolation, no cheerful repartee can break the death-like calm. No love can warm the pent-up heart, no sunbeam dispel the dark cloud. Time may effect a change. Death will break the monotony. We can extend our kindness, but we cannot relieve the victim. We may trace the cause of this awful disease. God only can effect a cure. We may speculate upon its nature, but cannot feel its force until its iron hand is laid upon us. We may call it weakness, but cannot prove or demonstrate the proposition. We may call it folly, but can point to no frivolity to sustain our position. We may call it madness, but can discover no manic action. We may call it stubbornness, but can see no exhibition of indocility. We may call it lunacy, but cannot perceive the incoherence of that unfortunate condition. We can properly call it nothing but dark, gloomy despair, and inexpressible numbness of all the sensibilities rendering a man happy. It is indeed a happy providence that has given to mankind a bright, shining sun of hope to dispel the gloom of despondency. We have all seen the sun burst from behind the clouds and light up a storm-swept landscape. Even so, when the hand of misfortune has darkened our brightest prospects, and swept away our sunlit dreams of future happiness, has some unseen monitor inspired our drooping spirit with hope, and bid us struggle on, and as we look forward into the future, fancy points us to a brighter day dawning, when the soul is often bowed down with the weight of its own sorrows, and the heart is well nigh crushed. Even some faint glimmering of a happier future steals upon it like a rainbow of light. It is to be feared that many do not as resolutely fight against fits of despondency as they might. Many fits of the blues need to be but resolutely contended against, and they will disappear. Harbored, they will grow into despondency and despair. It is worthwhile to remember that fortune is like the skies in April, sometimes clouded and sometimes clear and favorable, and it would be folly to despair of again seeing the sun because the day is stormy. So it is equally unwise to sink into despondency when fortune frowns, since in the common course of things she may be surely expected to smile again. Life is a warfare, and he who easily desponds deserts a double duty. He betrays the noblest property of man, his dauntless resolution, and he rejects the providence of God, who guides and rules the universe. There is but one way to look at fate, whatever that may be, whether blessings or afflictions, to behave with dignity under both. We must not lose heart, or it will be the worse, both for ourselves and for those whom we love. To struggle, and again to renew the conflict, this is life's inheritance. Do not, then, allow yourself to sink into despondency. Man is born a hero, and it is only by darkness and storms that heroism gains its greatest and best development in illustrations. Then it kindles the black cloud into a blaze of glory, and the storm bears it to its destiny. Despair not, then. Mortifying failures may attend this effort and that one, but only be honest and struggle on, and it will all work out right in the end. Do not make the mistake, either, of supposing that despondency is a state of humility. On the contrary, it is the vexation and despair of a cowardly pride. Nothing is worse. Whether we stumble or whether we fall, we must only think of rising again, and going on in our course. Do your work, then. Only let it be a noble one. Be faithful to your trust. If you have but one talent, improve it. Do not bury it in the earth because you have not 10. Toil steadily and hopefully on, for life is too short to admit of delay or despondency. Let those who are in sorrow remember that deliverance may be coming, though they see it not. Your days may wear more gold in the morning, and more at night, though midday may be full of snow. God may be gracious, though he comes to us robed in darkness and clothed in storms. It is the journey of release toward spring when winter is coldest and darkest. Despondency is but the shadow of too much happiness thrown by our spirits upon the sunshiny side of life. Look up, and God will give you a song in your heart instead of a tear in your eye. Causeless depression of spirits is not to be reasoned with, nor can even David's harp charm its way by sweet discoursings. As well fight with the mists as with this shapeless, undefinable, yet all-beclouding hopelessness. Yet we are familiar with many such instances in practical, everyday life. Many who have much to be thankful for are full of complaint. Such disposition is no less unfortunate than it is reprehensible. They make miserable not only their own life, but also the lives of those with whom they are in daily contact. No doubt the one given over to causeless melancholy feels a full weight of sorrow, and those who laugh at his grief, could they but experience it, would quickly be sobered into compassion. What is wanted is a firm reliance on Providence, and a determination to do your duty, then go forward bravely and cheerfully, resolutely fight against this disposition. Your life will be much happier. The trouble is that many of us, when we are under any affliction, are troubled with a certain malicious melancholy. We only dwell and pore upon the sad and dark occurrences of Providence, but never take notice of the more benign and bright ones. Our way in this world is, like a walk under a row of trees, checkered with light and shade, and, because we cannot all along walk in the sunshine, we therefore perversely fix upon the darker passages, and so lose all comfort of the cheering ones. We are like froward children who, if you take one of their playthings from them, throw away all the rest in spite. What a pitiable confession is this of human weakness! Let us, then, strive against such a spirit of despondency. Even when the way before us is both dark and drear, it is worse than useless to give way to despondency. Think not that you are forsaken. You have much still to make life enjoyable. Energy and proper application may recover what you have lost. Take heart. Pluck up courage. Give not over to despondency. By resolutely confronting the evils of life, they will lose their force. End of section 93. Despondency. Recording by Victoria Wilson. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 94 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 94. Faith. Faith is the subtle chain that binds us to the infinite, the voice of a deep life within that will remain until we crowd it thence. Faith is the true prophet of the soul, and never beholds spiritual life, spiritual relations, labors, and joys. Its office is to teach man that he is a spiritual being, that he has an inward life enshrined in this material encasement, an immortal gem set now in an earthly casket. It assures man that he lives not for this life alone, but for another superior to this, more glorious and real. It teaches that God is a spirit, and seeks to worship him as such. It dignifies humanity with immortality. It dwells ever upon an unseen world, announcing always that unseen realities are eternal. A living, active faith is not only a necessity if we would reap great good, but it is so founded on the nature of things that it is natural for men to have a faith in the promises of others. It is only from experience that the little child learns to distrust others. Then there is the faith in one's own powers. This is as necessary a form of faith as any, and where not allowed to degenerate into egotism, is a most beneficent form of faith. Its true foundation is the same as any faith, that is, reliance on God's promises. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. Hence, relying on this, and putting forth the necessary exertions, why not confidently expect a fulfillment of the promise? This is the germ of all true self-confidence. A true faith we can somehow reach all through life, and it will bring to the soul a rich meed of consolation, even in the shades of life. We can cherish a sure hope about our future, and the future of those that belong to us, a sunny, eager onlooking toward the fulfillment of all the promises God has written on our nature. We should have faith in the ultimate triumph of the good and the true. It is quite the fashion of the times to lament over the degeneracy of the present, and to think of the palmy day long since past. We have indeed read history to but little account do we not realize that the world is growing better, and feel confident of the ultimate triumph of the forces of good. Life grows darker as we go on, till only one pure light is left shining on it, and that is faith. Old age, like solitude and sorrow, has its revelations. It is then that we perceive the hollowness and emptiness of many of the bubbles we have been pursuing. Fortunate is he who in that hour can rest down on the promise of God with a steadfast faith. When in your last hour all faculty in your broken spirit shall fade away, and sink into inanity, imagination, thought, effort, enjoyment, all fade away, then will the flower of belief, which blossoms even in the night, remain to refresh you with its fragrance in the last darkness. Morality as a guiding light to man sometimes conduces to noble ends. It is sometimes so resplendent as to make a man walk through life amid glory and acclamation. But it is apt to burn very dimly and low when carried into the valley of the shadow of death. But faith is like the evening star shining into our souls. The more gloomy is the night of death in which they sink. Surrounded by friends and the comforts of life, morality appears sufficient. But when the storms of life blow upon us, when we see how necessary to us is a faith in God's word and his promises, its light only is capable of dispelling the gloom of our surroundings. Never yet did there exist a full faith which did not expand the intellect while it purified the heart, which did not multiply the aims and objects of the understanding while it fixed and simplified those of the desires and passions. Faith often builds in the dungeon and lazar house its sublimest shrine, and up through roofs of stone that shut out the eye of heaven ascend the ladder of prayer, where the angels glide to and fro. Faith is the key that unlocks the cabinet of God's treasures, the messenger from the celestial world to bring all the supplies that we need. It converses with angels and antedates the hymns of glory. To every man this grace is certain, that there are glories for him if he walks by faith and perseveres in duty. Faith is a homely private capital, as there are public savings banks and poor funds out of which in times of need we can relieve the necessities of individuals, so here the faithful take their coin in peace. A Christian builds his fortitude on a better foundation than stoicism. He is pleased with everything that happens, because he knows it could not have happened unless it first pleased God, and that which pleases him must be the best. He is assured that no new thing can befall him, and that he is in the hands of the Father, who will prove him with no affliction that resignation cannot conquer or that death cannot cure. In the darkest night faith sees a star, in the times of greatest need finds a helping hand, and in the times of sorest trouble hears a sympathizing voice. Judge not a man by his outward manifestation of faith. For some there are who trembling reach out shaking hands to the guidance of faith, others who stoutly venture in the dark their human confidence, the leader which they mistake for faith, some whose hope totters upon crutches, others who stalk into futurity upon stilts. Faith is not an exotic that grows in but one clime. The snows of an eternal winter cannot quench its fire, neither can the glow of a tropical sun destroy its life and freshness. In the palace of the king or the hut of the peasant, in the homes of the rich or the cabins of the poor, it emits its fragrance with equal powers to please. It is as necessary to the learned as to the ignorant, and comforts alike the declining years of the sage and who never knew the value of education. As the flower is before the fruit, so is faith before good works. He who has strong faith will show his faith by his works. If he has faith in himself, he shows it by ambitious plans, resolves, and endeavors. A true faith is necessary to enable us to make the most of life and its possibilities. We need a faith in our fellow men. In all the ordinary business transactions we must exercise this virtue or accomplish nothing. Did you ever reflect what this world would be were all faith destroyed? Faith and confidence are synonymous terms. What a wilderness would this be were the confidence which exists between husband and wife destroyed, or did not mutual confidence exist between the members of the same family circle? Home would cease to be home. Family ties would prove to be bonds of straw. Communities could not be held together. The vast fabric of society would dissolve, and smiling countries would once more be the abode of savages. Too great a confidence bespeaks a trusting simplicity suited only for childish years. But an utterly incredulous nature, refusing to believe unless supported by the evidence of his own senses, as certainly portrays the selfish, narrow, and bigoted nature as that fields of waving grain are proof positive of fertile soil, the shining sun, and the early and later rain. End of section 94. Section 95 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 95. Worship. Prayer is the key to open the day, and the bolt to shut in the night. But as the sky drops the early dew and the evening dew upon the grass, yet it would not spring and grow green by that constant and double falling of the dew, unless some great shower at certain seasons did supply the rest. So the customary devotion of prayer twice a day is the falling of the early and the latter dew. But if you will increase and flourish in works of grace, empty the great clouds sometimes, and let it fall in full shower of prayer. Choose out seasons when prayer shall overflow like Jordan in times of harvest. Real inward devotion knows no prayer but that arising from the depths of its own feeling. Perfect prayer, without a spot or blemish, though not a word be spoken, and no phrases known to mankind be uttered, always plucks the heart out of the earth, and moves it softly like a censer to and fro beneath the face of heaven. A good man's prayer will, from the deepest dungeon, climb heaven's height and bring a blessing down. Prayer is the wing wherewith the soul flies to heaven, and meditation the eye wherewith we see God. He that acts towards men as if God saw him, and prays to God as if men heard him, although he may not obtain all that he asks, or succeed in all that he undertakes, will most probably deserve to do so. For with respect to his actions toward men, however much he may fail with regard to others, yet if pure and good with regard to himself and his highest interests they cannot fail. And with respect to his prayers to God, though they cannot make the Deity more willing to give, yet they will and must make the suppliant more worthy to receive. Between the humble and contrite heart and the majesty of heaven there are no barriers. The only password is prayer. Prayer is a shield to the sword, a sacrifice to God, and a scourge to Satan. Prayer has the right to the word ineffable. It is an hour of outpouring which words cannot express, of that interior speech which we do not articulate even when we employ it. The very cry of distress is an involuntary appeal to that invisible power whose aid the soul invokes. Our prayer and God's mercy are like two buckets in a well. While one ascends, the other descends. For the most part we should pray rather in aspiration than petition, rather by hoping than requesting, in which spirit also we may breathe a devout wish for a blessing on others upon occasions when it might be presumptuous to beg it. Prayer is not eloquence, but earnestness; not the definition of helplessness, but the feeling it; not figures of speech, but compunction of soul. When the heart is full, when bitter thoughts come crowding thickly up for utterance, and the poor common words of courtesy are such a very mockery, how much the bursting heart may relieve itself in prayer. The dullest observer must be sensible of the order and serenity prevalent in those households where the occasional exercise of a beautiful form of worship in the morning gives, as it were, the keynote to every temper for the day, and attunes every spirit to harmony. Family worship embodies a hallowing influence that pleads for its observance. It must needs be that trials will enter a household. The conflict of wishes, the clashing of views, and 1,000 other causes will ruffle the temper and produce jar and friction in the machinery of the family. There is needed some daily agency that shall softly enfold the homestead with its hallowed, soothing power, and restore the fine, harmonious play of its various parts. The father needs that which shall gently lift away from his thoughts the disquieting burden of his daily business; the mother which will smooth down the fretting irritation of her unceasing toil and trial; and the child and domestic that which shall neutralize countless agencies of evil that ever beset them. And what so well adapted to do this, as, when the day is done, to gather around the holy page, and pour a united supplication and acknowledgment to that sleepless Power, whose protection and security are ever around their path, and who will bring all things at last into judgment? And when darker and sadder days begin to shadow the home, what can cheer and brighten the sinking heart so finely as this daily resort to the Fatherly One, who can make the tears of the lowliest sorrow to be the seed pearls of the brightest crown? The mind is thus expanded, the heart softened, sentiments refined, passions subdued, hopes elevated, and pursuits ennobled. The greatest want of our intellectual and moral nature is here met, and home education becomes impregnated with the spirit and elements of our preparation for eternity. The custom of having family prayers is held in honor wherever there is real Christian life, and it is the one thing which more than any other knits together the loose threads of a home, and unites its various members before God. The religious service in which parents, children, and friends daily join in praise and prayer is at once an acknowledgment of dependence on the Heavenly Father and a renewal of consecration to His work in the world. The Bible is read, the hymn is sung, the petition is offered, and unless all else has been done as a mere formality and without hearty assent, those who have gathered at the family altar leave it helped, soothed, strengthened, and armored as they were not before they met there. The sick and the absent are remembered, the tempted and the tried are commended to God, and as the Israelites in the desert were attended by the pillar and the cloud, so in life's wilderness the family who inquire of the Lord are constantly overshadowed by His presence and love. We, ignorant of ourselves, may ask in prayer for what would be to our injury, which the Father denies as for our own good. So find we profit by losing of our prayers. Or we may even pray for trifles, without so much as a thought of the greatest blessing. And with sorrow be it said, we are not ashamed many times to ask God for that which we should blush to own to our neighbors. It is by reason of the worthlessness of so many of our petitions that they remain unanswered. Good prayers never come creeping home. We are sure we shall receive either what we ask or what we should ask. Prayer is a study of truth, a sally of the soul into the infinite. No man ever prayed heartily without learning something. It is for the sake of man, not of God, that worship and prayer are required, not that God may be rendered more gracious, but that man may be made better, that he may be confirmed in a proper sense of his dependent state, and acquire those pious and virtuous dispositions in which his highest improvement consists. When we pray for any virtues, we should cultivate the virtue as well as pray for it. The form of your life, every petition to God, is a precept to man. Our thoughts, like the waters of the sea, when exalted toward heaven, lose all their bitterness and saltness, and sweeten into an amiable humanity, until they descend in gentle showers of love and kindness upon our fellow men. God respecteth not the arithmetic of our prayers, how many they are, nor the rhetoric of our prayers, how neat they are, nor the geometry of our prayers, how long they are, nor the music prayers, how melodious they are, nor the logic prayers, how methodical they are, but the divinity of our prayers, how heart-sprung they are. Not gifts but graces prevail in prayer. We should pray with as much earnestness as those who expect everything from God, and act with as much energy as those who expect everything from themselves. It is possible to have a daily worship which shall be earnest, vivifying, tender, and reverential, and yet a weariness to nobody. Only let the one who conducts it mean, toward the Father, the sweet obedience of the grateful child, and maintain the attitude of one who goes about earthly affairs with a soul looking beyond and above them to the rest that remaineth in heaven. It is not every one who is able to pray in the hearing of others with ease. The timid tongue falters, and the thoughts struggle in vain for utterance. But who is there who cannot read a psalm or chapter, or a cluster of verses, and kneeling repeat in accents of tender trust the Lord's Prayer? When we think of it, that includes everything. End of section 95. Section 96 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 96. Religion. Religion is the moral link that binds man most closely with his God, the spiritual garden where the creature walks in companionship with his Maker. This sentiment is the highest that man is capable of cherishing, since it binds him to a being fitted as no other being is to impart to the soul the highest moral grandeur that created beings can enjoy. It is the upper window of the soul, which opens into the clear, radiant light of God's eternal home. Its influence in every department of the mind is salutary and holy. No faculty can rise to its most exalted state without the sanctifying power of this sentiment. Neglect it not. The highest beauties of your souls, the finishing touch of your character, the sweetest charm of your life will be given by due attention to this, your first and last duty. If men have been termed pilgrims, and life a journey, then we may add that the Christian pilgrimage far surpasses all others in the following important particulars: in the goodness of the road, in the beauty of the prospect, in the excellence of the company, and in the rich rewards waiting the traveller at the journey's end. All who have been great and good without Christianity would have been much greater and better with it. True religion is the poetry of the heart. It has enchantment, useful to our manners. It gives us both happiness and virtue. True religion hath in it nothing weak, nothing sad, nothing constrained. It enlarges the heart, is simple, free, and attractive. It enables us to bear the sorrows of life, and it lessens the pangs of death. It is the coronet by token of which God makes you a princess in His family, and an heir to His brightest glories, the sweetest pleasures, the noblest privileges, and the brightest honors of His kingdom. It is a star which beams the brighter in heaven, the darker on earth grows the night. When the rising sun shed its rays on Memnon's statue, it awakened music in the heart of stone. Religion does the same with nature. Without religion you are a wandering star. You are a voiceless bird. You are a motionless brook. The strings of your heart are not in tune with the chords which the infinite hand sweeps as He evolves the music of the universe. Your being does not respond to the touch of Providence, and if beauty and truth and goodness come down to you like angels out of heaven and sing you their sweetest songs, you do not see their wings, nor recognize their home and parentage. True religion and virtue give a cheerful and happy turn to the mind, admit of all real joys, and even procure for us the highest pleasures. While it seems to have no other object than the felicity of another life, it constitutes the chief happiness of the present. There are no principles but those of religion to be depended upon in cases of real distress, and these are able to encounter the worst emergencies and to bear us up under all the changes and chances to which our life is subject. The difficulties of life teaches wisdom, its vainglories humility, its calumnies pity, its hopes resignation, its sufferings charity, its afflictions fortitude, its necessities prudence, its brevity the value of time, and its dangers and uncertainties a constant dependence upon a higher and all-protecting power. All natural results are spontaneous. The diamond sparkles without effort, and the flowers open naturally beneath the summer rain. Religion is also a natural thing, as spontaneous as it is to weep, to love, or to rejoice. There is not a heart but has its moments of longing, yearning for something better, nobler, holier than it knows now. This bespeaks the religious aspiration of every heart. Genius without religion is only a lamp on the outer gate of a palace. It may serve to cast a gleam of light on those that are without, while the inhabitant sits in darkness. Religion is not proved and established by logic. It is, of all the mysteries of nature and the human mind, the most mysterious and most inexplicable. It is of instinct and not of reason. It is a matter of feeling and not of opinion. Religion is placing the soul in harmony with God and His laws. God is the perfect supreme soul, and your souls are made in the image of His, and like all created things are subject to certain mutable laws. The transgression of these laws damages your souls, warps them, stunts their growth, outrages them. You can only be manly or attain to a manly growth by preserving your true relations and strict obedience to the laws of your being. God has given you appetites, and He meant that they should be to you a source of happiness, but always in a way which shall not interfere with your spiritual growth and development. He gave you desires for earthly happiness. He planted in you the love of human praise, enjoyment of society, the faculty of finding happiness in all of His works. He gave you His works to enjoy, but you can only enjoy them truly when you regard them as blessings from the great Giver to feed and not starve your higher nature. There is not a true joy in life which you are required to deprive yourself of in being faithful to Him and His laws. Without obedience to law your soul cannot be healthful, and it is only to a healthful soul that pleasure comes with its natural, its divine aroma. Some well-meaning Christians tremble for their salvation because they have never gone through the valley of tears and of sorrow which they have been taught to consider as an ordeal that must be passed through before they can arrive at regeneration. We can but think that such souls mistake the nature of religion. The slightest sorrow for sins is sufficient if it produces amendment, but the greatest is insufficient if it do not. By their own fruits let them prove themselves, for some soils will take the good seed without being watered by tears or harrowed up by afflictions. There are three modes of bearing the ills of life: by indifference, which is the most common; by philosophy, which is the most ostentatious; and by religion, which is the most effectual. It has been said, philosophy readily triumphs over past or future evils, but that present evils triumph over philosophy. Philosophy is a goddess whose head is, indeed, in heaven, but whose feet are upon earth, attempts more than she accomplishes, and promises more than she performs. She can teach us to hear of the calamities of others with magnanimity, but it is religion only that can teach us to bear our own with resignation. Whoever thinks of life as something that could exist in its best form without religion is in ignorance of both. Life and religion is one, or neither is anything. Religion is the good to which all things tend, which gives to life all its importance, to eternity all its glory. Apart from religion, man is a shadow, his very existence a riddle, and the stupendous scenes around him as incoherent and unmeaning as the leaves which the Sibyl scattered in the wind. We are surrounded by motives to religion and devotion, if we but mind them. The poor are designed to excite our liberality, the miserable our pity, the sick our assistance, the ignorant our instruction, those that are fallen our helping hand. And those who are vain we see the vanity of the world, and those who are wicked our own frailty. When we see good men rewarded, it confirms our hopes. When evil men are punished, it excites our fears. He that grows old without religious hopes, as he declines into age, and feels pains and sorrows incessantly crowding him, falls into a gulf of misery, in which every reflection must plague him deeper and deeper. It is the property of the religious spirit to be the most refining of all influences. It has been termed the social religion, and society is as properly the sphere of all its duties, privileges, and enjoyments as the ecliptic is the course of the earth. No external advantage, no culture of the tastes, no habit of command, no association with the elegant, or even depths of affection can bestow that delicacy and that grandeur of bearing which belong only to the mind which has experienced the discipline of religious thought and feeling. All else, all superficial aids to etiquette, manner, and refinement, as expressed in look and gesture, is but as gilt and cosmetic. Your personal value depends entirely upon your possession of religion. You are worth to yourself what you are capable of enjoying. You are worth to society the happiness you are capable of imparting. A man whose aims are low, whose motives are selfish, who has in his heart no adoration of God, whose will is not subordinate to the supreme will, who has no hope, no tenable faith in a happy immortality, no strong-armed trust that with this soul it shall be well in all the future, can not be worth very much to himself. Neither can such a man be worth very much to society, because he has not that to bestow which society most needs for its prosperity and happiness. Christianity teaches the beauty and dignity of common and private life. It makes it valuable, not for the cares from which it frees us, but for the constant duties through which we may train the soul to perfect sympathy with the design of the Creator. It shows that the humblest lot possesses opportunities which require the energies of the most exalted virtues to meet and satisfy. It impresses upon us the solemn truth that life itself, however humble its condition, is always holy, that every moment has its duty and its responsibility, which Christian strength alone, the crown of power, can do and bear. It teaches us that the simplest experience may become radiant with a heavenly beauty when hallowed by a spirit of constant love to God and man. Another of the lessons of Christianity is that of the inestimable worth of common duties as manifesting the great principles. It bids us to attain perfection, not striving to do dazzling deeds, but by making our experience divine. It shows us that the Christian hero will ennoble the humblest field of labor, that nothing is mean which can be performed as a duty, but that religion, like the touch of Midas, converts the humblest call of duty into spiritual gold. End of section 96. Section 97 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 97, God in Nature. The day is thine, the night is also thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Psalms. The height of the heavens should remind us of the infinite distance between us and God, the brightness of the firmament of His glory, majesty, and holiness, the vastness of the heavens and their influence upon the earth, of His immensity and universal providence. Hill and valley, seas and constellations are but stereotypes of divine ideas, appealing to and answered by the living soul of man. The works of nature and the works of revelation display religion to mankind in characters so large and visible that those who are not quite blind may see in them and read the first principles and most necessary parts of religion, and from thence penetrate into those infinite depths filled with the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. God writes the gospel not in the Bible alone, but on trees and flowers and clouds and stars. All nature, in short, speaks in language plain to be understood of the majesty and power of its author. Nature is man's religious book, with lessons for every day. Nature is the chart of God, marking out all his attributes. A man finds in the production of nature an inexhaustible stock of materials upon which he can employ himself without any temptation to envy or malevolence, and has always a certain prospect of discovering new reasons for adoring the sovereign author of the universe. What profusion is there in his work! When trees blossom, there is not simply one, but a whole collection of gems. And leaves, they have so many that they can throw them away to the winds all summer long. What unnumbered cathedrals has he reared in the forest shades, vast and grand, full of curious carvings, and haunted evermore by tremulous music. And in the heavens above, how do stars seem to have flown out of his hand faster than sparks out of a mighty forge! These insignia of wisdom and power are impressed upon the works of God, which distinguishes them from the feeble imitation of men. Not only the splendor of the sun, but the glimmering light of the glowworm proclaim his glory. God has placed nature by the side of man as a friend, who remains always to guide and console him in life, as a protecting genius who conducts him, as well as all species, to a harmonious unity with himself. The earth is the material bosom which bears all the races. Nature arouses man from the sleep in which he would remain without thought of himself, inspires him with noble designs, and preserves thus in humanity activity and life. The best of all books is the book of nature. It is full of variety, interest, novelty, and instruction. It is ever open before us. It invites us to read, and all that it requires of us is the will to do it, with eyes to see, with ears to hear, with hearts and souls to feel, and with minds and understandings to comprehend. Infinite intelligence was required to compose this mighty volume, which never fails to impart the highest wisdom to those who pursue it attentively and rightly, with willing hearts and humble minds. Nature has perfection, in order to show that she is the image of God, and defects in order to show that she is only his image. The study of nature must ever lead to true religion. Hence let there be no fear that the issues of natural science shall be skepticism or anarchy. Through all God's work there runs a beautiful harmony. The remotest truth in his universe is linked to that which lies nearest the throne. It has been said that an undevout astronomer is mad. With still greater force might it be said that he who attentively studies nature and fails to see in her ways the workings of Providence must indeed be blind. Who the guide of nature, but only the God of nature? In him we live, move, and have our being. Those things which nature is said to do are by divine art performed, using nature as an instrument. Nor is there any such divine knowledge working in nature herself, but in the guide of nature's work. Examine what department of nature that we will, we are speedily convinced of an intelligent plan running throughout all the works, which eloquently proclaims a divine author. In the rock-ribbed strata of the earth we can read as intelligently as though it were written on parchment the story of the creation. And what so interesting as this rock-written history to the world slowly fitting for mankind? Read of the coal stored away for future use, of whole continents plowed by glaciers and made fertile for man. Think of the eons of ages that this earth swung in space, all the types of creation prophesying of the coming of man. Who can ponder these o'er without coming to the belief of an author and finisher of all this glory? Thus does a devout study of nature discover to us the God of nature. Go stand upon the heights at Niagara, and listen in awestruck silence to the boldest, most earnest, and most eloquent of all nature's oracles. And what is Niagara with its plunging waters and its mighty roar, but the oracle of God? The whisper of His voice is revealed in the Bible as sitting above the water floods forever. Or view the stupendous scenery of alpine countries, and there amid rock and snow, overlooking the valleys below, we feel a sense of the presence of divinity. Or wandering on ocean beach, watching the play of the waves, or listening to the roar of the breakers, our hearts are impressed with a sense of the power and majesty of God. In short, wherever we contemplate the vast or wonderful in nature, there we experience a religious exaltation of spirit. It is the soul within us placing itself en rapport with the soul of nature, the great first cause. Go stand upon the Areopagus of Athens, where Paul stood so long ago. In thoughtful silence look around upon the site of all that ancient greatness. Look upward to those still glorious skies of Greece, and what conceptions of wisdom and power will all those memorable scenes of nature and art convey to your mind, now more than they did to an ancient worshipper of Jupiter and Apollo. They will tell you of Him who made the worlds, by whom, through whom, and for whom are all things. To you that landscape of exceeding beauty, so rich in the monuments of departed genius, with its distant classic mountains, its deep blue sea, and its bright bending skies, will be telling a tale of glory that the Grecian never learned, for it will speak to you no more of its thousand contending deities, but of the one living and everlasting God. End of section 97. Section 98 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 98. The Bible. The Bible is a book whose words live in the ear like music that can never be forgotten, like the sound of church bells, which the convert hardly knows how he can forego. Its felicities often seem to be things rather than mere words. It is a part of the national mind, and the anchor of national seriousness. The memory of the dead passes into it. The potent traditions of childhood are stereotyped in its verses. The power of all the griefs and trials of man is hidden beneath its words. It is the representative of his best moments, and all that has been around him of the highest and best speaks to him out of his Bible. The Bible is the oldest surviving monument of the springtime of the human intellect. It reveals to us the character and intellect of our great Creator and final Judge. It opens before us the way of salvation through a Redeemer, unveils to our view the invisible world, and shows us the final destiny of our race. God's Word is, in fact, much like God's world, varied, very rich, very beautiful. You never know when you have exhausted all its merits. The Bible, like nature, has something for every class of minds. Look at the Bible in a new light, and straightway you see some new charm. The Bible goes equally to the cottage of the poor man and the palace of the king. It is woven into literature, and it colors the talk of the street. The bark of the merchant cannot sail to sea without it. No ship of war goes to the conflict but the Bible is there. It enters men's closets, mingling in all the grief and cheerfulness of life. The Bible is adapted to every possible variety of taste, temperament, culture, and condition. It has strong reasoning for the intellectual. It takes the calm and contemplative to the well-balanced James, and the affectionate to the loving and beloved John. Not only is this book precious to the poor and unlearned, not only is it the consoler of the great middle class of society, both spiritually and mentally speaking, but the scholar and the sage, the intellectual monarch of the age, bow to its authority. To multitudes of our race it is not only the foundation of their religious faith, but it is their daily practical guide as well. It has taken hold of the world as no other book ever did. Not only is it read in all Christian pulpits, but it enters every habitation, from the palace to the cottage. It is the golden chain which binds hearts together at the marriage altar. It contains the sacred formula for the baptismal rite. It blends itself with our daily conversation, and is the silver thread of all our best reading, given its hue more or less distinctly to book, periodical, and daily paper. On the seas it goes with the mariner as his spiritual chart and compass, and on the land it is to untold millions their pillar cloud by day and their fire column by night. In the closet and in the streets, amid temptation and trials, this is man's most faithful attendant and his strongest shield. It is our lamp through the dark valley, and the radiator of our best light from the solemn and unseen future. Stand before it as before a mirror, and you will see there not only your good traits, but your errors, follies, and sins, which you did not imagine were until you thus examined yourself. If you desire to make constant improvement, go to the Bible. It not only shows the way of all progress, but it incites you to go forward. It opens before you a path leading up and still onward, along which good angels will cheer you, and all that is good will lend you a helping hand. There is no book so well adapted to improve both the head and the heart as the Bible. It is a tried book. Its utility is demonstrated by experience. Its necessity is confessed by all who have studied the wants of human nature. It has wrung reluctant praise even from the lips of its foes. Other books bespeak their own age. The Bible was made for all ages. Uninspired authors speculate upon truths before made known, and often upon delusive imaginations. The Bible reveals truth before unknown, and otherwise unknowable. It is distinguished for its exact and universal truth. Time and criticism only illustrate and confirm its pages. Successive ages reveal nothing to change the Bible representations of God, nothing to correct the Bible representations of human nature. Passing events fulfill its prophecies, but fail to impeach its allegations. The Scriptures teach us the best way of living, the noblest way of suffering, and the most comfortable way of dying. A mind rightly disposed will easily discover the image of God's wisdom in the depths of its mysteries, the image of God's sovereignty in the commanding majesty of its style, the image of its unity in the wonderful harmony and symmetry of all its parts, the image of His holiness in the unspotted purity of its precepts, and the image of His goodness in the wonderful tendency of the whole to the welfare of mankind in both worlds. We should use the Scriptures not as an arsenal to be resorted to only for arms and weapons, but as a matchless temple where we delight to contemplate the beauty, the symmetry, and the magnificence of the structure, and to increase our awe and excite our devotion to the Deity there proclaimed. The cheerless gloom which broods over the understandings of men had never been chased away but for the beams of a supernatural revelation. Men may look with an unfriendly eye on that system of truth which reproves and condemns them, but they little know the loss of the world would sustain by subverting its foundations. We have tried paganism, we have tried Mohammedanism, we have tried deism and philosophy, and we cannot look upon them even with respect. The Scriptures contain the only system of truth which is left us. If we give up these, we have no others to which we can repair. End of section 98.
Section number 99 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 99. Future Life. There are two questions, one of which is the most important, the other the most interesting that can be proposed in language. Are we to live after death? And if we are, in what state? These are questions confined to no climate, creed, or community. The savage is as deeply interested in them as the sage, and they are of equal import under every meridian where there are men. Among the most effectual and most beautiful modes of reasoning that the universe affords for the hope that is within us of a life beyond the tomb, there is none more beautiful or exquisite than derived from the change of the seasons, from the second life that bursts forth in spring in objects apparently dead, and from the shadowing forth in the renovation of everything around us of the destiny which divine revelation calls upon our faith to believe shall be ours. The trees that have faded and remained dark and gray through the long dreary life of winter clothe themselves again with green in the spring sunshine, and every hue speaks of life. The buds that were trampled down and faded burst forth once more in freshness and beauty. The streams break from the icy chains that held them, and the glorious sun himself comes wandering from his far-off journey, giving warmth to the atmosphere and renewed beauty and grace to everything around, and everything we see rekindles into life. At all times and in all places men have contemplated the questions of death and immortality. The one is a stern reality from which they know there is no escaping. Every day they see friends and acquaintances drooping and dying. Their pleasure drives are interrupted by the funeral cortege of strangers. There is not a soul but what in reflective moments has pondered the question of immortality. If they see clearly under the guiding light of Christianity, the future is full of hope to them. It matters but little their present surroundings. If poverty and pain be their lot, they know that rest will come to them later. Those who do not possess this pleasing hope of immortality feel at times a painful longing, a vague unrest. Philosophize as they will, the future is dark and uncertain, and there are times when they would willingly give all they could they but see a beacon light or feel the strong assurance of faith that they would live again. Surely there is tenable ground for this hope. It cannot be that earth is man's only abiding place. It cannot be that our life is a bubble cast up by the ocean of eternity, to float for a moment upon its surface, and then sink into nothingness and darkness forever. Else why is it that the high and glorious aspirations, which leap like angels from the temples of our hearts, are forever wandering abroad satisfied? Why is it that the rainbow and the cloud come over us with a beauty that is not of earth, and then pass off and leave us to muse on their faded loveliness? Why is it that the stars which hold their festival around the midnight throne are set above the grasp of our limited faculties, and are forever mocking us with their unapproachable glory? Finally, why is it that bright forms of human beauty are presented to the view, and then taken from us, leaving the thousand streams of affection to flow back upon our hearts? We are from a higher destiny than of earth. There is a realm where the rainbow never fades, where the stars will be spread out before us like the islands on the bosom of the ocean, and where the beautiful beings that here pass before us like visions will remain with us forever. As death approaches and earth recedes, we do not more clearly see that spiritual world in which we have all along been living, though we knew it not. The dying man tells us of attendant angels hovering around him. Perchance it is no vision. They might have been with him throughout life. They may attend us all through life, only our inward eyes are dim and we see them not. What is that mysterious expression, so holy and so strange, so beautiful yet so fearful, on the countenance of one whose soul has just departed? May it not be the glorious light of attendant seraphs, the luminous shadow of which rests a while on the countenance of the dead? End of section 99. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 100 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 100. Time and Eternity. Why shrinks the soul back on herself and startles at destruction? T is the divinity that stirs within us. T is heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and imitates eternity to man. Eternity, thou pleasing, dreadful thought! Though, what variety of untried being! Through what new scenes and changes must we pass! The wide, the unbounded prospect lies before me, but shadows, clouds, and darkness rest upon it. Addison. Alas! What is man? Whether he be deprived of that light which is from on high, or whether he discards it, he is a frail and trembling creature, standing on time, the bleak and narrow isthmus between two eternities. He sees nothing but impenetrable darkness on the one hand, and doubt, distrust, and conjecture still more perplexing on the other. Most gladly would he take an observation as to whence he has come, or whither he is going. Alas! He has not the means. His telescope is too dim, his compass too wavering, his plummet too short. Nor is that little spot, his present state, one whit more intelligible, since it may prove a quicksand that may sink in a moment from his feet. It can afford him no certain reckonings as to that immeasurable ocean on which he must soon spread his sail, an awful expedition, from which the mind shrinks from contemplating. Nor is the gloom relieved by the outfit in which the voyage must be undertaken. The bark is a coffin, the destination is doubt, and the helmsman is death. Faith alone can see the star which is to guide him to a better land. The hourglass is truly emblematical of the world. As its sands run out at the termination of a given period, it shows that all things must have an end. It shows that man may devise, may even execute, but that ere a long time that restless destroyer comes and mows all before him, and leaves naught but a wreck, a barren waste behind him. Surely all will give credence to this who watch the daily dying of cherished hopes, of delightful anticipations. The flame burns brightly at first, but it soon fluctuates, and finally dies without restriction. We must, some time or another, enter on the last year of our life. 50 or 100 years may yet come, and the procession may seem interminable, but the closing year of our life must come. There are many years memorable in history, as in them died men of renown, but the year of our death will be more memorable to us than any. 1815 was a memorable year, for in that Waterloo was fought, but there will be a more memorable year for us, the year in which we fight the battle with the last enemy. That year will open with the usual New Year's congratulations. It will rejoice in the same orchard blossoming, and the sweet influences of spring. It will witness the golden glory of the harvest and the merry makings of Christmas. And yet to us it will be vastly different from the fact that it will be our closing year. The spring grass may be broken by the spade to let us down to our resting place, or, while the summer grain is falling to the sickle, we may be harvested for another world, or while the autumnal leaves are flying in the November gale, we may fade and fall, or the driving sleet may cut the faces of the black tasseled horses that take us on our last ride. But it will be the year in which our body and soul part, the year in which, for us, time ends and eternity begins. All other years fade away as nothing. The year in which we were born, the year in which we began business, the year in which our father died, are all of them of less importance to us than the year of our death. It is only when on the border of eternity that the fleeting period of life is comprehended. Human life, what is it? It is vapor gilded by a sunbeam, the reflection of heaven in the waters of the earth. In youth the other world seems a great way off, but later we feel and realize that it is close at hand. We come, like the ocean wave, to the shore, but scarcely strike the sand before we roll back into forgetfulness, whence we came. In the light of eternity, how vain and foolish appear the contentions and strifes of mankind! Addison most beautifully expresses this thought in these lines. When I look upon the tombs of the great, every emotion of envy dies. When I read the epitaph of the beautiful, every inordinate desire forsakes me. When I meet with the grief of parents upon a tombstone, my heart melts with compassion. When I see the tombs of the parents themselves, I reflect how vain it is to grieve for those we must quickly follow. When I see kings lying beside those who disposed them, when I see rival wits placed side by side, or the holy men who divided the world with their contests and disputes, I reflect with sorrow and astonishment on the frivolous competitions, factions, and debates of mankind. End of section 100. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 101 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 101. The Evening of Life. Old age, serene and bright, and lovely as a Lapland night, shall lead thee to thy grave. Wordsworth. There is a beauty in age. The morning of life may be glowing with the expectations of youth. The noon may be fruitful in endeavors and works. But the evening of life is the time of calm repose and holy meditation. When young and standing where the glow of youthful hopes irradiates the future, how natural to lay out brilliant plans, to form ambitious resolves. How easy it seems to achieve any wished-for thing. Wealth, fame, or any temporal good. Surely we can attain them. Experience soon shows us the futility of these hopes and plans. Before many milestones are passed in the journey of life, we learn that God, in His wisdom, has so apportioned trial and suffering that it matters little the external surroundings. To all it is full of work and anxieties and painful scenes, and that it is in struggling against these that the best development of power is acquired. It is no wonder that when once confronted by the stern realities of life, we should lose sight of the dreams of youth. Manhood's days are the days of reflection, of judgment, a wise adaptation of means to the end desired, and, if but used aright, we need have little occasion for regret that childhood's days are past. We are no longer children, we are men and women. We are no longer engaged in childish dreams. We are up and doing what God has assigned to us. This is the period of life that we would most willingly see prolonged. But time stops not in its rapid flight. In vain are protests. The sun as swiftly descends to its setting as it rose to its noon. The form that so rapidly matured into one of grace, strength, and manly attributes of character, is bowed by the weight of years. The elasticity of youth gives way to the measured step and careful tread of age, and on the head time sprinkles his snow. It is now that the thoughts of man should assume their most valued characteristics. They can muse over the events of past years. They can contemplate the mysteries of the future. The most momentous period of life is about at hand, that time when they will exchange this life for another. What age can there be more important than this? It is natural for youth to regard old age as a dreary season, one that admits of nothing that can be called pleasure, and very little that deserves the name even of comfort. They look forward to it as in autumn we anticipate the approach of winter, forgetting that winter, when it arrives, brings with it much of pleasure. Its enjoyments are of different kinds, but we find it not less pleasant than any other season of the year. In like manner, age has no terror to those who see it near, but experience proves that it abounds with consolations, and even with delights. The world in general bows down to age, gives it preference, and listens with deference to its opinions. Such reverence must be smoothing to age, and compensate it for the loss of many of the enjoyments of youth. The truth, man does not wish to be a child again. In individual experience, how many have wished to live again the past? Could we return and carry with us our present experience? All would wish to do so, but to go over the same old round, we are afraid that the number of those whose life has been so happy that they would wish to live it over again is exceedingly small. Your present experience will remain with you throughout life, and hence old age, as devoid of pleasure as it may appear to us now, we will find that when the passage of years brings us to that point we will not willingly exchange it for any of the stages of life gone by. As there is nothing unlovely in age, when once at its threshold, so death, when viewed in the right spirit, is found to be but the pleasant transition stage to a more glorious and perfect life. From the days of Plato to the present men have doubted and wondered as to the questions of immortality and its nature, but none have approached the question in the right spirit. But what always the result has been the same. Revelation and analogical reasoning both point to the same glorious hope. What then shall we view it with terror? Ought we not to look forward to it longingly as the final triumph of a well-lived life? Though success and fortune may have been ours here, are they anything more or less than the accidental circumstances surrounding an ephemeral existence? In the light of eternity, does it make any great difference whether that existence was passed surrounded with the comforts of wealth or struggling for the necessities of life? We are all equal in death. The king and the peasant, the rich and the poor, are all alike in this respect. Surely that which is thus the common lot of humanity must be for the common good. The universal dread of death is, then, the effect of erroneous habits of thought. It is the entrance to the harbor. We fear not the peaceful rest within. We cannot do better than to cultivate cheerful thoughts in regard to age and death. The one is the beautiful closing scene of earthly life, the other the entrance to life immortal. End of section 101. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 102 of the Golden Gems of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 102. He who died at Azan. He who died at Azan sends this to comfort all his friends. Faithful friends, it lies, I know, pale and white and cold as snow, and ye say Abdullah's dead, weeping at the feet and head. I can see your falling tears, I can hear your sighs and prayers, yet I smile and whisper this, I am not the thing you kiss. Cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, it is not I. Sweet friends, what the women lave for its last bed of the grave is but a hut which I am quitting, is a garment no more fitting, is a cage from which at last, like a hawk, my soul hath passed. Love the inmate, not the room, the wearer, not the garb, the plume of the falcon, not the bars, which kept him from the splendid stars. Loving friends, be wise and dry, straightway every weeping eye. What ye lift upon the bier is not worth a wistful tear. 'Tis an empty seashell one, out of which the pearl has gone. The shell is broken, it lies there, the pearl, the all, the soul is here. 'Tis an earthen jar whose lid Allah sealed the while it hid the treasure of his treasury. A mind that loved him, let it lie. Let the shard be earth's once more, since the gold shines in his store. Allah glorious, Allah good, now the world is understood, now the long, long wonder ends. Yet ye weep, my erring friends, while the man whom ye call dead is unspoken bliss instead. Lives and loves you, lost it true, but such a light as shines for you. But in the light ye cannot see of unfulfilled felicity. In enlarging paradise lives a life that never dies. Farewell, friends, yet not farewell. Where I am ye too shall dwell. I am gone before your face, a moment's time, a little space. When ye come where I have stepped, ye will wonder why ye wept. Ye will know, by wise love taught, that here is all, and there is not. Weep awhile if ye are fain, sunshine still must follow rain. Only not at death, for death, now I know, is that first breath, which our souls draw when we enter life, which is all life's centre. Be ye certain all seems love, viewed from Allah's throne above. Be ye stout of heart and come bravely onward to your home. La Allah ila Allah, yea, thou love divine, thou love alway. He that died at Azan gave this to those who made his grave. End of section 102. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. End of the Golden Gems of Life by Emory, Adams, Allen, and S. C. Ferguson.